Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Becomes holy.
What now?
Jesus, I say that. So I want to
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science.
Break now.
I see that you carry your today. Facebook, Zuckerberg.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
He looks good and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
China. I have to have my China. China!
Immediately, if not sooner.
Winter is coming. Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Welcome to the resistance.
Precision of language. Please.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
China!
I feel like I'm taking a crazy pill!
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to make sense of it all here on this weekend of ours. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Fam, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off that deep dark void we call space. Great to see everybody here today on this Sunday Funday. I hope you're enjoying your weekend so far. We got a show lined up here for you. Hopefully a great deal of valuetainment will be had. Gotta do some shoutouts first, though. Icebreaker Gaming, Bob Carmody, Mozart, 123 in the YouTube chat. Jerry McLean, a very close fourth. So close I gave her a medal. Bela B-Balm, also here. Michael Reich. Morby Daslow. Beat Rich P 1K. Arvin Trevino. The Anarchist. Stephen K. Sisyphean Task. Pitchforks Dragon. HBX. Looney Tunes 9000. Oh my god, I'm on top chat. Oh, son of a bitch. Well, if I missed you, I'm sorry, everyone. I tried. Once I refresh this list to live chat, I'm gonna lose half of these messages here, so I apologize.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Well, like I said, we've got a lot to talk about here on this Sunday Funday. We're going to try to keep it as valuetaining as possible while also going through some of the latest news stories. MAGA Epstein Meltdown continues. Hasanabi hanging out in NYC. And much, much more to cover here today. I guess we better get started. Top of the docket. Epstein Files. Pitchfork's getting in before even a super chat goal is set. Don't forget to set a super chat goal. I won't forget. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, Pitchforks. You're very helpful. Very, very helpful.
Let's play this clip of what do we have? Schultz, right?
Yeah. I mean,
now at least he had the and this is a function of, like, it seems like the Epstein stuff was the straw that broke the camel's back, which is just, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, let them fight. And if I can throw fuel onto that fire, I will do it. But that's the thing that you feel betrayed upon. Here's Schultz is the latest of these type of sort of like manosphere broheims who have decided that they're no longer on Team Trump.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah. we're the fucking idiots, guys.
It turns out you might be the idiots. But, yeah. Who's Epstein? Are you going to debase and defile Pam Bondi by asking this kind of question? It's very nasty.
They're on Team Trump.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah. we're the fucking idiots, guys. That is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan Von
He had
Jano.
clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Day one.
Them bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%. Especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that. Once you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world.
So one of two things, in my mind, is it possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected.
That is a good
which
point.
one do you want here?
That is a strong.
Go in.
That is a strong point being made by that guy, and I don't know this dude's name. I only know Andrew's name, but that guy. That's a great point. They did. I mean, if that's the case, if we are to take them at face value, right? That they capitalized on the abuse of minors to get somebody elected politically. That's incredibly. I mean, my God.
To get your man elected. So which one do you want here?
Okay, go into 15. I want to play 15 and 16 too, because 16 is where he's basically like claiming like I didn't vote for any of this.
Here's 15 then.
15's good because this backs up your point, Sam, about how when they say woke, they mean weak. Andrew Schultz here basically says there's some people in the Democratic Party, or at least associated with the Democratic Party, who he doesn't think are weak, or that they put America first.
The only party right now that to me seems America first is the Democrat Socialist Party.
Yep.
Bernie is America first. Mamdani and all his ideas that he will not be able to execute, and I frankly think many of them are not good ideas, but he is no doubt New York first. The policies seem to want to help people here. That's what I care about. If MAGA wants to take this America first thing back, they got to start looking out for America, and it doesn't seem like they're doing. Lying to Americans is not America first. There is one lie, which is Epstein did not have a blackmail ring on all these very influential.
Oh my God, that is fucking wild. It is hilarious to me that they, in like what, like a week and a half, these MAGA bro podcasters are all of a sudden like, actually, maybe Team MAGA sucks. Maybe we should go full Democratic Socialist. Have you heard of a guy? Have you heard of this Mamdani guy?
Zohran Mamdani.
Fucking love it. It's amazing.
Which is Epstein did not have a blackmail ring on all these very influential people. And by saying that that didn't happen, you have to tell a lot of other little lies. Every one of them just pulls a little piece of thread away from the fabric. And we're starting to see right through it now, and it's just embarrassing.
Okay, let's just play this last clip. I mean, as the sort of like end the saga here. But let's play it. We'll talk about it.
I feel very value-tained, I gotta say.
People that like, they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for. Yeah. I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
Okay, so
what is that even? Of course they're deporting. What is he talking about? They're deporting massive numbers of people.
Oh yes, no, he's saying that's the only thing that he has actually done that I am glad that.
Okay.
Which is ironic because somehow Joe Rogan didn't get that message, but Schultz did. But I mean, part of the problem with like coming up with the left's Joe Rogan is that people who do this on the left actually spend the time to understand what they're talking about. And they can't just go out there and say shit that is absolutely bat crap, crazy and inaccurate and stupid because they know better. And it's, I mean, I don't know. I have to revert to like junior high to get to that level of sort of miscomprehension of what's going on. And that's just, I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're not just bullshitting.
So I would describe Schultz and all the people in this like podcast space, the Rogan sphere, I guess you could call it. They are first and foremost wave riders and what I call narrative humpers. And what happened was basically like to to put it simply, they're grifters. And so the vibes have now shifted so thoroughly against Trump that they feel like, well, we got to sort of go where our audience is going. Because I don't know if you guys experienced this. I've certainly experienced it. There was a time where you scroll through Twitter and it's nothing but right-wing slop all day long. And now you scroll through Twitter and everything I see is some left-winger or some liberal just absolutely hammering Trump over the head. There's way more memes and funny memes now on the left than there are on the right. Clearly, Trump has, destroyed this country in just 6 months with every horrible decision. He hasn't done a single thing that's positive, and that's all catching up. So now, like, the vibes online are definitely anti-Trump, and they're now realizing, man, we hitched our wagon to this guy, and he's taken us all down. So they feel like they have to shift in order to keep some credibility. So, but here, the other thing you got to look out for is this, though. And we've already seen this with Alex Jones and Rogan himself and many others, is like, they say this now, but what are they going to be saying in a week? What are they going to be saying in 3 weeks? The second Trump gives them some other BS head fake where he says something that they like the way it sounds, all of a sudden it's back to, he's the anti-establishment guy. Maybe he's actually going to deliver on some of this stuff. I mean, Alex Jones did a 180 on the Epstein thing where he was saying,
and I mean, Kyle is right. We've already seen a little bit of that to some degree, but honestly, I don't think, we're going to get into this a little bit, but I don't think that that's going to play out quite in the way that Kyle is seeing it right now, mostly because this is one of those big culture war type issues, non-policy related sort of like baselines within the party that these, Republicans really do genuinely care about it. We've seen the reactions from crowds at like turning points and at like other like Charlie Kirk events where everybody who's there is like, yeah, we still care about the Epstein files, right? And like from what I can tell is you've got the influencer side, right? The media side that's trying to run cover for Trump in most cases, right? And trying to like shift blame onto Pam Bondi. But it's not, from what I can tell, it's actually not working. And it's why we just have to keep pushing this. We just have to keep pushing on this until it breaks. Until it breaks.
It was Biden and the deep state. They actually destroyed all the Epstein files. Day one, he was crying and puking over Trump betraying him. Day two, it was like, actually blame the Democrats. It's the Democrats who got rid of it, and it's not Trump at all. And so that's all this thing you have to watch out for with these charlatans.
Emma's made the point that Schultz had a clip where I can't remember what context.
Yeah, well, he said like why he was supporting Trump, and this backs what you're saying about the narrative humpers and the vibe, like, oh, because the Republicans fuck, like the Republicans fuck now, and like the Democrats used to fuck, and now the Republicans are the ones with the. He was like, Trump has multiple baby mamas. It used to be Bill Clinton that was having, and it's like, can you? Your middle school brain, just take another step and think like, are you applying a different standard to the female candidate in the race? Like Kamala was being hit over the head for being a slut. They were calling her a slut right out of the gate. And these guys don't even think for a second, like, am I applying a double standard here?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's like middle schooler brain. It's totally unserious.
Yes, indeed. Jerry. They care more about the Epstein files than free healthcare. Facts. Those are facts.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Those are facts, Jerry. It would seem. It would seem. All right, let's keep this going. Let's go to turning points, like we just referenced, where one psychotic nationalist weirdo by the name of Steve Bannon, who was looking about as sweaty as usual. Looks like he just somehow got done camping. Seems every time I see this man, and I've actually never seen him outdoors. But whenever I see him, I feel like this guy just like got done from a camping trip, hasn't showered in like 2 weeks or something.
Yo, Tampa, yo, SAS, how you guys doing? We ready to win? Are you ready to win? Are you tired of winning yet? We haven't even started winning, right?
Back at 0 claps. I love that. We haven't even started winning, right? And we're like, Okay, yeah, okay. Very muted reaction.
Okay, love you guys too.
Love you too.
You know why I love you guys?
Love you guys too. That almost sounded sarcastic. He's like, oh, fuck. Yeah, all right, fine. You don't like that one?
From the Wuhan lab, correct?
Hold on.
No.
We don't have the time for this whole thing, and much of this isn't about the Epstein shit. But where does he start this? Hold on. Let me try and find this.
Doubt about that? Argue for this from the beginning. That in that
I had this lined up. What happened? I had this shit lined up earlier, and now I lost it. Started at the fucking beginning. This is incredibly rude.
How rude.
Very offended.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Why we're now have to put up $170 billion in the latest bill to do this. We have to have a time for choosing. Here's my recommendation we do. I call them the Tampa Resolves. And it's very simple. Coming out of Tampa, it's like the revolution.
This is not it either. God damn you, Steve.
The responsibility of the American people, American citizens. No cavalry is going to come and save you. No foreign country is going to come and save you. No these January 6 people that had just walked by the Capitol. In 24, remember, on that morning, their MSNBC and people are laughing at you and mocking you. They thought Kamala Harris, up until 7 or 8 o'clock, is unique in American history. You've had General Washington, you've had Abraham Lincoln, now you got Donald Trump. The three greatest presidents we ever had. And the reason he may actually be
George
greater,
Washington,
when
Abraham
he went
Lincoln.
back to Mar-a-Lago, when the Republican Party abandoned him and Fox News abandoned him and the left was coming after him and the deep state was then going to put him in prison, bankrupt him, smear his family. No American in history saw what was in front of him of all the challenges.
Right now. You are killing me.
All the challenges of going to prison for 300 years, of being bankrupt, of all. He made a conscious decision to come back. And
killing me.
Coalition bigger than FDR's. Comfortable. Hey, I fully understand it. If 2% or 3% or 4% become so cynical and say, hey, look.
Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. Okay, god damn, dude. So annoying.
The only thing that can stop us is ourselves. You know what can stop us? Cynicism. If we don't look into these things and expose these things to the American people and that you can see the evidence so that you can be comfortable, hey, I fully understand it. If 2% or 3% or 4% become so cynical and say, hey, look, I just don't believe in anything anymore. We're not going to win any more elections. This is so obvious. It's so tight right now. Where you're going to win by 10, 20,000 votes. We need to have not just every one of your votes. We need to have you motivated as you've been motivated to knock on doors, to canvass, to get people out to vote. That's how we won in 24. We have to see this through to the end. You know, I'm a fighter. And this fight is the fight before us because we could do all the tax cuts in the world. We could close the border for a while. We could do all these amazing things, which President Trump is doing. He's absolutely correct. He's on a roll. He's the hottest any president's ever been. We're doing it. However, if we don't get into what really tries to control the country, the deep state, and take it apart. And by the way, if we got rid of, I don't know, 100,000 or 200,000 billets and people, we'd have control of this. And I mean, cut the FBI by half, cut the CIA by half, cut 3/4 of the State Department, right? Cut the Defense Department by a third. Cut every department and start cutting them in half. Let's go back to the Roman Empire. You ever heard of Cato the Elder? Heard of Cato the Elder? You guys are always the best.
You're all so good.
So Cato the Elder was a very conservative senator in the Roman Republic. And his wisdom, he was looked upon as a wise individual. But he had one obsession, and that was Carthage. He realized the Roman Republic would never be truly free while they had this competitor, Carthage. So whatever was up, whether it was education policy or tax policy or a budget or anything, cleaning up Rome, putting in new sewers, aqueducts, he always finished every speech, and he was the greatest speaker in the Senate. Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. Why? He knew if he imprinted that time and time and time again in the Roman Senate, eventually people would come his way and say, you know what? We don't care how many wars it's taken to take on Carthage. It must be destroyed. That's the deep state.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Deep state delenda est.
Carthage
It must
is the
be
deep
destroyed,
state.
and it's your
I
responsibility to
get
do
it
it.
now.
If we don't have the president's back, you're going to be mocked and ridiculed. Oh, these are conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy theories. Well, you know what? The conspiracy theories that you guys focused on turned out they weren't conspiracy theories. They were conspiracy facts. The coming days and week, as these crises converge, after 10 years after President Trump came down the golden escalator, as they converge, trust me, you think it's been tough before, it's going to get very bumpy. On Monday, the situation in Ukraine right now, the NDAA, the Senate.
Okay, I'm I'm gonna pause it here. But basically, during this speech of Steve Bannon, you can kind of pick up on what's happening here. Like this dude loves, like he wants the Epstein files real bad. At some point, he says that we need a special prosecutor to be assigned to the to probe the Epstein files. Right. Unfortunately, I lost my place on this, and I think I might have passed it at some point in here. But basically, Steve Bannon, he wants a special prosecutor. And the reason he wants that special prosecutor, he is concerned, and I think rightly so, that the Republicans are losing the thread. Just faster and faster. You heard him talking at the beginning there about how just a few % of people get disenfranchised by this, who become cynical, as he says, could wind up causing Republicans to lose elections. Oh God, we will never lose. We'll never win another election, I think is what he said in there. And you know, I think in some ways he is right, because this will in fact sort of reveal the big lie that Donald Trump cared about this ever, and that he didn't want this to all be swept under the rug, even though he capitalized on this sort of narrative for years, and so did all of his allies like Steve Bannon. And so he's trying to walk this line, like many of these other sort of, what do you call it? Sort of commentators, right? The influencers on the right, who are basically trying to find ways not to blame Trump, and to also give their base like some red meat. But the red meat supplies are running super low. I mean, remember when they were screaming bloody murder over the existence of special prosecutors? And now we got Steve Bannon calling for special prosecutors. And, you know, was very concerned about what this particular issue is going to do to Trump and the Republican base. Okay. God damn it. You two ruined that. I had it perfectly set up for right when I wanted it, and I just totally killed my vibe. Okay. Let's move on from Steve Bannon to this. And here is one of the things I was sort of alluding to earlier, was that this blaming Bondi thing isn't going to work out. Because in my estimation, this whole time, Donald Trump was going to defend Pam Bondi over the Epstein probe, because he is the one who is, as I've been saying this whole time, who is green-lighting everything Pam Bondi is doing, right? The DOJ is currently Donald Trump's personal prosecutor's office. And he, you know, he is the one who is directing Pam Bondi to do these things. You know, she is more than willing to do anything Donald Trump asks her to do. And, well, Donald Trump has come out and reiterated his defense of Pam Bondi over the Epstein probe.
On Thursday, the Secret Service released a report outlining other changes the agency has made, including modernizing their training and technology. Now to the backlash over Trump administration's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. President Trump now backing his attorney general after Pam Bondi announced she was shutting the case related to the disgraced financer, crushing the public's hopes of seeing the files that the administration once promised it would release. Instead, Trump hailing Bondi on Truth Social for doing a, quote, fantastic job.
Fantastic job.
ABC News senior White House.
Great job, Pam. Pam, you are an angel sent down from heaven to protect me from my name being released in the Epstein files. Thank you very much, Pam. Hold on. Where's the tweet? Should have had this ready. Where is it? Is this it? I think this is it. It's pretty long-winded, if I recall correctly. I think this is the one. Okay, here it is. This was Donald Trump earlier today. What's going on with my quote-unquote boys? And in some cases, quote-unquote gals? They are all going after capital A Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing an all caps, fantastic job. We're on one capital T team, MAGA. And I don't like what's happening. We have all caps, perfect capital A administration, all caps, the talk of the world, and quote unquote selfish people are trying to hurt it all over a guy who never dies. Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to capital F files written by Obama, Crooked, Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the capital L losers of the capital C criminals of the Biden administration, who conned the capital W world with the Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these capital R, capital L, radical left lunatics release the Epstein files if there was anything? Wow. Staunch Pam Bondi defender, Donald Trump. See, this is what in my estimation, is going to make this whole narrative that the right-wing influencers are trying to weave so difficult to continue to push. Because they have Supreme Leader-in-Chief Donald Trump literally coming out and contradicting them. Really almost sort of scolding them for criticizing Pam and her fantastic job with the Epstein files. Great job, Pam. I don't know what's up with these guys saying that it's your fault. It's not your fault. You're just doing your job. The job that I told you to do. Hide those Epstein files so my name doesn't come out. And all those trips I took to the island can be forgotten forever.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, CNN was on the ground at Turning Points asking questions about this botched Epstein file situation. The Epstein debacle, I guess you could call it.
And this is the first topic that all of us as Americans, not as Democrats, not as liberals, not as Republicans, are actually lining together and saying we...
Hold on. I think people might have missed this at the beginning. Here we go. Take one. Take two.
And this is the first topic that all of us as Americans, not as Democrats, not as liberals, not as Republicans, are actually lining together and saying we all want the Epstein files. And I said, come on, Donald, give us those files.
We are here at the Turning Point USA Summit in Tampa, Florida.
Come on, Donald, give us those files. Yeah, wow. Maybe this guy's a secret woke leftist.
Give us those files.
We are here at the Turning Point USA Summit in Tampa, Florida. It is a big gathering of Trump supporters. And one thing everybody seems to be talking about here this weekend, Jeffrey Epstein.
We need to get to the bottom of Epstein because Epstein is the key that picks the lock.
Let me just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
This is Turning Point USA's Student Action Summit. It's an event aimed that mobilizing young conservatives. Ultimately, I mean, how bad do you think it would be for the MAGA movement, for young people's trust in Trump if by the end of his term they don't release everything they know about Epstein?
Well, I think that if they don't release the Epstein files, whatever J.D. Vance says then is irrelevant because it's like everybody's going to take it as like a lie because of what Donald Trump did. But I think J.D. Vance wants these files released as well. And I think that Donald Trump, he promised them, so he needs to do it. No matter who's on them, we need to release the Epstein files.
Yeah. Because right now the whole debate's about Bongino versus Bondi, but ultimately it's Trump's decision, right? I mean, he has the power.
It's Trump's decision. It's Trump's decision. I think again, and I'm not going to make the decision for the president. It's not my job. It's not.
Oh, it's amazing. It is amazing. Because even the MAGA folks seem to see this for what it is. It is Donald Trump's decision to release these files. Release the files, Trump. Release them. It is your responsibility. You got young Trump voters saying they would be utterly disenfranchised if by the end of Trump's term, those files aren't released. Shocking. Shocking. But one person has solved the Epstein case. Donald Trump himself.
I don't know what everyone's talking about. I'm so glad the Epstein case is closed and that the prophecy is complete. Hail Q. And it's all thanks to President Trump, who sacrificed his own safety to bring Jeffrey Epstein to justice. He embedded deep within the inner workings of Epstein's sex trafficking ring, attending parties, sharing girlfriends with Epstein, all so he could ensnare him in a master plan which could only be executed while being president. Think about it. Epstein was arrested on sex trafficking charges when Donald Trump was president. Donald Trump's FBI raided Epstein Island and his home in Manhattan and broke open Epstein's safe that had compromising photos of people in powerful positions. Was Trump in those photos?
What just happened? We've lost the feed. God damn you.
Photos? Absolutely. It was part of the cover. You've seen Donnie Brasco? Then Trump had to get reelected so he could finally close the case and bring other people who were also in on the job, like Attorney General Pam Bondi, who avoided bringing charges against Jeffrey Epstein when she was Attorney General of Florida between 2011 and 2019 because she too was working deep undercover, waiting for the right moment to finally solve the case. And guess what? She did. And she said he killed himself and there is no client list. I, for one, am so relieved.
Francesca Fiorentini playing a little dress up here, really bringing some comedy to this situation and some facts and comedy simultaneously. It takes a truly skilled individual to do such a thing, if I don't say so myself. Yeah, it's a great point. Not just Pam Bondi, but Acosta, Donald Trump's former labor secretary, was also involved. So it was a team effort in bringing this all to light in the way where it's not brought to the not bringing it to light is the part that it's like a Russian nesting doll, right? It's like you open one and there's like another one, you got to keep opening it, and it's like oh wait. But you can't open the last one, and that's where the Epstein files reside. But you needed a team to do that. You needed a whole team of people working together. Thank God we have Donald Trump and Pam Bondi, people like that, keeping us safe. These sex traffickers. Okay. That's enough Epstein files for today. Figured we would end there. But you know what? Francesca's playing dress up, but maybe you'd like to play dress up, or maybe you just like to dress other things up. Well, guess what? A new craze is taking over the goddamn planet which will give you that opportunity immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Labubu's taking the world
Welcome
by
back.
storm.
We've been waiting for this story for a while. You may remember Cabbage Patch Kids, Beanie Babies, the Furby, Trolls. Well, now there's a new doll becoming a cultural phenomenon.
Labubus are small, but the craze is massive. Jolani Martinez explains.
Oh my God. I got my Labubus their own Labubu.
It's like the cutest Starbucks outfit employee.
These small, toothy figurines are driving an international obsession that's reached Hawaii.
I ended up with over 50 Labubus at one point.
Honolulu resident Matthew Cam collects Labubus. They're made and sold by Pop Mart, a Chinese retailer known for its blind box collectibles.
China!
Meaning you don't know which Labubu is inside until you open it.
Everyone chases something that's hard to get. And when you actually get it, it's like rewarding.
Big Island resident Derry Corrales says online
Might have a
restocks
problem.
sell out within minutes.
And you just have to keep refreshing and hope for the best.
Immediately, if not
Kind of like
sooner.
a gambling addiction.
Celebrities are
Kind of
also
like
getting
a
into the
gambling
craze.
addiction.
Aquafina, Blackpink's Lisa,
sound
Dua Lipa, Rihanna, Emma Roberts,
Baba. Oh, love.
and local social media star Bretman Rock.
She is in my Courage bag. Duh.
Lizzo even mentioned the dolls in a verse.
Can't even outdress my Labubu.
The buzz has helped Pop Mart soar into a $40 billion company. Labubu dolls are sold on the company's website for $28. But high demand drives prices up to hundreds of dollars on resale sites. This long line formed outside a recent Labubu pop-up shop in Windward Mall.
Everyone's been buying them, all kids.
Only a few stores in Hawaii, including Kauai Corner at Pro Ridge Center, carry the dolls.
It's pretty much
Oh my God. This is a very what do you call it? Cogent chat here. Loot boxes, IRL loot boxes. That is kind of what they are. That I knew nothing about. I think I was familiar with the existence of these things, but knew nothing about them really until I watched this. It does seem to be it does feel like gambling a little bit. I mean, you don't even know what you're buying.
like the new Barbie dolls. They can dress up now.
I opened it and I felt this rush, kind of the same thing that I would during Pokemon cards.
Honolulu City Council member Radiant Cordero wasn't always a Labubu believer. Now, she and her husband own 7.
There's a bit of joy that comes from having these types of plushes, these collections, as well as making a whole community.
I feel like she's on the Labubu payroll or something. She's like doing a Labubu ad right now.
From it.
And fans don't stop at just owning a Labubu. They look for all the right accessories.
My favorite one would be this one. This is one that I have on my Instagram. I named him Kaiko just because I feel like that's the most localist boy that would probably wear this outfit as a job.
I have one of my boos here, and it just says, "Sup, boo."
Hawaii artist Taimane Kapahua says when she didn't see herself in the Labubu outfits available, she designed her own, putting a local spin on tiny t-shirts.
I wanted my Labubus to match things that I wear. So I wanted to make like little local like designs for them. And the one that I was most excited to like create was the little lei shirts inspired by Mahina Mead. They have been very popular. I can't like restock them fast enough.
You are joining me for an official unboxing.
Hawaii.
Oh, there you go. Labubu is taking the world by storm. I think it could be. I mean, they're cute. I'm not gonna lie. I think they're cute, and I think it's relatively harmless as long as people aren't like, spending their money on Labubus instead of buying or like paying for your like rent or something like that. As long as you don't take it too far, it seems like it could be fun. All right, let's talk about another piece of news and dolls and collectibles. Barbie with a first. introducing a new...
Mattel is adding another new Barbie to its lineup, the first ever doll with type 1 diabetes. The Barbie wears a glucose monitor on her arm and carries an insulin pump. In a statement, Mattel says it looks to make sure more kids can see themselves in the stories they imagine and all the dolls they love. The CDC says more.
There we go. Inclusive Barbie doll added to the Barbie collection. This one with type 1 diabetes. Equipped with glucose monitor and all of that. Oh, God. Woke Barbie. Yeah, woke. Very woke. Although I think diabetes is bipartisan, honestly. But hey, maybe you like to dress up yourself. Well, you get some space-age glamour from the Stéphane Roland collection. Here's the AP archive footage of the space-age couture runway show. I like this outfit. It's the Star Wars. It's like a Star Wars dinner party outfit. I feel like kinda, you know, you go from doing galactic politics, doing a little galactic partying. Wear the same dress.
We worked, you know, Pierre Martinez and myself, we worked during 1.5 years to produce this show, and we put all, we gave
looks
all
like a
our
Tesla
energy
logo.
and heart and sensitivity. And
I can't unsee it now. It does look like a little bit looks like a Tesla logo. You are right.
everything to make this show the most beautiful possible.
A lot of interesting headwear in this collection, if you ask me.
The applause was
a lot
so
of plunging
amazing,
necklines,
and when I saw
flowing,
the standing ovation,
flowing gowns. Whoa, look at this one. My gosh. Space age fashion and couture for our space fams. Hope you enjoyed it. Now more fashion was happening. Stars arriving at the Schiaparelli show. A lot of crazy outfits here. Are people value-tained yet?
Are you not entertained?
Is that Dua Lipa? I think that's Dua Lipa. I'm loving that. It's like a bird. She looks like a bird. I'm like a bird. Cardi B with some very wild live crow? A live crow. My God. All right, enough gazing at beautiful people and beautiful outfits. Let's talk about one man whose transformational makeup artistry is being noticed by all sorts of people. Here's CNN from 4 days ago.
The guest bathroom always makes people smile.
We have Madonna,
Meryl Streep, the very sad-looking Lana Del Rey.
This is the work of transformative makeup artist Elliot Rents, better known as Alexis Stone, or any number of the hundreds of celebrities he's impersonated.
I think there was 250 we did before we moved on to the 2.0 version of these transformations. People have an idea that we sort of go to a Halloween shop and we buy these things over the counter, but everything is handmade and takes decades of experience.
Working with a team, he takes the discipline of movie makeup and prosthetics into the real world, collaborating with fashion houses and celebrities. Although he's perhaps best known for his ongoing partnership with Balenciaga's creative director, known only as Demna, whose couture show will be his last collection for the brand. At his home and studio in Scotland, Rents showed us what goes into his shape-shifting practice.
I do have to warn people before they come over because out of context it is a little Jeffrey Dahmer. But it's really important for me to be surrounded by things that visually stimulate me. Work experiences or
now that he says
muses.
It is a little Jeffrey Dahmer. It is a little bit creepy. And I think, yes, I think a forewarning probably necessary before coming in here.
By things that visually stimulate me. Work experiences or muses. We have me as Cruella de Vil. This is the wig that Glenn Close wore in her original makeup test. I got to keep little remnants of it, pieces of her costume. If we can unlock some of the props from the films, I like to do that just because if I can submerge myself as close to what they were around, it's only going to lean into a better performance from my end.
That's pretty wild.
Even, for example, with Jack Nicholson, we worked on having a fragrance made that was just pure tobacco. So when we were walking around, the whole room just ended up stinking. It's normally like a FBI's most wanted in terms of...
There you go. One man bringing movie making prosthetics to fashion and impersonating celebrities. Pretty incredible work, not gonna lie. Some of those are pretty convincing. All right, now let's go to one little island on the East Coast where fashion is a big deal. And one Hasanabi got some tips on how to look like a true New Yorker.
Where are we gonna go today? What are we gonna do today? Because like I said,
Well,
you're the fashion icon.
Oh my God! Don't ever say that.
You're the
Don't
guy.
ever people
say
give
that.
me like
You're the guy.
credit for
Don't
things.
say
I'm
that.
like,
How
I just
dare
make
you.
jokes about it.
You're the guy. You're literally the guy.
You are literally the guy, says Hasan. Hold on.
It's cool. I think she was like, I'm telling me to let you up.
Yeah, I did say that.
Dude, I will say, chat, that's what it feels like to get cut by Hasan when you're in the closet and you just gotta hear him talk about politics with your girl for...
That's what happened, yeah.
That's what it felt like.
That's what it felt like?
Yeah.
All right, what's good? We got the man, the myth, the legend. They're calling you Race Bolt. Yeah. The man, the myth, the legend, Race Bolt in the building.
I'm back.
He's back.
And I'm better.
Ready for some bangers like last time.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is a nice spot.
Yeah. Apparently, I went to my coffee place. They
Yeah.
bomb
It's
Vietnamese
good.
coffee. It is very good. This morning, both of the baristas were fans, and I found out that there's a lot of famous people that stay in this hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Jeremy Allen White and what's the tall guy's name again? The one that was fucking
That wires it down to everyone.
Euphoria, sexy tall guy. Euphoria.
Tall guy? Oh, Jacob Elordi.
Jacob Elordi.
I just saw a thing about him in this area.
Well, there it is. He's
Yeah.
here. He just saw me here, and he was like,
Oh, you saw him?
No, he just
Oh.
saw me, and it was like, oh, I want to do what he's.
Don't be creepy.
Don't be creepy. I want to do what Hassan is doing.
Tall guy thing.
Oh,
yeah, it's
yeah,
a tall guy.
Hassan.
Tall guy connection.
There's that one
Trendsetting.
guy on Instagram that does like tall guy content. Have you seen that?
6'7", the guy who's like 6'8" or 6'7".
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Dude, it's so weird. That's his whole thing. Is like he
It
finds people that are taller than him.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, wow,
Tall
you're even
guy
taller
meetup.
than me.
Whoa, you're big.
Yeah.
You're both big.
Yeah, 6'7".
It's so fun watching like them interact, like him interact with a bunch of tall people, and then like regular people walk by,
Yeah.
and it's just like, oh, it's a different world.
I know. I'm not that tall. I'm only 6'4". I'm at normal height.
That's
I think.
ridiculous.
You're
I'm
a
normal
normal
tall
height.
guy. Like once you go past 6'5", you're like,
normal tall guys like 6'1".
really?
6'1" to 6'3" is like 6'3" even is like Okay, you're a tall guy. 6'4".
Weird.
You're getting there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I think everyone will agree with that. Normal tall is like 6'1" to 6'3". Maybe even.
Collab with him, please. Where the fuck is this?
That's like exactly what I'm wearing, kind of.
Yeah, you do. You do have that shit on,
I
dude.
just have the exact. Hold on.
You have that shit
I'm like
on.
wearing exactly this outfit.
I'll put my hat on as well.
It's a very regular.
My outfit
it's a very
is not,
regular day.
My outfit is not like that at all. But
no, but the body's the outfit though. You've been getting crazy lean.
Wait, really? I think I've been getting fat. I've been getting fatter.
I think that's what everyone feels like. Dude.
No, I've been getting fatter for real. But I used to be more lean. But I'm just slutting it up because I got the new merch.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing today. We're gonna be picking out a fit for me for Time 100 most influential.
I have no clue what we're gonna get you.
Yeah, my manager hits me up. My manager hits me up, and is like, "Hey, this is a cocktail event. Like this is cocktail attire."
Okay, so.
And I was like, "I only brought t-shirts." I've been on a jersey kick as well, which some people have said is not good. They don't like the jerseys.
What kind of jerseys though?
I wear a Mexico jersey usually. You know what I want? Maybe you can help me with this.
Oh.
Probably not though. So I ball with these Swagapinos.
Oh.
Okay. There's like a Sunday league.
Okay.
And they have the coolest they make jerseys for their basketball leagues. They do not go around.
Oh,
And it's so sick. It's like the Philippine flag and like sometimes it'll be like a sun in there. It's like
we need
sick.
to get you in a Filipino jersey.
That's what I.
There we go. All right. Hasan getting fashion tips in New York City. Hasan pretending he's normal. Yep, that's exactly what he's doing. 6'4" is tall, though. It is tall. It's, 6'4", that's NBA height, right? I mean, there are shorter people than 6'4", but, that's, closer to, the average NBA players. Definitely makes you a pretty tall guy. Normie LARPer. Yup, LARPing. They are LARPing. At least Hasan is LARPing. All right, while we're in New York City, let's do a little Zoran talk. Little Zoran talk. Have a little coffee.
My name is Zohran Mamdani, and this is the Dinner Party Interview. I am running to be the next mayor of this city because this is the most expensive city in the United States of America. And it's also the wealthiest one in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And yet 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. I'm running to make the city affordable. My first apartment that I rented is the one that I am living in right now, and I'm paying $2,300 for a 1-bedroom in Astoria. I do have a public library card because, like many New Yorkers, I tried and failed at becoming a screenwriter, and I did that at the Bryant Park Library. Today, I have taken the train, I have biked, I have run. That's just the nature of running to be the mayor of this great, incredible city. And my train line, I live equidistant between...
I hear Zoran doesn't even own a car.
The NW and the MR, the many cities in one. I moved here when I was 7 years old. I grew up here, and at different stages in my life, I've come to love and know this city across the different neighborhoods of the 5 boroughs. Our leaders. You can see the video of me yelling at Tom Homan. That's how I sound. The sounds that came into my mind are ones that will lose me the election, so...
What? I still don't know what he means by that. What sounds is Zoran thinking of that would lose him the election? I need to know what he was saying. What was he thinking? Oh my god.
I'm walking here. I am currently 40 minutes into episode 2 of White Lotus season 3. I keep falling asleep. I'm watching it in about 10-minute increments.
Come on!
Depends on which one is unionized. Gotta go Zabar's. Mets. Poppy seed bagel with scallion cream cheese. Right now, I'm going through a Ray Shremmerd phase, so I'm listening to This Could Be Us and Swang. The last thing I thought about buying was a Paddington Bear sweater that was advertised to me every day on Instagram. Great cinema, Paddington. A decade ago, I think we were still...
Zoran could absolutely rock a Paddington Bear sweater. He should buy it. I think that's a smart buy.
In the midst of an affordability crisis. I think it continues to be that issue, but at a greater scale, where we're losing thousands of New Yorkers every year to places where they can actually afford to pay for their rent or their childcare or their groceries or even their Metro card. $2.90 is now out of reach of 1 in 5 New Yorkers. Failed leadership of the past and the present. If I succeed, it will look like a city that will be more than a place where New Yorkers just struggle. It'll be one where they can actually live out those dreams that brought them here. And if I fail, we will see a former governor return to power in City Hall who will continue his record of betraying working-class New Yorkers while claiming to serve them. There are a number of parking lots that we have today that could be more productively used to build that housing. There are also a number of vacant lots. Ultimately, what we have to do is build enough housing such that every New Yorker can actually afford to live in the city and that we can welcome those who want to become New Yorkers. I think ultimately we have to be driven by outcomes. And if our outcome is public safety, then when we look at involuntary confinement, we see that it has a mixed result at best. And what we have actually seen is there are a number of other approaches in our city, best typified by a model known as clubhouses, of which there are some known as Fountain House, which have been shown to decrease rates of hospitalization for New Yorkers with serious mental illness by about 45%, increase rates of employment by more than 50%, and only cost $4,000 a year for their services. I will fight Donald Trump whenever he puts New Yorkers within the crosshairs of his federal government, and that's something we've been missing as we've seen Eric Adams offer collaboration, Andrew Cuomo offer cowardice. I will offer courage. I would be proud to partner with the federal administration as the only campaign that has a plan to do just that through a network of municipal-owned grocery stores, one in each borough, that will guarantee cheaper groceries for New Yorkers who are right now being priced out of produce. I will ensure that we protect the First Amendment, which is a bedrock of our Constitution and one of the many things that makes me proud to be an American. And yet what we've seen is a federal government that is looking to squash that very right and a number of institutions and individuals who are echoing that repression here in our city. And
hell yeah, Zoran. Hell yeah. Everything Zoran says is great. Pretty much everything this man says about what he wants to do as mayor is right on point. Protect the protesters from being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's the kind of mayor we need in New York. Now, Zoran wasn't just on New York Magazine doing dinner interviews. He was also on the streets talking about what needs to be done to them. This is straight out of the Zoran Mamdani for New York City YouTube channel from Friday.
this is 14th Street, in a city with the slowest buses in the country. It's an oasis of quick commutes. That's because in 2019, New York City made this into a busway. Most of the day, only buses, trucks, and emergency vehicles can travel along 14th Street. Cars making local trips can get to the curb and garages, but they have to turn off at the next available right. The results have been transformative. Bus speeds increased by up to 47%, ridership jumped by 30%, and crashes and injuries have plummeted. But here on 34th Street, buses crawl at an abysmal 3 miles an hour. That's slower than a tourist walks through Midtown. We love you. Please keep coming to visit New York City. 28,000 daily riders on crosstown buses are trapped by congestion, confusion, and chaos. So the Department of Transportation...
That was the best political sort of maneuver I've ever seen. Oh, that was fucking hilarious. Slower than a tourist walks through Midtown. Please keep coming. We love you, tourists.
Please keep coming to visit New York City.
I'm sorry, I just gotta hear it one more time.
3 miles an hour. That's slower than a tourist walks through Midtown. We love you. Please keep coming to visit New York City. 28,000 daily riders on crosstown buses are trapped by congestion, confusion, and chaos. So the Department of Transportation had a great idea. Let's bring the success of the 14th Street busway here. It's not a new proposal. Mayor Bloomberg first suggested it in 2008. And this summer, it was supposed to finally happen. 3 community boards.
Hey, I did not tell you to pause. This is very rude.
Voted overwhelmingly in favor. Elected officials are all on board. And then, Eric Adams pulled the plug. It's a familiar tale under this mayor. Time and again, he's interfered to delay, water down, or outright cancel street redesign projects that would make moving around our city safer, faster, and more enjoyable. Come on! Why does he do this? Did a donor give him a call? Was he feuding with a local elected official? With Eric Adams? You never really know. But this mismanagement is a big reason why the mayor is woefully behind on implementing the streets plan passed in 2019. That law mandated the city build at least 150 miles of new protected bus lanes between 2022 and 2026, 30 miles per year.
And what's Adams averaging? Fewer than 8. Speeding up buses isn't complicated. It doesn't cost much. You don't need Albany. All the tools are in the power of City Hall. We just need a mayor who'll deliver for the more than 1 million New Yorkers who ride the bus every day.
Hell yeah, Zoran. Keep fighting the good fight, pal. Zoran is like on top of all of this shit in such a way that I just find so impressive, right? The fact that he can be running this campaign in this way, like where he's talking about every single issue that how do I say it? Like he's managing to address all of these issues, right, in ways that speak to voters, that actually address any of the like he's like getting ahead of the criticism, to saying, oh, well, look, all of this power lays in City Hall, right? While also like running a successful campaign, like running a social media strategy that is honestly like really impressive, not gonna lie. I'm sure his filmmaker mother must have had some, I mean, I know he worked in the film industry at one point, so I think that's partly why his social media presence is so goddamn good. But honestly, I just love his videos. They're just so well put together. And it was just in a short period of time, what was that? Less than 2 minutes. He explained the problem, explained the solution, and said, hey, vote me into office and I'm going to get it done. All right. While we're in New York, I figure we should talk a couple of other things here. This is a very disturbing story from Eyewitness News ABC 7. Something that maybe Zoran could solve. I mean, he has been talking about reforming the NYPD. And apparently, dozens of NYPD officers failed background checks. And yet, a court is blocking their firing.
State judge is now stepping in after dozens of NYPD officers were about to be relieved of their duties. This after an internal investigation found they were hired illegally. Eyewitness News reporter Lindsay Tuckman live outside police headquarters in Lower Manhattan. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Shirley. And the NYPD says somehow these 31 recruits made it onto the police force, despite many of them apparently lying on their background checks. And they were asked to
I'm sorry, they did what? They lied?
turn in their badges.
They lied on their
Many
background
of them
checks?
apparently lying on their background checks, and they were asked to turn in their badges. But just as soon as they were fired, a judge said not so fast. After an internal investigation, the NYPD did identify those 31 people who came through the police academy in the past 2 years, despite officials saying notices of disqualification came up during the application process, which officials say is a violation of state law.
Illegal.
Therefore, the NYPD told them over the past few days that they do face termination if they don't resign and have to surrender their guns. However, the Police Benevolent Association, their union, said it wasn't the officers' fault. The inspection process was tainted, and a state Supreme Court judge granted a temporary restraining order on the fire.
Police unions are such a fucking joke. It wasn't their fault that they lied on these forms. It was the system. Oh, God. Not the terrible, terrible system. It's the, fraudulent system that caused these guys and gals, you might assume, to lie on their paperwork. Huh. Weird. Systemic problem. Such a strange vibe to take from that. All right, to wash our mouths of that horrifying story, let's stay in New York and talk about one man doing good deeds on the street. CBS New York from 4 days ago.
Before I get up here, it's always an anxious feeling. Thank you. Have a blessed day. I wait for the people to engage with me.
It's a cool message.
If someone wants to receive the message, that's cool. Some people aren't ready to receive the message, and that's okay too. It's all love either way.
What are you doing here right now, huh? Why are you being a dick?
Don't forget the message, all right?
I want you to read your sign to me.
And it says if you're reading this right now, I just want to let you know that your life matters. You are important. You are loved. You are the only you in this world, and no one can replace you. Oh. You know, when you say it to yourself, it may get you through that tough moment.
What was going through your mind that brought you to this?
During COVID, I felt like I was in a dark place. What helped me sometimes was seeing positive messages. You know, you're loved, you're important, but we need to hear that, you know, and it matters.
Thank you. 32-year-old Brooklyn native Jose Cruz has a steely determination as he holds his handwritten sign, but there's an approachable softness, too.
She was crying. I feel like she really needed a hug. You know, I think she needed to see this. This is why I do what I do.
I love it. Thank you. Awesome. What is your ultimate goal here? What would you love to see?
The ultimate goal is to just spread love and positivity. I know sometimes it gets really dark, but that light is within you, and once you find that light, you'll see you're able to shine into anybody else.
He holds signs up like this. The time I spent with Jose was so impactful that I shared it with hundreds of guests at the recent NAMI NYC's fundraiser. And he calls it the World Needs Love Tour.
There we go. One man doing everything he can to spread love around New York City, getting recognition from journalists and even the North American Mental Illness Institute, or whatever it's called. Felt that was a good Sunday Funday story. I was holding on to that one all week. All right. We're still in New York. We're not leaving yet. Because Hasan met up with Hasan. I'm sorry, what? That's right. That is correct. Hasan and Hasan. Hasan squared. Dos Hasanos.
Yeah, in real life, but you're just kind of you're almost treating the chat like it's like a like it's a NASDAQ ticker.
Yeah, right now I'm not like fully locked into like what the 2018 almost, which is kind of crazy.
No breaks.
No breaks. No, I mean sometimes I take a couple days off for like traveling and stuff.
Shout out to streaming though, by the way, because for me, winter holiday. I don't know if it was like this for you, but you grew up in Turkey. But here, man, winter holiday super lonely for all the Muslim kids.
Yeah.
You know, December 24th, December 25th. Shout out to my lonely kids out there. Nobody can play during winter holiday. So you got the stream, which is dope.
Yeah, that's what I do. I stream through all the holidays for sure. Part of that is that reason. And now that I'm in LA, like I'll usually have like a bunch of my friends that don't have their families here or haven't gone back. Like I usually will bring them over to my house to also celebrate. If you want, there's a fresh iced latte if you want it, or an iced coffee. You might have to mix it a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
But ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Hasan Minhaj in the building, which is so crazy. I know.
What
it's
a crazy
like
multiverse this is.
It is a multiverse. We talked about this already. I just did a show, and when is that going to be coming out?
Dropping very soon.
Okay, hell yeah, dropping very soon. And I was like, bro,
we did a low key little undergrad poli-sci 101 session.
We did do that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was great. And also this is the time of the.
How funny would that be, by the way, if you get 60 units in Hasan Piker?
Yeah, that's what we. That's
like basically in an hour, we basically went over.
We went over everything. We covered everything. We covered all the bases.
Yeah.
But when we find the three Hasans, the third Hasan is Mehdi Hasan. I don't know where does he live? Does he live in New York?
Mehdi's in DC.
Oh, he's in DC.
Yeah,
oh,
but he's in DC, but he's also in the grid.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
My man is.
He's everywhere.
Are you tweeting that much? Or are you you're here? Because Mehdi Hasan is tweeting.
I tweet a lot too, I think. Gotcha. I used to have it on my phone and I delete it, but when I travel, I put it back on my phone because like it's just too much. Especially now, like new Twitter is so racist that it's like, it like bums me out. You know what I mean? It fucks up my vibes. It fucks up my brain a little bit.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, quick updates, everybody. This is the part of the.
By the way, I'm just going to pause this because I just want to remind everybody that we have a goal, and it's been going. I don't think I made the announcement, and that's my bad. We do have a goal going now, so do consider contributing to ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet Sunday Funday content that we deserve. Also, I haven't figured out the exact number right now, but we are running another galactic deficit heading into August. So we will accept Cash App and PayPals as well to contribute to that goal, if you'd prefer that rather than YouTube donos.
Guess where I tell them about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button, so help me God. That's what I'm gonna do. But actually, you know what? Because the noise gate is off, I'm not even gonna play the music. But
I love Lo-Fi Backpack.
It's the best.
Yeah.
It's the best. It's also DMCA free.
Who's the artist? Do we know who the artist is? Let's credit
I think it's just like all, it's a collection of all like copyright free, like small independent artists that do lo-fi music that they just like put together in one sequence. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so personal news wise, yeah, I went to Times 100, top 100 last night, chat after I ended the broadcast.
Congratulations.
The fit was good.
Let's talk about the fit. Do we have photos?
I didn't take any photos.
Oh, gotcha.
Which, you know, everybody always gets mad at me where it's like, I have one, it's just like me posted up, but you can't really see the fit, but it's like me against, do you know Hot Ones?
Of course.
Yeah, Sean Evans.
You and Sean?
Yeah, I have a meme that it's like my only one-sided beef is with Sean Evans, because I said met my biggest enemy.
Damn.
This time we were both recognized. Okay. Because in 2018, I was up and coming, you know, young influencer. I was on the Young Turks. I had this show called The Breakdown.
Yeah.
And I would do these like straight to camera explainers and try to like add a little bit of satire, you know, very Daily Show influenced, right?
Sure.
And the show was put up for like best new show category, and they flew me out. And they didn't just, I was at Coachella at the time, and they flew me out from Coachella to New York, and I was supposed to be presenting an award as well for the best show award.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I got this in a bag. They put me in a private jet with the Dobricks. Like I hitched a ride. They were sending them. They gave them a private jet.
Got it. And
It's not like just the afterthought.
But they were like, you can also join. And I was like,
All
oh, okay, sure,
You
whatever.
too
I've never
get
been
on
a
the
private
plane.
jet before. Fuck it. And basically, that made me think like, oh, I'm gonna win. This is my first ever award that I'm gonna win. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This also had dropped Hot Ones at the same time.
Okay.
So Hot Ones won.
So the beef started then.
So and because he's like such an inoffensive guy in general.
Yes.
I have
very sweet.
Yeah, he is. He's a really nice guy.
Sweet guy.
Yeah. So I've just kept up this idea that like I hate that guy. He stole from me.
All right. So this was the fit, and this fit with the chain. That's old.
That's from the
That was when you
2018.
lost.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's when I lost.
Okay.
You see it in my face.
Oh.
The devastation.
That's the concession speech.
Well, no, that was actually. I think I was like also delivering, like I said, the best show award or whatever.
Got it.
Both Dave Starslow. Oh, true.
I'm sure
he did
Hasan
it at Star
cried himself to
too.
sleep. Wait,
That's
which
right.
Hasan?
Minhaj. I sat next to you on a Southwest flight before you were going to interview Pritzker. I spent the whole flight trying to figure out if it was you and trying not to be weird.
I probably ended up being super weird. So sorry. Oh damn! So you knew that? Did we talk about? Did I let it slip that I was about to go interview JB Pritzker?
I think they probably figured it out.
They figured it out pretty quickly. Okay.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
First time
Hasan
watcher. Which one is
chat.
Hasan? We're both. Hasan's coming.
Single S. By the way, single S.
I know.
Shout out to the single S.
Do they ever double S you?
I get double S and I feel the same way.
Dude. Anytime
I feel
someone double S's me, I know they're about to say some heinous shit.
Yeah, when you hit me with the double. And by the way, you know, there's a lot of double S Hasans out there. Shout out to you as well. You know, we all carry a beautiful name.
But in my experience, anytime someone hits me with a double S, they're saying some like
wild stuff,
wild Islamophobic shit. I know it's about to come, and it's especially funny because like it's literally everywhere on the screen. So you had to have intentionally been writing with a double S.
And don't even try to do the triple. We're getting hit with the triple S right now in the chat, and that's
the quadruple
they're
S.
saying Hasan because like that's what some haters will say sometimes too. Yeah, a lot of this is just meme culture, so you can't take anything that they're saying in the chat seriously as well. But I'm glad that you're getting to see the experience in real time because we kind of did talk about this, and you were like,
you know what's wild is like I'm trying to actually take it seriously because I like Yeah, I'm trying to acknowledge their existence in real life, but you're just kind of you're almost treating the chat like it's like a like it's a NASDAQ ticker.
Yeah, right now I'm not like fully locked into like what the chat is saying, obviously.
Gotcha.
Also, chat obviously got to do the shout out as well. Ideology.shop merch is coming out.
Drops today, right?
Yeah.
The new Hasan merch.
Ideology.shop.
It should be. It actually should be. He abuses us every day. Wide people
Illegal.
sad. It's true. I abuse them. Yeah. New collection just dropped. Shock Doctrine, Disaster Capitalism collection. You can go get it.
Hats.
We got
T-shirts.
we got this hat. Yeah, we got this hat. Kaya makes an appearance in this one in this photo shoot as well. We got the USAID T-shirt. This is like the actual. This is what they had in the in the Taliban textbooks.
Whoa.
Created in was it Arkansas? What is this? He's lying and trying to seem cool. Hasan knows a lot of our names and has deleted crucial memories from his childhood to remember us. That's true.
Oh shit.
No, I'm not like trying to seem cool at all. Don't worry. I have no.
Is there any b-ball gear? Because me and you were trying to hoop this week.
I know. Well, I don't have any b-ball gear. I did have a fitness collection like a while back. Himbo Fitness. We did that like years ago at this point. But yeah, here it is. This is, oh shit, I think my cameraman Eric is here.
Eric's here, by the way, so I'm gonna take over the chat.
Yeah, you take
over. But this is, this is the collection.
Don't click on anything crazy.
So we got this.
Yeah, you up. Thank you.
By the way,
austerity
back to his
t-shirt.
fit. Hasan, how are we feeling? Have you always been like a jewelry dude?
I've always worn a lot of jewelry. But
no jewelry here.
No, there's jewelry. You can see it in the neck. And I always wear.
How could anyone follow that? You talking about the chat? I think that's what you're talking about. I don't, honestly, we've talked about this in the past. I still don't know how Hasan follows that chat because it goes at about 10,000 miles per hour. It's like 1,000 messages per second, and Hasan will be able to like pick out like messages amidst the torrent of text. I don't know what it is. It's some sort of superpower that he has, I think.
Is that a Hasan thing or a Turkish thing?
No, I think that's a me thing.
Oh, dope.
That's definitely a me thing. I mean, I really like jewelry. I don't know.
Silver?
I used to wear gold. I don't really wear gold anymore as much. Shout out to Islam. I didn't even know that Muslim men don't wear gold. Did you know that?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The sentiment of it's really cool too. As a way, it's like as a gesture of like almost like egalitarianism of like.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like men don't have a lot of ways of expressing themselves in terms of like fashion. So like I take all the liberties with like accessories.
Your ring
basically.
game's great too.
Thank you.
I just do the watch and.
Yeah, I'm not like a big watcher. I have an Apple Watch.
But the band's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I had to spruce it up because everyone kept making fun of me for wearing like an Apple Watch with like the regular band, so it at least looks like a real watch.
Sure.
But yeah, chat,
Merch
get it
is
going.
Live, Merch is live.
Remember his username, Hasanbi in 2021. Oh yeah. Hey Hasan Minhaj, what is this username?
Oh yeah. So in Hindi or in Urdu, whatever you speak. How you doing, man? Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm Eric. This is Eric.
Hey, I'm Hasan. How are you? Nice to meet you. I took over in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You're the son of 4 S's, right?
No. How dare you? I'm a single S.
So Eric,
you're on the necklace 2 game, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
I'm no necklace Hasan.
Eric is also a content creator himself. He like does a lot of really cool GeoGuessr videos, like where he will do like a fake GeoGuessr thing and then like talk about something historical.
Yeah.
But
where'd you get the?
He also works with he worked with the Zoran campaign too. What's up?
Where'd you get the Asian candy from? Did you go to Korea?
Oh no, he brought it from China.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, he literally brought it from China.
How is it?
I have to have my China.
Does it have gelatin in it? That's one thing that must have been cool about being in Turkey.
Oh, no gelatin?
Yeah, no gelatin. Oh, I can't tell. Chat. Anyone Anyone can discern.
Anybody read this?
Yeah, can't
So you are no pork. Do you drink?
No pork, no swine, no alcohol.
No alcohol.
Yeah.
Wow, that's. I do everything.
Pious Hasan Minhaj.
I'm bad. I don't
live and let live.
Wait, do you don't pray?
I pray.
You pray 5 times a day?
I mean, no.
Oh, okay.
I mean, God's watching. No,
Damn.
Don't. But I did. We kicked it off. We said Jumu'ah Mubarak to everybody.
Yeah.
To those.
Are you going? Do you go to like?
Nah, it's 1:30.
Friday.
So I missed it. But I kicked it off the chat. So this was spiritual.
And you do Ramadan and everything.
I do.
This was spiritual for us, I think, at least for me. 2 Hasans, 1 stream. That is crazy. That is crazy. There might be too many Hasans in one room. If Mehdi Hasan showed up, I think the singularity would unfold immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's go from New York down to Philadelphia. For some more Sunday Funday action, Cirque du Soleil is coming to the Wells Fargo Center. And you could get your Cirque on.
Cirque du Soleil's OVO arrives in Philadelphia this week. The Bugs are back in town with a renewed version of the popular production. It includes a reimagined set design and new acrobatics as well. The show is playing a limited engagement at the Wells Fargo Center starting this Friday. Shanae Malay, senior publicist with Cirque du Soleil, joins us now live. Thank you so much for being on our show and waking up with us, Shanae.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So as we all know, there are so many different and beautiful Cirque du Soleil productions. Tell us a little bit about OVO and what makes this production unique.
Well, if you've seen Cirque du Soleil before, you know that we have a mix of all different arts. We have very high-level acrobats, live music, a large stage and production. We've got custom-made costumes that are very vibrant. OVO, what makes us different is that we're themed around bugs. So all of our 53 artists that you'll see on stage are all insects. They're the imaginative and very talented spiders, scarabs, crickets that you'll see on our show. It's got a Brazilian inspiration as well in the music. Ovo actually means egg in Portuguese. And it's just a show that has so much joy
That
and
was
warmth
crazy.
and just something for everybody in the family.
That.
And we understand there are some reimagined elements as well. What are those?
Well, the show has been going on since 2000.
How did they do that? We gotta watch that again. That was wild.
Actually means egg in Portuguese, and it's just a show that has so
Oh
much
my
joy and warmth.
god. The way they just sort of throw the performers with their legs.
He means
That
egg
is
in
freaking
Portuguese,
sick.
and it's just a show that has so much
How?
joy and warmth
And
and
catch
just
the
something for
spinning
everybody in the
discs.
family.
And we understand there are some reimagined elements as well. What are those?
Well, the show has been going on since 2009, full-time, year-round. So we've been to over 40 countries in the past 16 years.
Well, there you go. If you're in Philadelphia, you can catch this fabulous show. Cirque du Soleil's OVO. Now, while we're in Pennsylvania, we got a couple other things we should take a look at. First, at one fast food establishment, a cartoonish crime occurred earlier this week.
And this is a McMystery. Ronald McDonald is missing in action. Police in Pennsylvania are on the
McMystery. Good one.
And this is a McMystery. Ronald McDonald is missing in action. Police in Pennsylvania are on the hunt for those people right there that you're seeing on your screen who apparently stole the iconic statue out of that restaurant. Illegal. They're now trying to figure out who those people are, asking anyone who spots them or Ronald McDonald to give them a call.
There you go. 2 people in Pennsylvania doing a clownish heist in a McDonald's. A McMystery, if you will. My God. Even Ronald McDonald's not safe on these streets. Horrifying. All right, let's go west to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where one very strange championship was held at something called the Picklesburg Festival, whatever that means. Did they question the Hamburglar? Ooh, good question. Good question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I'm not sure. I unfortunately don't have any further information on that story, but Hamburglar does seem like he would be on the suspect list.
A round of applause. Let's go. What's up, Pittsburgh? Just want to say thank you to everybody for coming out and supporting us. When we say we are family owned and operated, we absolutely mean it. I want to thank PDP, John and Rachel, everybody for putting this event on for us and for all the other vendors. Just want to say thank you. Hope you're having a great time. If anybody wants Pick Elixir, it's literally right there. I'm going to toss a couple hats out in the crowd. I see one right there and a shirt. So thank all of you again for supporting us and giving us the opportunity to live our version of the American dream. Appreciate it.
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. It's like 13 minutes long, and they interview every contestant.
3.5. I'm just happy to be here.
They interview all the contestants. But then what you're seeing here, look at this table. Pickle juice. That's right. In Pittsburgh, at the Picklesburg Festival, a pickle juice drinking championship was underway here earlier this week. Actually, I think it was this weekend.
Drink the pickles! Drink the pickles!
Drink the pickles! Drink the pickles! All right, next up, this person.
Okay, we are not going to go through all this. Let's just go to the actual... Here we go. This is where it gets serious. Okay, hold on. This is where the rubber meets the road.
They're disqualified. My hands are shaking because
Illegal.
I'm the judge on this.
My hands are shaking.
7-8 best, and they all know how to do it.
My hands are... Your hands are really... Really? This is that high stakes? Adrenaline running through your body? Shaking in anticipation of this high stakes competition.
I hate being the judge on this because these are the 10 or the 7-8 best, and
In the
they
world?
all know how to do it.
Wow.
We have to pick a winner. So it's not only the quickest, but it's the one who dribbles the least and the one who leaves nothing left in the jar. I'm so nervous.
It's good. Any other questions? So let's go ahead and take the lids off your jars, and then after that, you're not allowed to touch the jar until we say go. Audience, your part is really hard, but let's keep it simple. It's 3, 2, 1, go. We have to be in sync when we do that. You guys good?
The double thumbs
Are
up.
we good? Everyone's ready? Timekeeper's good? All right, I'm going to slide over here.
Oh, God. This is serious.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, my God. That young man is a monster. How did you do that? How?
What was that time, guys? 4.1.
He's disappointed. This guy's disappointed in his... This guy's disappointed in his performance. I gotta watch him shake his head at the camera again.
4.19 seconds. Barely spilling. Ryan, second year, the Duke of Drinking. Congratulations.
Great job, kid. Great job. You did it. This kid gets a prize. Big pickle prize.
Thanks to the Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership, all of the sponsors. Have an amazing rest of your afternoon. Until next year, guys, for this one.
This is 500 big one.
That's my brother!
Look over this way. Over this way.
500 bones and a sweet, sweet pickle trophy for just drinking a jar of pickle juice in an incredibly fast time. Great job, kid. Great job. There you go. Are you not value-tained yet?
Are you not entertained?
Are you not value-tained yet here? We are getting serious around here. pickle competitions, fashion. Hasan in NYC. I mean, come on. The valuetainment is, I think this is peak. This is almost peak valuetainment right now. Okay. Okay. Let's go to this ridiculous story. We're not going to spend too much time on this, but I found this to be fascinating. Apparently, a group of Southerners, I guess you'd call it, are suing a state park over an exhibit that they see as being critical of their particular movement. What movement is that? The Georgia Confederacy Group. That's right. Confederates. 21st century Confederates upset by
in the hills of Georgia, not far
monuments.
from Atlanta,
Sounds like something a snowflake would be upset about.
In the hills of Georgia, not far from Atlanta, Confederate leaders overlooked the city of Stone Mountain. The image is carved into granite over many decades. It shows Confederate President Jefferson Davis, Generals Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson. It was completed in 1972. It is the country's biggest Confederate monument. Today, it's the center of like a family theme park, hiking destination as well. And from the beginning, the monument has been associated with racist movements and the modern KKK. 1915,
no kidding.
The Klan burned a cross at its peak, emboldened by the release of the silent movie Birth of a Nation. Well, now, in the wake of the social justice protests across the country in 2020, the Stone Mountain Memorial Association voted to build what they call a truth-telling exhibit there.
Truth.
But whose truth? That's what triggered a new lawsuit filed earlier this week. The exhibit aims to explain Stone Mountain's ties to the rebirth of the KKK, segregation. But a Confederate group filed a lawsuit saying that the park is breaking state law. So with me now is that group's lawyer, Martin O'Toole.
This is pathetic.
Thank you for coming in.
Well, thank you for having us.
All right, so let's start here. I want to start with a Georgia law that you claim will be violated by the addition of this exhibition inside the Memorial Hall there. And the law, Georgia law, is the memorial to the heroes of the Confederate States of America, great upon the face of Stone Mountain, shall never be altered, removed, concealed, or obscured in any fashion, and shall be preserved and protected for all time as a tribute to the bravery and heroism of the citizens of the state who suffered and died in their cause. You call the...
I honestly cannot believe that this is a law. You're not allowed to alter this monument in any way. But I don't think it's being altered. I think they're just adding an addendum, a asterisk to the mountain, this horrifying, racist Confederate monument. It's honestly one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. They're just so upset that they would add any context to it, like how it's directly tied to the rebirth of the KKK. And they're just so upset.
Help! I'm being retrenched!
Why would you want to tell people about the nasty part of history? But this is exactly the world where they're living in right now, where explaining history is somehow, in some people's minds, an assault on them. It's fascinating. Yes, and I would call it an improvement,
an attack on the traditional Southland and the American nation. How so?
Well, first of all, the part that you're reading there is not the part we're traveling under in the second lawsuit.
Okay.
Which is that Warner Museum exhibit, the law requires that Stone Mountain be maintained as a Confederate memorial and a recreational area. That's 50-3-1 that you're reading from there, which is different from the real crux of the suit dealing with Warner. And what we're saying is that the Warner exhibit, which is available on their website as of a couple of days ago, that every change that they want to make is not within keeping of the purposes of the park according to Georgia law.
Okay. And so...
They're very upset. He goes on and on about he's criticizing Confederates and the KKK. Memorializing? I think not. Ours goes against everything that this law stands for. The great white nation. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, these guys are just having a little pity party over historical context being added to a monument. Like, it's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. These neo-Confederates need to find a new country. Maybe we can deport them. They can do a monument in Guantanamo or something. I don't know.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. It's Casual Friday. Want to welcome back to the program Kyle Kulinski, host of the Crystal Kyle and Friends show and the Kyle Kulinski show. Kyle Kulinski, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
I just got to say, because of the ad I just did, folks are writing in about making sure that you use a GFCI outlet for anything that is near water in your bathroom. And yes, I think we all know that. That's obvious.
I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Yes,
I did not know that, and I would have electrocuted my butthole, but thanks for telling me.
There you go. Be careful.
You know, what this show needs is more bidet talk. That's what the show needs.
I think it's got to be, I think those outlets, though, honestly, it's code at least 24 inches. Anything within 24 inches of water has got to be a one of those outlets because it has an automatic circuit breaker.
They'll get rid of that rule soon, too, though. They're working on deregulating that as we speak.
Exactly. We don't need those type of regulations.
That's how you're going to die, Sam. Electrocuted on the toilet from your bidet.
I can think of a lot worse ways to go. All right, let's get into this. We're watching, of the many things that were horrific in that bill that passed a week or two ago, the immigration thing, I think, is going to be the thing that we feel most dramatically over the coming, 6 months. I mean, ICE right now has something like, what was the number of employees that work at ICE? I had this here. It is fascinating to see how dramatic this budget, 20,000 employees at ICE right now. They're going to increase the size of ICE by 50%. They are pulling guys who worked in like major crimes unit at ICE, like dealing with, cartels and big drug runners. They're pulling them off now to arrest moms or grandmothers. What are you anticipating with this, Kyle?
I mean, I'm anticipating what we're seeing now ramped up tenfold. I think that with a budget of like $170 billion, they're not exactly hiding the fact that I think they're going to start very openly and brazenly going after not only legal immigrants as they already are, but I think American citizens. I mean, Trump has openly said multiple times that we got the homegrowns. We got to get rid of these homegrowns. They're a problem. And so we already got a report that about 70 American citizens were deported in Trump's first term. And I would venture a guess that we're at least at a couple hundred or maybe over 1,000 already because he's treating ICE like his Gestapo. That's what it is. I mean, now the ICE budget is bigger than like the.
While we're talking about ICE, I did mention, maybe we should just deport these neo-Confederates. And, they've been going based upon like tattoos, right, and clothing. We should just deport everybody who's got a Confederate flag tattoo or a Confederate flag on the back of their pickup truck. Really, when you think about it, they are separatists, anti-American separatists are what these Confederates are, right? I mean, they waged a war against the U.S. government. So, just saying, there's a, we could do that in the future.
Israeli military budget. What are you planning on doing with all those personnel? And by the way, they're also like deputizing Proud Boys and white nationalists to be the ICE Gestapo. They're pulling over random cars on a Tennessee highway. I covered a story on that recently. And I mean, you see what they're doing. They're going into doctors' offices and Walmarts and Home Depots, and just expect this in every city. Trump's now saying the next ones are New York and DC, where he's going to try to do the same sort of federal crackdown like we're witnessing in LA right now.
It's sort of fascinating to me. We were talking to someone from LA Taco, which was a online like foodie site focused on tacos and community reporting that have basically become a clearinghouse for all of these reports about ICE and all of the stuff that's happening in LA. and the host, Memo, I can't remember his last name, but
Torres.
Memo Torres was talking about how like so much of this stuff does not get reported outside of even just their website, never mind on the local news. And that to me is it's sort of shocking. I mean, when you think about how much the Trenta Agua, which we never hear about anymore, all of a sudden they just, melted away. But how much we heard about that versus, what is actually happening in terms of so-called criminal enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is truly, truly difficult to keep up because every day there's another 12 different absolute horror stories. I mean, I'm still thinking of the 288 people who were rounded up and sent to a concentration camp in El Salvador. No due process whatsoever. 90% of them have no criminal record whatsoever. Somebody had a tattoo for his brother with autism, and they said it was a gang tattoo, and they sent him there. Somebody had a mom and dad tattoo, and they said that's a gang tattoo, and they sent him there. I mean, how many stories like this are out there now? We just got word that we already have an innocent person who was sent to Alligator Alcatraz, as they call it. Person had no criminal record whatsoever. They didn't fill out, they forgot to.
Absolutely. And for people asking where we could send them, we could just send them to CCOT. How much did it cost? $20,000 a head? It seems reasonable. Series, re-upping your Galactic membership 6 months in a row. Great job. I'm going to count that towards the goal, including the super chat, which Pitchforks did earlier, which is going to bring us up to 1 super chat of 10. At least we've broken the ice officially. But we are got an hour and a half left on this goal. I might extend it for another, because I started it earlier today, so I'll probably extend it by another hour if it ends before we finish it. But we gotta make some movements on this goal. By the way, we are running another galactic deficit, so we will be taking Cash Apps and PayPals as well for the goal today. So we gotta figure out that situation too. But yeah, this whole fucking the Trump's Gestapo here really out of control. And it's weird. I don't think I even saw this. I don't think I saw this Kyle Klinsky Majority Report collab. I think this happened earlier this week, and I missed the stream. So I was stoked when I saw this across my feed.
Fill out one form for their immigration paperwork, and now they're being sent there. And look, I mean, I think they're going to continue down this path, and they're going to create more, effectively, concentration camps. If you are throwing out due process, throwing out habeas corpus, rounding up whoever you want, and locking them up, then there's no other thing to call that but a concentration camp. So, I mean, I truly fear for the future of this country. I don't see how we get out of this without having basically new Nuremberg trials and locking up Stephen Miller and locking up Kristi Noem and returning rule of law, because this is the most lawless thing I've ever seen. I mean, this is like looking at what Bush did overseas. This is like the imperial boomerang, where now it's come back to our country, and they're even escalating it here.
Yes, it's, I think, really important to put it in the context of the war on terror. We would not be in this situation if, well, first of all, ICE was a creation of the post 9/11 world war on terror kind of expansion of the surveillance state and of federalizing this kind of policing. But it is a failure of the Democrats, who didn't seek accountability for the war criminals in the Bush administration, and who kind of continued this level of rolling back of rights, or didn't at least aggressively attempt to curtail it. And we're in this situation in part because of the expansion of the national security state after 9/11.
Yeah, I mean, the Democrats, refusing to prosecute Bush, refusing to prosecute Cheney, making torture just a matter of opinion. Obama saying we look forward, we don't look backwards. That then made it just a difference of opinion as to whether or not your administration tortures. And now we've gone further than that. And now it's, when it comes to due process and habeas corpus, that's just a matter of opinion. And I guess the thing that shocks me the most is the lack of the hair on fire approach. I mean, this truly is a hair on fire moment. And the immigration numbers are plummeting for Trump, even with the Democrats not talking much about immigration, which showed. Now imagine they also were fighting hard on that, I honestly think some of the media coverage of Kilmar Brego Garcia was a lot of what led to those numbers going 100%. The direction they did, because that was one that
Chris Van Hollen going down there.
Yeah. And God bless him for it, and God bless any Democrat who is fighting on this. But I still,
unfortunately, Democrats have nowhere to go because they have no immigration policy. Certainly not a coherent one. The Anarchist gifting a sweet Galactic News Network membership to the community. Who got it? Mark from Mark Brooklyn. All right, Mark. Enjoyed that sweet Galactic membership. You're probably feeling even more galactic already.
There's many Democrats at the top of the party who feel like, let's tread carefully because this is generally an issue where Trump had higher poll numbers, and so we don't want to step on any toes.
I think that's exactly right. I mean, I just wanted to, because I do want to pivot to that conversation, but I just also want to say, like, you look at those images of ICE essentially attacking that soccer field and successfully intimidating the cones that were on there. And I think the net looked like they were, going to go the straight and narrow. And surely those kids at that playground were terrified. But if you look at the gear that they're using, I mean, they look like they could be walking down the streets of Fallujah. And it's like, what? Where are the, why? Why are they? This is such an industry. And it's so much of that, like you say, the imperial blowback. This is all came from programs where used equipment or overbought equipment for the military during the Iraq War. There was a specific program set up to send it back to police departments. And now it's almost like it's not even a special program. It is just part of the whole thing. We're going to gear these guys up like they're going into an active firefight. And I'm sorry, there's no protest that makes this equipment necessary. There's no rolling up on a guy with a weed whacker or a mom working at a taco truck that requires this kind of gear. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. And it's insane how there doesn't seem to be any pushback. You've got we were just listening to that report from California, and on one hand, ICE officers are worried about their safety. Are you kidding me?
I mean, it's at the point now where the cruelty and the sadism is the point, right? Like, they've raided schools and meat packing facilities and farms and Home Depots and 7-Elevens, and they deported a 4-year-old American citizen with cancer and no medicine. A woman was arrested immediately after she gave birth. A U.S. Marshal was arrested. I mean, it's a horror show is what it is. And if this doesn't really motivate all of us to get up and do something about it, I don't know what will. I did just see a video of when they tried to raid that farm in California.
Yep.
There was a whole bunch of people really trying to stop it. They tried to block the car with the road. There was a bunch of people throwing rocks at the ICE car. The ICE officers, they brought in a freaking helicopter for some reason to land it on a farm. It's very disturbing. And I'm curious what you guys think. Who is more driving the car? Because every now and then Trump will say, we're going to protect the hotel workers. We're going to protect the hotel workers. We're going to protect, he has 2 or 3 different types of immigrants that he's seemingly nominally okay with. But then the same day or the next day, there will be a massive raid on the facilities that he said we were going to protect those immigrants, which makes me feel like Stephen Miller is actually the one
100%
calling the shots, and driving the car,
He's outsourced domestic policy, I think, functionally to Stephen Miller, and I'm
not convinced he has an outsourced foreign policy too. I mean, if you look at that signal chat with that leaked in terms of that strike against the Houthis, it was Stephen Miller who came in and said, the boss wants this done. When there was a question, he was the one who came in and everybody deferred to as to whether we were going ahead with that attack. And so I think it is Stephen Miller, and I don't think Trump cares, frankly.
No,
because he knows he can go out and say this stuff, and it makes him even look even better. We'll get to the Epstein stuff, but I think it's Stephen Miller for sure. But regardless, it's Trump. I mean, it's Trump. Yeah. It's Miller. At the end of the day, it almost doesn't matter. It's really just more why
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump is like an empty vessel, right? Like, he doesn't understand most of the things that he's talking about and doesn't spend the time going into this stuff. So, you know, like, I mean, he's got his own, he does have his own personal ideologies and stuff, but it's not like, there's like no foundation to any of it. Stephen Miller, you know, he's like a creepy fucking vampire nerd with a serious, some seriously problematic views, who, like, you know, he's the one who knows how to execute all this horrifying shit. Him and Russ Vought, really, are the ones, like, the engines behind all of the terrible stuff. And Donald Trump is just the guy who's signing off on all of it all over and over again. I mean, he's a fucking idiot.
People listen to what Trump says as opposed to like the observable truth that exists every day. Yeah. Because this guy does, you know, he talks out of his ass. He'll say anything at any given point.
It's amazing how, not only how evil they are, but also how incompetent they are. Crystal was just telling me that there were 2 different teams that were sent to negotiate with Venezuela, and the teams didn't know that there were other people from the U.S. government representing the Trump administration negotiating with Venezuela. So they had 2 separate deals they were working on. And then I guess they figured out eventually, like, oh, wait, only one of us is supposed to be doing this. You saw this with Hegseth, too, when Trump temporarily cut off the weapons to Ukraine. Apparently, Hegseth made that call. And then now Trump stepped in and is resending the weapons. It's like, not only are they evil, but they're also completely and utterly incompetent. And it's like, it's just so scattershot how they're approaching governing.
Yeah, and it's in part because they're responding to the whims of somebody who's absolutely out of his mind. And like, I think in terms of him outsourcing policy to Stephen Miller like this, you have to wonder if he's begun. We know he knows he's lying regularly, but he has to start to believe some of his own spin because there's nobody around him that's telling him anything different. I mean, when he goes out and says we're not cutting Medicaid, and right. the big ugly ass bill, just destroys the program. It destroys it. Like, how do you explain that disconnect? It's either just basically his complete insanity and disconnect from reality, or he's surrounded by a bunch of conspiracy theorists who give him false information that gets him to believe and work backwards from his conclusion.
I think it's both. I think I'm certainly onto something here. I mean, you know, it's one, Donald Trump's complete incompetence and lack of understanding of most of these things. We've seen it with the tariff war. I mean, he doesn't even understand his favorite president, William McKinley. I mean, most of the stuff that he says, he's just talking out of his ass. And then you got a bunch of, like I said, sort of like vampire nerds like Russ Vought and Stephen Miller, you know, in the wings, waiting to fill his brain with whatever they think is going to help get the message out, because he's really he's the messenger, right? You know, Russ Vought, Stephen Miller, not likable guys. You know, like they are, you know, you put them in front of a camera and the lens breaks, right? And Donald Trump, at least, is capable of messaging to their base. So they just fill him with whatever they think they need to get the word that they want out there, right? To launder and facilitate the whatever they're doing, you know, obfuscate from the actual, you know, effects of these policies. All right. Well, while we're talking about immigration, I figured we'd go here. Big news in Los Angeles. Apparently, and I had not even heard of this somehow, but apparently Status Quo News filed a lawsuit against the LAPD for attacking journalists. And a judge has ruled in their favor on a temporary basis. Here is Status Quo from yesterday.
But they are shooting these less.
Okay, hold on. We don't need this whole thing.
Good breaking news this weekend as a federal judge in Los Angeles has issued a temporary injunction against the LAPD from firing less lethal rounds and weaponry at journalists covering anti-ICE raid protests. this is a ruling in response to our lawsuit, along with co-plaintiff, the Los Angeles Press Club. So at least temporarily, the LAPD cannot target and brutalize journalists. Would be nice if they had to stop doing it to non-journalists too, but crawl before we could walk. Let me read you some highlights, then I'll get into the actual document. Again, this is a temporary injunction in response to our lawsuit against the LAPD and the city of Los Angeles. Federal judge orders LAPD to stop shooting journalists with rubber bullets at protests. Federal judge has granted a temporary restraining order that blocks the Los Angeles police officers from using rubber projectiles and other so-called less lethal munitions against reporters covering protests against the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. In a ruling made public Friday, U.S. District Judge Hernan de Vera said a coalition of press rights organizations successfully argued that a court injunction was necessary to protect journalists and others exercising First Amendment rights. The Los Angeles Press Club and investigative reporting network Status Quo filed suit last month to, quote, force the LAPD to respect the constitutional and statutory rights of journalists engaged in reporting on these protests and inevitable protests to come.
What the fuck is this advertisement that he's got? Hypersexuality is not infidelity. It's an ADHD response with a C? What in the fuck is this nonsense?
The lawsuit challenged the, quote, continuing abuse by police of members of the media covering the demonstrations. Vera's orders bars the department from using less lethal munitions and other crowd control tools, such as chemical irritants and flashbang grenades, quote, against journalists who are not posing a threat to imminent harm to an officer or another person. Quote, on some occasions, LAPD officers purposely targeted individuals who were clearly identifiable as members of the press. In a statement Friday, LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell said he was aware of the court's decision, but could not comment. And then they gave some bumper sticker bullshit answer that they respect the press. The judge cited a June 8th incident at a demonstration downtown where an Australian reporter named Lauren Tomasi had wrapped up a report on live TV dozens of feet away from a line of officers. Quote, no protesters are visible near here, Vera wrote. Quote, despite this, an LAPD officer appears to aim at Tomasi, hitting her leg with a rubber bullet. So we have a lot of new subscribers. We just passed 473,000.
473,000. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of numbers. All right. That's all I think we need from that story. But honestly, hats off to Status Quo. And to the LA Press Club, who together have, at least for now, made some progress on police violence against journalists. Like you said before, it would be nice if this was both for journalists and just for civilians. But it is good to know that, at least for now, journalists can't be attacked by the LAPD. I mean, my understanding before this lawsuit was that they weren't supposed to do that, so it seems weird that you would even need a lawsuit for that, but they were doing it. And we witnessed that horrifying display that occurred during the recent ICE protests. Oh shit, we blew through the first break. Okay, gotta take a break. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. I just want to remind everyone, before we even get to the space messages, we do have a goal going right now. We are at 1.5 of 10. We still got some time, but just want to make you aware of that. All sorts of great ways to contribute to that goal, of course. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely supported by individuals such as yourself. Without space fams like you, we would cease to exist, and I would go floating off into the ether. Thankfully, we have a great number of ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, every dollar go directly to producing this stream. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month. That's right, that's 10 cents a day. I mean, my God, you probably drop 10 cents a day bumbling through your console in your car or whatever. So a bunch of sweet benefits that come along with that, of course. Getting an avatar on the stream, you could be hanging out at the pool with me here on the breaks, or maybe you'd prefer to be at the bar, sipping a drink. Or maybe you prefer lakeside chilling. You could get a boat, hang out on the Galactic Lake, or maybe you're just a man or woman of the streets. You'd be hanging out here too. All of those could have an avatar that you direct me to put on the stream. Not just that though, you get shout outs, secret content, secret Discord channel inside the Galactic Discord server. Truly amazing. And for this stream, all of those options for supporting the stream are also going to be counted to the goal to ensure that we get all the sweet, sweet Galactic content. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space Fams. I think you know what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Second half about to begin immediately.
Immediately,
if not sooner. So get back to those seats, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of the return to the galactic content. Before we do that, just want to say thank you to Amy G and Pitchforks Dragon for contributing sweet, sweet super chats. Amy G's super chat really just emojis. Palm tree, palm tree, palm tree. Oh, what's that flower called? I know there's a specific word for that flower. I can't think of it. Flower. Beach. Island beach with umbrella. Palm tree, palm tree, palm tree. Martini, martini. Flamingo, flamingo. It's a great super chat. Also, Pitchforks Dragon. Does super chat work now? Texting. Testing. Is that a typo? Is that a typo, Pitchforks? Come on. Anyway, that gets us up to 1, 2, 3. I think that gets us to 3 of 10 on the goal. So we are making progress. And like I was saying earlier, I'm going to extend the goal by an hour. So we really, even though it says we have an hour, we actually have 2 hours. Usually I start it later than I did today. I don't know. I can't remember why I started it early. I usually try to give you an hour of free content before we get to the goal setting. Okay. Let's see. I gotta check one thing before we get to this, just in case I have this happen. No, okay, nothing on Cash App. All right. Cool. Let's do this. People. On to the second half. We're going to start off talking film and performance art. And in Philadelphia, or is this in Philadelphia? This might be a different place in Pennsylvania. But this is very strange. But apparently there is something called Blobfest, which I have never heard of until I saw this video, which commemorates the movie, which I think was like 1950s. I can't remember how far back this movie goes. It might have been a little later, like 60s. The movie The Blob is commemorated in a festival all weekend. Before I could even get to that video, Pitchforks with another sweet super chat, getting us to 4. Super chat wasn't working, StreamLord. Had to reboot my phone. Well, your dedication is truly incredible and noted that you would go through as much effort as to reset your phone just so you could support the stream. I mean, it is beautiful, I gotta say. And much appreciated. All right, CBS, Philadelphia. On the story. Blobfest. Oh, wait, the volume's low. And my soundboard volume's low. God damn it. Gotta remember to do this before I start. There we go. All right.
Don't be surprised if you hear a lot of screaming in Phoenixville this weekend.
Hey, what the fuck? Don't do this to me.
Come on!
This is rude.
Don't be surprised if you hear a lot of screaming in Phoenixville this weekend.
Phoenixville? Is that a place in Pennsylvania? Never heard of it before. Phoenixville. Gotta look this up.
Ooh, it is Blobfest. You know, the festival dedicated to the 1950s sci-fi movie The Blob. There's even going to be a recreation of the classic scene where frightened townspeople flee the Colonial Theater. The big run is tonight with activities going on all weekend. They do this every year.
Yes, it's always a fun weekend.
You know, I've never seen the movie. I haven't.
A what now?
Never seen The Blob. Look at this guy. He is taken aback. He's excuse me? You haven't seen The Blob? How is that possible? How is that possible? Never seen The Blob. And it's not Penisville. It's Phoenix. Phoenixville, like the bird. This guy genuinely seems offended that she's never seen The Blob. I think it must have been set in Pennsylvania. It's honestly been a long time since I've seen the movie myself. I remember watching it when I was a kid. Did not think it was that scary. It was just a blob. And it didn't look anything like that blob. Like, it does. The Blob, actually, maybe we should do this really quickly. I mean, it's Sunday Fun Day. It doesn't matter. This is a valuetainment centric stream. So Sunday Fun Days are for us to be able to let off some steam, have some fun. Yeah, perhaps rid ourselves in at least some way of all the stress that accumulates over these tough weeks. Are we talking about Trump or Tom Homan? Ha ha. Well played, Donald. Well played. Neither, actually. We're talking about the film. The 1950s film, The Blob. Here, there's a clip. This is I think this is the trailer. The 1958 trailer from The Blob. Ahem. And we have no sound. You are a
fucking bitch.
How dare you? Muted? How are we to enjoy this trailer without sound?
Dave! Doc Hallen's been killed. Doc Hallen? What happened?
Not Doc Hallen.
You gotta come now. Wait a
minute,
minute, Steve.
now.
Tell us what happened. Well, I'm trying to tell you. Now, this thing had killed the doc. What was it?
You
Stop
killed
with
the
it, kid.
doc. Not the doc.
But it's kind
Oh, the doc.
it's kind of like a mass that keeps getting bigger and bigger. It
Keeps getting bigger and bigger, you say, huh?
Phrasing?
Fascinating.
Every one of you watching this screen, look out. Because soon, very soon, the most horrifying monster menace ever conceived will be oozing into this theater.
No! Not the Blob. By the way, that's the menace, is this goo.
Monster menace ever conceived.
That is the antagonist of the film, the villain, if you will. Is this red, what appears to be jello? Unclear.
Will be oozing into this theater.
Hold on, we gotta see the Blob in action. Oh, there it is. Oh, God. Oh, God. It crawls. In the 1950s. Something that crawls and creeps. No.
That's too much, man!
Oh, it's scary. But looks not. You see what I mean, though? Like, it looks nothing like this. So I don't understand. I just don't understand. I'm very confused. Very, very confused. Okay. All right. That's enough of the Blob. That's enough of the Blob. Let's keep it moving. Let's go all the way to Hawaii and talk about a film attempting to pay tribute to caregivers of disabled people. Kayhan 2 News from 4 days ago.
For Hawaii, you're watching Take Two.
Welcome back to Take Two, 809. Now, the film Paper Bag Plan has won numerous awards and has impacted a local organization. Joining us with all the details is Anthony Lucero, the writer and director of the film, and John Nishida, the executive director of the United Cerebral Palsy Association of Hawaii. Good morning, Anthony and John.
Thank you, Brian.
Morning. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
How's that, brother? How are you guys doing? So you guys had your cup of coffee. You ready?
We did. Yes.
All right.
We're ready.
And so the big question here, Anthony, tell us about this film. Why did you go ahead and write this film?
The film, Paper Bag Plan, it's about a father who trains his disabled child how to bag groceries so that he could get his first job and eventually live a life of independence. The film itself was inspired by my mother and my brother Eddie. My brother Eddie, best way to describe him is when you put a spoonful of food up to his mouth, he could open his mouth. That was the extent of what Eddie could do. But it was a very loving relationship between my mother and my brother Eddie. The second half was my sister Margie. She died of cancer in 2018 and left behind her daughter Sarah with Angelman syndrome. So the story is loosely inspired by these two amazing women.
You know, and with with making film, what were some of the challenges you encountered?
Whew, this is an independent film. We did have funding early on, and then my vision, I guess, was being compromised. So we decided, let's ditch the funding and let's do it ourselves. So my wife, Kay Lohi, she decided, let's use our money and pay for it. But with that comes a lot of struggles. We can't afford a ton of crew. We can't afford, sets. So we have to beg and borrow and ask people, can we film in your grocery store at night for free? And just, but we made it. And it took months to make, but 9 months actually. But if we had the funding, we could have done it in 1 month, but you have to stretch it out if you don't have enough funding. Yeah. So it's a struggle.
And the main thing is you guys made the film. Now, assembly the cast, how did you find your actors?
Yeah, everything revolved around Cole Massey. He was our lead actor. It had to be an actor with a disability, so we wanted authenticity. So once we found, the character's name is Billy, so once I found my Billy, I moved forward and felt I can now make this film now that I found him. So, but it's tough. It's tough to find the right actors, and then when you whittle that down to actors with disabilities, it gets a lot. Well, the pool becomes much smaller. But Cole was fantastic, and he actually got a Best Actor award at the Santa Monica Film Festival this year. So he's just fantastic.
Oh, winning numerous awards. Now, we're going to talk about, John is standing right there for United Cerebral Palsy. John, I got to ask you a question.
Yes.
Why backing Paper Bag Plan, and why should we watch it?
Well, I had the pleasure of meeting Anthony at...
Hey, don't do that. This is rude.
How rude.
We are in the middle of watching this goddamn video.
At a conference, a United Cerebral Palsy conference, and we saw the film. And I really believe that it accurately portrays the life of a caregiver, number one, and the trials and tribulations that goes through with the caregiver. And also, I think the movie aligns with our, the mission of, life without limits, or a life of inclusion for people with disabilities. And the best example is Billy, the actor who has cerebral palsy, is wheelchair bound, and yet is living a full life as an actor in Los Angeles. So it's a great film. I won't give away the end, but it's a great film.
I know you're pretty...
No, honestly, I want to see this film. This looks like a good movie. And the fact that they managed to fund themselves to create it, and consider, it looks quite good. Like, the shots themselves look good. I don't know what they're filming on. But it looks like a good movie, and with a good message. Perhaps an important message to talk about in this time, considering we have, funding, right? Getting cut for people like this, right? Medicaid provides for caregivers in the United States. Many caregivers, if you have a loved one that you have to take care of on a full-time basis, Medicaid will provide. And in this fucked up timeline that we live in right now, people like this are under attack. Their ability to take care of their loved ones is under threat. It's a perfect time for this fucking movie to come out, if you ask me. By the way, I just noticed on Cash App, got a little notification over here that somebody in the chat right now, I don't know if they want to be made known, but they have contributed 5 super chats worth of US dollars to the Cash App, which gets us up to, what is it, 8 or 9? I can't remember the last number I said. Wait, I'm trying to go through it all in my head right now. I think it gets us to 9. It's 8 or 9. I can't remember. There was a bunch of oh God. There's 2 there, right? And then you add. God damn it! I'm trying to do math in my head right now. I think we're 8 or 9, so we're like 1 or 2 away right now. So that's beautiful. That is exciting. Might not even have to extend the goal. At that rate. Okay, now let's go to Canada. CTV News from 4 days ago. Talk about an on-screen sensation of becoming more and more vintage. Is coming to the big stage. Well, the stage. I don't know about the big stage. The stage. Golden Girls.
Calling
With a
all
twist.
Golden Girls fans. The Golden Girls are back better than ever with a brand new stage show. The Golden Girls, the laughs continue. Joining us this morning to share the details, we welcome actor Vince Kelly, who stars as Blanche. Good morning, Vince.
Hi. Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for having me.
It's absolutely a pleasure. So for those who need a refresh, tell us about the upcoming show that's coming up, The Golden Girls, the laugh continues.
Yeah. We are excited to be coming out to your space. We love Canada. We've been there a couple times now, and so excited to bring the show back. Our show is like a continuation of the series. It's 2025 in our world, and it's like the girls never went off the air. They just kept on living in Miami, kept on being friends. Sophia's out on bail from selling some medicinal drugs to some of her friends at Shady Pines. And Blanche and Rose have developed a dating app for seniors to find some companionship, I guess we'll say, for the purposes of this interview. And on that app, Dorothy meets a man who just happens to be Sophia's prosecuting attorney. So there kind of in lies the plot of the show.
This sounds pretty amazing. And what do you think it is about the Golden Girls TV series that has created such a lasting legacy for fans?
Yeah, I mean, it was just done so well the first time. It's got 4 powerhouse actresses and just some brilliant award-winning writing. So when something's done right, it's going to stand the test of time. And I think as a viewer, women of a certain age or men or anybody, you can find one of those characters that you identify with. Maybe you're, a quick-tongued bookworm. You're a Dorothy. Maybe you enjoy a good time and you like attention or something. You're a Blanche, or it goes on and on. So I think when you have 4 fun, big over-the-top personalities, you're always going to find 1 or 2 of them to kind of see yourself in and how you would handle situations. And I think that's a big part of the legacy.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. We're so happy that you're coming to our region. But I have to ask, if you could choose one, do you have a favorite episode that comes to mind?
I do. I played Blanche. So to no surprise, my episode is a little Blanche-centric. It's called, Journey to the Self-Discovery or something like that. It's where Dorothy and Blanche go out to the Rusty Anchor, Blanche's favorite little spot where she gets all the attention from all the guys there. And in this episode, we get to see a little bit of subversion. We get to see Dorothy. She gets up and she sings, and all the attention's on her, and the guys kind of forget about Blanche. And it's fun to see a character play against the type that has been created for them. So Blanche is just sitting there struggling, trying to find, what can she do to break through? And it's just a really sweet moment with her and Dorothy. And Dorothy says, Blanche, you always have the attention. This has been so special for me to get to experience it. Thank you. And kind of thanks Blanche for doing something that she didn't even know she was doing, which was letting Dorothy be the center of the attention for a little bit. So it's just a really sweet episode. And Blanche gets to have a piece of humble pie, which is something we don't get to see or do very often. So I like that. That helps me lock into character to be like, you don't know.
I loved this story. This had Sunday Funday written all over it for me when I saw it earlier this week. Added it to my Sunday Funday list. So many aspects to it. Not even reimagining, but bringing the Golden Girls into the 21st century for the stage, and with the twist of it being also basically a combination drag, not with the fanfare of a normal drag show, I suppose, but really so many elements to it, and it seems fun. I like the plot that they had. It all just seems fun. It all seems good. Seems like we have a bunch of Golden Girls fans in chat right now. People making Golden Girls references. Pitchforks Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat. Shady Pines. Ma. Is that a Golden Girls reference? Okay. Let's move on. Move on from stage and screen to sports and athletics. Let's go back to Hawaii 2 days ago.
Decided to step outside of the studio.
Whoa, what is this? What? Wait, hold on. What did I just do? Huh? Oh no, okay, we're good.
Yeah, definitely.
By the way, Pitchfork Dragon getting us one step closer to the goal. I think we're only 1.5 super chats away. One step at a time, people. Okay, so one young Hawaiian skateboarder shined at this year's X Games. Only 16 years old, bringing back 2 medals.
Yeah, it definitely showed me that I'm better than I think I am, you know?
I think he's got... Yes! There it is! JD Sanchez has been skateboarding for as long as he can remember, making his professional and X Games debut last year.
Speaking of something special, though.
Realizing a lifetime dream
air.
to compete amongst his idols, but it wasn't enough to just be in the games.
That was like 11 feet
The
up.
16-year-old recently came away with 3 medals in the span of 2 weeks.
I was not expecting to get a medal, so when I finally got that medal and landed my run, that was just like the craziest feeling, because, you know, it's been my dream since I started skating, just to get a medal in general, let alone an X Games medal.
Sanchez earned his first piece of hardware at X Games Osaka, capturing silver in the men's skateboarding vert. Then a week later at X Games Salt Lake City, he got another silver in the same event while garnering bronze in best trick.
Go for it, and make sure you never give up, and that's the main thing. But always have fun.
Born in Waianae, JD moved away at a young age, but he still makes frequent visits to Hawaii to see family and continues to rep the islands on skateboarding's biggest stages.
Just anywhere in Hawaii in general. So much talent, and I'm glad to show that Hawaii is, you know, more than not what people say it is. It's better than that.
Sanchez's next accomplishment he wants to land is qualifying for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. He tried qualifying.
Here we go. We might see this kid at the Olympics in the future, bringing down multiple medals at this year's X Games. Very impressive for a 16-year-old kid. It's competing against adults. I mean, there's probably some other minors playing in skating in these games, but most of them are adults, and it's pretty freaking impressive. Putting down the moves on the half pipe. Pitchfork Dragon putting down the super chats. Step. Someone half step me here. We can do it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Pitchforks, getting us even closer. I'm gonna say that we're only 1 away now. I think that's. I try to do the math, and I think it's like we're like between 1 away and like half away. Okay. Now let's go to this story. Now, billionaire douchebag, Bill Ackman, hedge fund hedge funder, whatever you call it, Pershing Square Capital, and vehement hater of college students. Of course, Bill Ackman in the Columbia protests was the piece of shit to by moving LCD billboards showing the faces of protesters, doxing students, young people, for speaking out for Palestine. And before that, he was really only known for making one of the worst bets in history on the stock market with Herbalife, which was in fact a multi-level marketing and pyramid scheme. But I believe it was Carl Icahn who wound up backstopping Herbalife and their ridiculous pyramid scheme just to spite Ackman. He's decided to branch out in life. He's decided to get into sports. I wonder how that went. Bill Ackman played in an ATP tennis event.
59-year-old billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman partnered up with previous retired doubles gold medalist and career high number 2 in doubles and number 8 in singles, Jack Sock. Sock received a wild card to the Newport Challenger and asked Ackman to be his partner. They are taking on Bernard Tomic, who reached a career high of number 17 in singles, and Omar Jasica, who is a career challenger player whose career high was number 177 in singles. Let's see how the retired Sock and 59-year-old billionaire performed against established challenger players.
Let's do it.
Ackman would be one of the oldest ever to win ATP points.
Get ready. He's not going to win. Prepare yourself. Spoiler alert, he sucks. Right into the net. Not even into the net. He hit it into the ground 5 feet ahead of him. That is trash. Totally misses the volley opportunity and completely misses that volley. It was right in front of his face. Right into the net. Great job with no power. Hits it like a little girl.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak. Ouch. Okay, yes, you got Tommy?
Wow. Completely gives up the overhand. Hits his own teammate in the fucking head. Great job, Bill. Let's watch that again. Oh my god. Dude sucks so bad. He is so trash. He's so bad. It's fucking hilarious. Pathetic. Pathetic performance from old Bill Ackman. Turns out being a billionaire doesn't make you good at things. Just makes it possible for you to buy your way into things. As he did here. Oh, Bill. You need a new hobby, pal. You need a new hobby. And I don't think they won a single set. I'm trying to think. Did they? I don't think they did. Oh, no, they won one. They were really bad. They were garbage. They got pummeled. Let's go to another individual for a quick breakdown of this Bill Ackman tennis debut.
Nobody thought he could do it.
What if I told you that anyone could become a tennis player?
On July 9th, 2025, billionaire Bill Ackman got a spot in a professional tennis
You
match.
could say everything was stacked against Bill Ackman. No professional tennis experience, no natural coordination, $9.4 billion.
That an everyday billionaire with a social media addiction could fulfill his dream of becoming a professional tennis player.
I mean, who would have expected a really rich guy to be playing tennis in Newport, Rhode Island? Nobody.
That against all odds, some guy...
That's a great point. Who would ever expect a really rich guy to be playing tennis in Newport, Rhode Island? That is shocking.
That's too much, man!
Never before has that crossed anyone's mind.
Tennis player.
I mean, who would have expected a really rich guy to be playing tennis in Newport, Rhode Island?
Follow the rich white man.
Nobody.
That against all odds, some guy could walk onto an actual professional match at the Hall of Fame Open.
People train for their entire lives to reach a moment just like this one. Bill Ackman got there, he clearly hadn't practiced at all.
He's so amazing. To cheer him on, I Googled things that people say at sports games. Sports Center. That was me.
I've never seen anything like it.
Whiffing.
Bah! Hitting the net. Blurring the line between forehand and backhand.
He returned a serve that went 54 miles an hour.
They lost in straight sets, but Bill Ackman changed the game. The tournament organizers themselves said it was, and I quote, a learning experience that will help us make better decisions in the future. That's right there.
I think you have to give him credit for breaking the glass ceiling. Before Bill,
breaking the glass
many
ceiling.
billionaires were out there probably thinking, I can't ever play professional.
Breaking the glass ceiling. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Before Bill, many billionaires were out there probably thinking, I can't ever play professional tennis. And we now live in a post-Ackman world.
Generations of billionaire non-athletes will be inspired by what Bill tweeted after the game. Throughout the match, my wrist, arm, and body literally froze with the expected negative outcomes. I had difficulty breathing, and it was not a fitness issue. It got a bit better as the match progressed, but I was not able to overcome it. I regularly play with mid-20-year-old D1 college players and recently retired pros on a familiar court with no audience, with none of the same symptoms. It's inspiring.
Did he win? No. Did he play really badly despite professional players taking it easy on him? Sure. But did he inspire me to get rich enough to buy my way into anything that I want? Absolutely. Next spring, I'm gonna be the backup shortstop for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
30 for 30 presents Net Worth. The Bill.
Fucking hilarious. There we go. Little documentary from the Good Work Boys. Dan Toomey. Illustrating how one billionaire can buy his way into professional sports and still continue to suck. And make a real ass of himself in front of the whole world. Proving that no, money doesn't make you good at anything, actually, as it turns out. But it doesn't make it easy for you to harass college students on campuses for using their free speech rights to criticize a nation state like Israel. It does make that easy, because all you have to do is buy. You spend money. And that's not a skill. You just press a button, especially if you're Bill Ackman. You just probably yell at your assistant or something. Probably don't even have to use your fingers. Are you not value-tained yet?
Are you not entertained?
Are you not value-tained? We did the Epstein Files. We did Labubu, Barbie, Galactic fashion shows, Hasan's New York City trip, Zoran, a McMystery, and a heist involving Ronald McDonald, Confederates crying to themselves over history existing near really ugly monuments that they have some weird obsession over, pickle juice championships, Golden Girls, The Blob. I mean, come on. We're hitting all the value-taining things that happened this week. It's been a very value-taining week, if you ask me. Let's stay talking sports. Go here, where Donald Trump made an appearance at the, what do you call it? The FIFA Club World Cup, which was held in, where was it? Atlanta? Can't remember. No, I think might have been out of the country. Hold on. Let me look this up. Because I forgot to look this up earlier. It was in New Jersey. Okay. Yeah, Donald Trump made an appearance at the Club World Cup final. Between, I think it was, what, PSG and Chelsea? Here's Forbes breaking news 6 hours ago. Johnny Infantino over here. He's the creepy bald guy over here who's in charge of the world, the FIFA organization. Just having a good time. Just hanging out. Hanging out. I love soccer. Soccer is my favorite sport. I love how Donald Trump hears applause and he thinks it's for him and he starts waving. Now, I'm fairly certain that that applause was not for him. I could be wrong. But this next video appears to show people booing Donald Trump during the national anthem. By the way, Pitchfork's Dragon getting us to 9.5 super chats. Meh. I like confetti. Confetti emoji. Who doesn't like confetti? If you don't like confetti, we got a problem, okay? Okay, it's a great way to celebrate. All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news. Boos heard during the national anthem. Look at that. I didn't even notice. I did not even know. This guy, Johnny is looking a little troubled by what's going on right now. Not going to lie. He seems concerned about something. Probably because the World Cup is going to be fucked this year because of Donald Trump. I did not notice Secretary Puppy Killer was here. R.I.P. Cricket. Look at that. Kristi Noem in a lovely summer dress. At least she and Melania know where to put their hands during the national anthem. Donald Trump still saluting for some reason. Why is Donald Trump singing and saluting it? He's such a fucking weirdo. And the look on Johnny's face says it all. It says it all. What the fuck is this guy doing over here? Yeah, he's being weird. Pitchfork's Dragon. With a sweet... I'm going to get to that in a second. I'm gonna hold off on that. But I don't know if anybody heard. I just want to hear that again. I can hear boos. Can you hear the boos? I heard the boos. All right. Boos, yells. I also heard some USA chants in there. It was sort of a mixed bag, really, if you ask me. Sort of like reaction to the national anthem in the box. Johnny didn't even put his hand over his heart. Oh, right, he's from Italy. Never mind. Now to the super chat. Pitchforks Dragon, 9.5. You sure about that? Flatface, you sure about that? All caps, you sure about that? I'm not sure about that anymore. Because we just completed that sweet, sweet goal. Here we go, people. Bask in the glory is the galactic confetti, which is alerting you and your eyes to the fact that we have completed the galactic goal of this stream, ensuring that we get all of the sweet, sweet content that we deserve on this Sunday fun day. Enjoy. Give you a moment to bask in the glory. So good. So good and so great. Brings warmth to my heart every time I see the confetti. Exactly, the splendor. The greatness, the beauty. Big, beautiful confetti. So good, so great. Can't not love it. Okay, all right. It's enough of the confetti party. We must get back to the galactic content. Thank you, everybody who contributed to the goal. We did it. We done did it as a group. All right. Well, speaking of Donald Trump, there is absolutely a lot of stuff going on within the Republican Party. Not just the Epstein files, but the fact is Donald Trump has, in many ways, gone against sort of the baseline conservative movements, some of it at least some of the old school conservative movement, causing some in the Republican Party to question whether they're even Republicans, including the former lieutenant governor of Georgia.
Jeff, you may be the perfect person to answer this question. Is Mike Pence right that that's a minority view, that Trump is sort of leading this sort of limited faction of the Republican Party right now?
With all due respect, Mike Pence is not correct when he makes that statement. Donald Trump completely controls the entire GOP. And the only example I can give that equates to it is like a rogue cult leader coming into a church and taking it over. He's brainwashed him. And you don't have to look any further than the zombie-esque reaction to even the last few weeks. I mean, Doge has imploded. He's made promises, yet the base doesn't hold him accountable for it. We've spent trillions of dollars in debt that he promised that we wouldn't. We still have wars in Ukraine raging, and he's taken the sides of Vladimir Putin until the last few hours. This is not the Republican Party that I grew up in, and I don't think it's ever coming back. I think it's gone.
Oh, wow. Former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan saying the Republican Party is not the one that he grew up with. And it's never coming back. Yeah, I think he's right. That old Republican Party, very much done. The new Republican Party is a full-on cult. Just follows the supreme leader. Whatever he says and does is perfect. And if you criticize him, you're banished. I love Scott Jennings' very smarmy look during all of this, even though he absolutely he knows it's true. But one man on in a Novara media interview explained perhaps some of the psychology and tactics of the one and only Donald Trump. Something called KFAB.
This is a pro wrestler, a blind boy. A.O. Caesar, is that his real name? Now, he's in a mask. but he doesn't work for ICE. I just want to clarify that, because a lot of times you see somebody who's hiding their identity, you think that they're, of course, one of the federal Gestapo-like guys. He's not. He's just a wrestler.
Makes sense.
No, this isn't Ash
Appreciate
Sarkar.
that
That's her.
That's her.
This
is her
podcast. Yeah. She's with Novara Media. They're
Gotta love Ash. Ash is great.
Like guys, he's not. He's just a wrestler.
No, this isn't Ash Sarkar. That's her.
That's her.
This is her podcast.
Yeah. She's with Novara Media.
It's called Downstream.
They're
podcast.
great. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if anybody, I don't know who knew this or didn't know this, but we've talked about luxury space communism in the past. I actually got that specific phrase from Ash. The first time I ever heard of luxury space communism. I didn't just come up with it in whole cloth. I heard about it from Ash. She's really a space pioneer, if you will.
Usually with theater, there's spectator, and then there's the show going on stage. But in order because professional wrestling is theater. It's brilliant athletes, and it's storytelling, and it's theater. But we know that it's fake, and we know that this guy's going to win, that guy's going to lose. They don't really hate each other. They could be best buddies backstage. We know all that. But the collective sense of suspended disbelief that we all have to engage in to enjoy it, that's unique to wrestling, and that's called kayfabe. And Trump brings a lot of that to politics. An example of it I consider would be like the use of humor. Like when you think of fascism, most of us, we have a clear idea of what fascism is. And what pops up is Hitler, Franco, Mussolini, right? And it's quite humorless. It's very straightforward and humorless.
And that's why the Charlie Chaplin Great Dictator film was such a puncturing.
Exactly, because the humorlessness of not just fascism, you actually find it also in the art world, you find it in monarchy, in the military. It's solemnity. And solemnity it's not being serious, it's the performance of seriousness. And anytime you introduce humor into a solemn space, solemnity falls apart and it reveals absurdity. Do you get me? The Trump administration, they're not using solemnity. So they're like deporting people to Venezuela, right? Which is possibly illegal. And they're doing that, which is clearly fascist. But then the official White House account is posting comedy videos of these people being deported, but with the sound of their change, and it's ASMR. The official account labels it ASMR. So that's asking us to engage in a kayfabe, and the kayfabe we're engaging with is, this is all a joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's a very good insight. I mean, that has been Trump's...
Something about that masked guy, really, I don't know. Seems like a very intelligent dude. I don't know if it's the mask or what, but feeling some sort of solidarity with this man. A great sort of illustration of what we're talking about using wrestling metaphors.
In a kayfabe, and the kayfabe we're engaging with is, this is all a joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's a very good insight. I mean, that has been Trump's strength, is that he's almost impossible to parody for the sake of his audience, because they already know that it's also like they're involved in it as being it's for a lot of them, it is a battle with just, liberal tears. It's like a big game of snaps to them in many respects. And that's the only sort of like relevance that what Trump has, is that like he's the master troll, and it diminishes the stakes of these things, I think.
Definitely. I mean, that's his talent. He's an entertainer. So there's the nihilism that benefits him. He will, when there's no like concept of how government can be public service for people maybe just want to be entertained along the way, and that's he distracts from his own cruelty with the way that he operates.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take...
It's true, the majority does take phone calls. They've taken phone calls since the very beginning of time.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
In fact, I think that Sam's decision to take phone calls early on in the internet days was one of the things that really made the MR what it is today. Especially the libertarian phone calls. God, I love a good libertarian phone call. In fact, it makes me sad that the libertarians have just given up. Like, it's very disappointing. You know, like, where did all the good libertarians go? Where did all those libertarian callers go? I know, they ran away.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
They ran away from Sam. It's too scary. With all his intelligent arguments. That completely dismantled the whole libertarian thought space. All right, let's move on. Talking about the U.S. economy a little bit. We're going to go back to good work from a couple of days ago. Dan Toomey. It is summer, of course. I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know if you've been outside recently, but it's pretty hot out there.
So hot right now.
That's a sign that it's in fact summer. And one thing that college students do in the summer are internships.
Interns. Every summer, hordes of college students and one weird high schooler migrate to major American cities, especially here in New York, where they waddle into the skyscrapers of high-flying industries like finance, tech, and consulting, and pretend to be adults. But as these large children, with their confusing slang and ill-fitting dress shirts, invade our business enclaves, stand in line outside of our dive bars, and awkwardly linger on the fringes of our open-plan offices, just waiting for someone to give them a task to complete, an important question remains. What are they actually doing here? Today, we investigate. I began my investigation by typing "what's the point of summer internships" into my computer, where I learned such facts as internships are a great option to gain the invaluable benefits associated with them, and the primary objective of an internship is to gain experience and exposure to a certain field. I mean, it was sounding like the internship stakes were pretty high. A suspicion I soon confirmed with some random videos of strangers yelling at me online.
If you don't have an internship this summer after your sophomore year, it'll make it harder for you to get an internship this summer after your junior year, which will then impact the chances of you getting a decent job after college.
Internships are more important now than they ever were before.
Change the course of your entire career.
One of the most important career investments you can make.
Interns, it's not about what you're going to learn this summer, my friends. It's going to be who you meet.
As you can see, internships are the most important thing that will happen in your entire life. And perhaps this is why so many of our best, brightest, and most type A young people are so determined to get one into their high-achieving crop.
Oh god, that empanada truck is making me hungry.
Today, acceptance rates at top internships have fallen below 1%, with Goldman Sachs, for example, receiving over 360,000 applications for just this summer's class. Companies in finance and accounting now recruit interns nearly a year and a half before they'd be expected to start, meaning many current summer interns applied in 2023, which, to jog your memory, is the year of ancient phenomena such as the Drippy Pope, Barbenheimer, the Met Gala cockroach, and it was also the last time my wife allowed me to caress her intimately. But enough beating around the bush, which is something I haven't done since 2023. I decided to seek out the highest possible authority on internships. None other than LinkedIn themselves.
In today's job market, it helps you get a job.
Corey Cantega is the head of Economics America at LinkedIn. A real goddamn job title.
It's particularly slow for entry-level workers, so it is critical to do everything you can to get an advantage in the labor market when it's so competitive. Financial services, technology, information, and media, those are key areas where you can get a leg up if you interned. You want to use the internship to figure out where you want to go, how to build your career. It's not just a tool to get a job, it's a tool of discovery. The ability to do an internship is not accessible to everyone. if you can get an internship that's paid, that's a great advantage. And that's one.
What discovery? I'd love to know what he means by the word discovery when it comes to internships. Like discovering that you're sort of just unpaid slave labor, hoping to network in a group of like douchebags, basically. Oh, if I can just meet the right asshole. If I can just meet the right rich asshole, maybe I'll get that job.
Follow the rich white man. Reasons why a lot of folks pursue internships in finance, because they are all paid.
Indeedy, in the world we call business, internships in the finance sector are often deemed the ritziest, not only because of the connections they provide, but also the fat salaries they offer these kids to blow on whole milk and Newports. If kids are still spending money like they used to. For example, banks like Goldman Sachs and hedge funds like Citadel pay from $50 to $150 an hour, so you can make more than 20 bands in 2 months in a single summer. So it's no surprise that applying to these things is a process that includes a whole lot of resume bullshitting and a whole lot of rejection.
You really don't have any experience, any relevant experience, so you just try to make anything sound like relevant experience.
I applied to around 30 to 40 internships, and I think I got ghosted by over 90% of them. I know a lot of people, like you, are looking at internships even as early as your freshman year.
I emailed 50 firms. I chatted like maybe 10, 20, 30. Everyone was on the grind with their networking, coffee chats and things like that. I skipped all of my lectures, like especially second semester when like the recruiting for summer hyped up. I skipped almost every single class.
There's this thing called the 400 questions guide, and there's literally 400 questions that relate to investment banking recruiting, and students are memorizing all of them and being able to answer all of them just to even have a shot.
It was psychotically competitive. Like there would be networking events on campus and people would lie about when they were so that you wouldn't make it there and stuff like that.
Hey, I just wanted to take a moment and thank you for watching Good.
Anyway, long story short, internships seem to be detracting from students actually learning things in college and are instead focusing all of their time on acquiring the right internship rather than getting, that learning on and just, giving up, in many cases, free labor to a bunch of capitalists. Maybe there's better things for you to do this summer. Just saying, kids. Just saying. Maybe do that. Maybe do anything else instead. The fact is maybe you should learn some other skills, because right now, U.S. finances are going down the toilet with Trump's trade war causing some real problems. And I think we should dive into just how ridiculous Donald Trump's espoused goals really are when it comes to the trade war.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
We don't go to this channel much, but this got suggested to me in the Discord. I decided to watch it, and I thought it was pretty well done. It explained much of this stuff in a decent way.
Hey, it's Max from UNFTR reporting for the Midas Touch Network, and today we're going to head south of the border, across the pond, through the woods, and over the rainbow to follow the meandering and nonsensical foreign policy and economic maneuvers of President Trump. Now, in the president's sights at this moment are BRICS member nations, and specifically Brazil, who had the audacity to gather recently and discuss global economic policy during a time when, admittedly, the biggest player in the game is acting irrationally and irresponsibly. And in response, President Trump took to Truth Social to offer an irrational and irresponsible response. Now, as usual, there's way more to this story than trading barbs on social media. In fact, the United States is playing a very dangerous game right now, and the economic data are beginning to betray the Make America Great storyline. So to break it down, we're going to talk about tick data, BRICS alliance, Forex assets, de-dollarization, repo markets, tariffs, inflation, and something called the Washington Consensus. And if that all sounds like gobbledygook, I promise, in the next 20 minutes or so, you'll be more informed.
Okay, settle down, pal. Settle down. All right, let's go here.
So let's discuss something that keeps economists and financial market observers up at night, and that is the slow degradation of the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. Now, again, we're not in panic mode. This isn't an immediate threat to our economic supremacy.
Immediately,
The
if
dollar
not
will
sooner.
remain the world's primary reserve currency for at least the next decade, if not.
I don't know where this guy is getting this assertion from. I'm not gonna lie. There's one part of it, like when he said it, I was like, that's not a guarantee. It's not at all guaranteed. The way he talks about it in this sort of level of certainty that he really can't possibly have, like, it's not a guarantee that we will be the reserve currency for over 10 years. Like, that is a big timeline to be putting up here.
A little bit more, but our dominance is beginning to wane in ways that have profound implications for our economic future. So let's understand why being the world's reserve currency is actually such a massive advantage, because people talk a lot about that, but we really don't talk about exactly why. So when other countries hold dollars in their central bank reserves, they're essentially lending us money at incredibly favorable terms. So it means that in turn, we can run large deficits. We can maintain lower interest rates. We can exercise extraordinary influence over global financial markets. So it's been described as an exorbitant privilege, and it's one of the primary sources of American economic power. But here's what the data are telling us, and it's not encouraging. The share of US dollar holdings in global allocated reserves just declined to 57.7%. It's not a ton when you look at it on a percentage basis, but it represents on an absolute basis a lot of dollars. Even more concerning is the dramatic shift in sentiment among reserve managers. In just 12 months, the dollar has plummeted from being the most preferred currency among central banks to 7th in preference rankings. This is not a gradual shift. That's a fundamental reassessment of the dollar's reliability.
Yeah, and that's why I push back on his claim that he made at the beginning of this, that somehow we have 10 years. The fact that we would go from 1st to 7th in a few months is alarming and is a precipitous decline. And so, yeah, I'm just not nearly as certain as he is that we're going to last over 10 years of being the... If we continue down this path, I think it could happen much quicker, honestly.
And attractiveness. So this graphic shows our foreign exchange reserves over time. And notice the significant decline that began in late 2022. So remember, this is what we hold in our reserve currencies. So initially, the decline that you see in 2022 was driven by the Federal Reserve's aggressive interest rate hikes to combat the inflation crisis, which in turn strengthened the dollar and forced other central banks to sell their dollar reserves to defend their own currencies. But here's what should concern us. Even as the dollar has weakened recently, these reserves continue to decline. So why? Because central banks around the world are actively and deliberately reducing their exposure to U.S. assets. This isn't just about currency fluctuations anymore. It's a structural shift in how global reserves are managed, with less emphasis on U.S. dollar, regardless of the exchange rate movements. So this brings us to the fundamental contradictions in Trump's economic approach.
Yeah, no, Pitchfork's Dragon. I mean, this is a fair point that you're making, but I still like. Here's the fact. Here's the facts. You can liquidate a bond before it matures, right? You know, you receive interest payments on a biannual basis, but you know there are some reasons why. I mean, you can sell bonds before they mature, right? And we saw that happen earlier this year in April, when Donald Trump announced when the Liberation Day tariffs came down first, right? You saw China and other countries looking to sell bonds, right? So while yes, you're right, there is a time scale to it. Like you're not forced to hold those bonds. You can sell them, and you know if interest rates continue to climb, those holdings that people have, or the countries have, will be devalued, which would incentivize them even more so, right? Which is, I'm just saying, like there's a compounding effect to this, right?
that are accelerating this global shift away from American assets. See, Trump is essentially trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while wearing a blindfold. Every move that he makes to fix one problem creates 3 new ones. So he wants to bring manufacturing back to America, right? But that requires a weak dollar to make our exports more competitive. But his tariffs strengthen the dollar by making foreign goods more expensive relative to domestic alternatives. He needs other nations to buy our goods then, right? But he's alienating every single trading partner with unpredictable threats and constant trade wars. Trump needs interest rates to stay high to curb inflation, but he also needs to lower them to energize the housing market and reduce consumer debt burdens.
But here's the thing.
He wants to keep prime.
Donald Trump doesn't, I don't think Donald Trump even knows this. I don't think he knows that he needs those interest rates to stay high. I mean, I know that he doesn't know this because he's come out and said like a half a dozen times, if not more, in the last 6 months. He has called for the Federal Reserve to lower the Fed lending rate over and over and over again. Right. And it's just, you know, the guy is not even, he's not even like close to being aware of this. I was going to say not an economist, but that's being too generous even there. You know, he just does not have a fundamental basic understanding of the things that he's doing. It's massively problematic. And so many of these things, like we've been saying, just contradict each other. Donald Trump's espoused the desires and the actions that he takes. They all just sort of, they butt up against each other. Like they're just an ever contradicting sort of Fibonacci cycle or something.
All right, so let's examine the degradation of U.S. economic fundamentals that's happening in real time while Trump plays these dangerous games with global markets. Inflation is moving higher again, despite the Federal Reserve's aggressive rate hiking campaign over the last few years. The job market, which was supposed to be Trump's ace in the hole, is imploding. Initial jobless claims are spiking, job openings are declining, continuous claims are rising, and hiring has already slowed dramatically across multiple sectors. And that includes, by the way, manufacturing, which should tell you just how well this trade war is really going. GDP growth declined in the first quarter, and all indicators suggest that we're likely seeing already further contraction in Q2 as consumer spending pulls back in response to higher prices and more economic uncertainty. Witness the sluggish returns from Amazon Prime Day, which turned into Amazon Prime Week to cover for the underwhelming sales. When you have both high inflation and high unemployment rising simultaneously, you've created the perfect conditions for stagflation, which is a crisis we haven't experienced since the 1970s. And here's why this is a particularly dangerous arrangement. In a normal recession, the Federal Reserve can lower interest rates to stimulate economic activity. In a normal inflationary period, it can raise rates to cool down the economy. In stagflation, these traditional policy tools are useless or even counterproductive.
Exactly. And we've talked about this in the past on a number of occasions. The Fed's dual mandate and really like the tools that they have are very small. It's just really the interest rates, right? And, you know, those interest rates are incapable of addressing stagflation because one action defeats the other action, right? Like if you lower the rates, you are going to spur economic growth in theory, but you're going to cause inflation to happen, right? But if you already have inflation, right, and low growth, right, what do? Because if you lower the interest rates, it just further exacerbate. You just further exacerbate the inflation and may or may not wind up improving things like the labor market and investment or whatever else. But it's not even a guarantee. None of these things, I mean, you know, it's just really, it's really theoretical in many cases. We'll have to, you know, we'll have to watch to see just how bad this winds up being. But let's move on from the economics. Let's move on from that and talk, let's talk about this. Sorry, I lost my place. Where am I? Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh shit, we are at environmental news already. Okay. Oh wait, no, there's one more. Oh, let's talk about this. This is something that plagues all of your favorite content creators, including myself. Let's go to Taylor Lorenz from a couple of days ago, where they discussed the abusive nature of copyright lawsuits.
Any kind of legal mechanism that allows somebody without the intervention of a court to get something off the internet is invariably going to be used for the same thing, which is somebody said something I don't like and I want it gone.
For decades, content creators have fought against oppressive copyright restrictions on online content. Copyright claims are often wielded by powerful corporations to take down videos, suppress criticism, or stifle parody through rigid restrictions on online speech. But now a troubling shift is unfolding. A prominent YouTuber has begun using copyright lawsuits to silence other creators' speech and commentary on his content. I think this moment marks a potential turning point in online expression. These legal attacks that were once used almost exclusively.
I don't think she ever names him. I think she's talking about Ethan Klein, right? Am I wrong in this? Because that's what I heard about Ethan recently, is that he was copyright striking people for using his content. Anybody? Can anybody help me with this? I don't spend enough time focusing on the H3 podcast to know for sure.
Turning point in online expression. These legal attacks that were once used almost exclusively by powerful media companies are now being leveraged by big content creators to attack smaller content creators that they don't like. Today, I'm joined by Meredith Rose, Senior Policy Counsel at Public Knowledge, a nonprofit promoting freedom of expression and open internet, to talk about how copyright law and discussions of fair use are central to the fights over free speech in the digital age. Meredith, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I want to start off by asking you, what does copyright...
Okay, before we let Taylor get deep into this, I just want to say thank you to Pitchfork Dragon for their sweet, sweet super chat. The Fed is willing to let the American economy tank under Trump and keep the U.S. dollar strong 100. Oddly, I don't fucking know where I am on that issue because people will be hurt. I mean, do you think it's the... I'm not sure. I'm not sure entirely what you mean by this. Like, I'm trying to decipher what you mean. Because I'm not sure the Federal Reserve can keep the American economy from tanking right now in this moment. Like, I get what you're saying, but I'm not sure that lowering interest rates would prevent the economy from tanking. You know? Like, the things that Donald Trump are doing, like that he is doing right now are, you know, I think in many ways, like, not only out of control of the Fed, but I'm not sure that they can do enough to somehow spur growth. When we're talking about the trade war being back on, Re-Liberation Day is here, and Donald Trump is waging, I mean, like, you know, 30, 40, 50% tariffs across the board. You know, and I'm just not, like, I don't know how they'd have to do, like, negative lending rates or something. They'd have to go, like, negative, like, full-on negative lending rates, like, you know, and that hasn't been done since the Great Recession during QE. And right now, I mean, we're in a very different situation than back then. I kind of see what you're saying. I get what you're trying to get at here. I'm just not sure that in practice that they you know, that it's even, oh God, no, but we are living in fucked up times right now. I'll say that much. And it's hard to even predict what's going to happen from day to day. Everything is so unpredictable in this moment.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I want to start off by asking you, what does copyright law have to do with free speech? Can you explain how copyright and issues around sort of free speech and free expression online intersect in our legal system?
Sure. So copyright in its original design is supposed to incentivize people to create new expressive works. This ran into a bit of a problem when the internet really took hold, and rights holders were finding their copyrighted work popping up left and right on different websites. And so as part of this sort of grand bargain that was happening between tech platforms and rights holders at the time, we implemented this system called the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. And people are probably most familiar with this in the context of takedowns. And one of the provisions of the DMCA essentially says that if you as a rights holder find your work somewhere, you can send a notice to the platform and say, that is mine.
By the way, this happens to me all the time. I don't know if I'm not even sure if everybody's aware of this, because it just sort of happens in the background. You know, unless you're clicking on a live stream that we just got done doing, like you might never notice. But this happens to me all the fucking time. Every time I end a live stream, I just wait. And within like an hour and a half to 2 hours, I get hit by like just a litany of copyright claims. And I have to I have to make a decision like in that moment to be like, do I fight this, or do I just remove this portion of the content from the video? Like, this literally happens to me every fucking stream. I am not kidding about that. I'm not even close to exaggerating. In fact, it is pervasive.
And whoever has uploaded this does not have the rights to it. And the platform is obligated to take that content down. And so what has actually happened with the DMCA is, though it was designed to allow rights holders to, police the use of their copyrighted content online, what it has ended up being in practice is a way for people to get things that are unflattering or that they don't like removed from the internet. So it's a very, very powerful tool, and it's just very widely abused.
Was there concern about abuse when it was enacted? And have there been any major legal challenges trying to kind of deal with this issue?
So I don't know that anybody expected the degree and the pervasiveness of abuse that's actually happened. Also because, the law was passed in 1998, and I think folks were still didn't really appreciate just how huge and transformative the internet was going.
Yeah, back in 1998, we still had to connect our computers to the phone lines. Two antiquated things that, it is, we have gone, in the last 30 years, there's no way, most people were not predicting us to be where we are at right now in 2024. And this DRM stuff has been abused in many, many ways. Many, many, many ways. And the fact is and we're not going to get too deep into this. It's kind of a lot of legalese and other stuff that gets involved in here. But the fact is when you get a copyright claim, let me just explain this to all of you. As somebody who does content creation and gets copyright claims every single stream, when you get a copyright claim, you have two options: remove it, and depending on whether or not, here's the thing: some copyright claims block the content from being seen by all audiences. Other copyright claims prevent you from monetizing the video. There's multiple tiers, but you basically left with two options, right? You remove it or you contest it. When you contest it, there comes along with it all of these all caps legal languages that you have to agree to before sending your dispute into YouTube, which includes language saying that if the next step, if this content owner, if this rights owner decides that they don't agree with your dispute, that the next step is for them to sue you in a court of law, right? Literally, immediately, if not sooner. If they say your dispute is fraudulent and not has no grounds, they can just sue you. And the financial consequences of such a thing could be detrimental to small content creators such as myself. And so I often not just often, basically every single time that I get hit by a content claim, I just have to take it down, because there's no way I could there's no way I could effectively defend myself in court against any of this. Just do not have the sort of financial ability to do so. but it is being abused in many ways. People using it for all sorts of reasons that really that aren't really even in the language of the law. It's just, unfortunately, it's up to the discretion of judges in many cases. In almost all cases, it's just left up to like how the judge interprets the law, and whether or not it often becomes a bias sort of thing, whether they like you or they like them more. All right, that's enough on the copyright stuff. How are we doing on time? Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's do some environmental news. Starting in Hawaii, where in Waikiki, concerns around storm drainage systems are causing concern among researchers.
First at 4:30, UH researchers are warning that by the year 2050, heavy rain plus sea level rise could cause Waikiki's storm drainage system to fail.
This could send contaminated water from the Olawai Canal into the busy streets of the tourism hub. Meteorologist Drew Davis breaks down the new study.
We found that by 2050, only 25 years from now, up to 70% of the Waikiki area will lose drainage during a typical rainfall event, a similar rainfall event to the one that we modeled.
Sea level rise is a threat that Hawaii knows well. Most notably.
By the way, I don't know if you heard the language that he just used there. He's not talking about some major storms. He's just talking about a typical rainstorm. That is bad.
We think of coastal erosion and impact to property, but a new study shows it could bring widespread impacts to one of Hawaii's busiest tourist destinations, Waikiki.
The science of sea level rise is a proven fact because we've had satellites for 25 years that map the sea surface every 10 days across the whole planet. They have shown that sea level is rising, first of all, and that the rate of global sea level rise has actually doubled.
This new study from NOAA connects sea level rise to heavy rainfall events here in the state, which, when combined, could lead to contaminated water in the streets of Waikiki.
As we have higher sea levels projected into the future, compounded by larger, more frequent, intense rainfall events, we can expect to see more storm drainage failure and flooding in Waikiki.
More than 75% of the storm drainage system in Waikiki is connected to the Olawai Canal. Researchers at NOAA developed a computer model of the Waikiki storm drainage system, installing 10 sensors to record water depth. The team calibrated their models using data from a rainstorm in December of 2021. This rainstorm happened to coincide with a king tide event and onshore winds, pushing more water into the canal and overwhelming the drainage system. Right now, the researchers have determined that rainfall is the dominant driver of drainage backflow. As sea levels continue to rise, tidal flooding becomes more prevalent, putting more stress on the drainage system, potentially leading to backflow just due to high tides.
Though 2050 might seem like a distant future, realistically, infrastructure takes many, many years to plan, rebuild, refurbish, and so now is the time that we need to be thinking about how to retrofit or redesign the storm drainage infrastructure in Waikiki.
Exactly. This woman is 100% correct about that. And that's the thing we have to remember about all this, right? While we talk about the increasing, severity and erraticness of our weather, and we talk about the rising sea levels and all these other, factors. But we have to remember, when we give them time horizons, 2030, 2050, whatever it might be, that doesn't mean that in 2030, that's when you do stuff. That doesn't mean in 2050, that's when you do stuff. It means now. Now you need to do it. Now you have to plan ahead. And we have to continue updating these things rather than just sort of sticking our heads in the sand and saying, that's a problem for tomorrow. The fact is, when you get to tomorrow, and you haven't done that yet, you are fucked. You are screwed. The infrastructure will not be there. You cannot build a bridge in a day. You cannot shore up drainage, in 48 hours. Not happening. Pitchforks Dragon. Another super chat. Grok out here being a whole ass Nazi, but they go after StreamLord. It's true. It's true. It's true. Thankfully, we still continue to be able to do the stream. But you gotta be here to get all the content, because if you watch the video afterwards, it might be missing some important aspects of the stream. It's just a fact. Because I am forced to remove it. Forced.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's why being here in the live streams is so vital if you want to get all the sweet, sweet galactic content. All right, staying in Hawaii. We have a lot of Hawaii stories today. I don't even know why. I have no explanation for this. It just happened. All right, let's go to the cliffs of Hawaii, where the rescue effort for one goat was going down earlier this week.
In North Kohala, a goat has been stranded on a steep cliff for days. Animal rescuers say they're out of options and running out of time to save it. Jill Kuramoto has the story.
The time is running out, on this poor animal. And it looks like it must have fallen to that spot.
Locals in Hawi first spotted the goat 3 days ago and fear it's growing weak.
It's had no food, it's had no water, and 2 days ago it was standing up, and now it's not standing up anymore.
Debbie Cravata of Kohala Animal Relocation and Education Service, known as CARES, says the goat may be a pet that appears to have fallen about 300 feet from the top of the cliff at Hawi. It's about another 100 feet to the ground. Concerned residents contacted federal, state, and county agencies, but didn't get a response. The terrain is treacherous, and without much more they can do from the ground, they're looking for help from someone with a helicopter and heart.
Because once they get to it, and if they have to climb up or down, it's better if we could get that goat in a bucket and away, because if it is scared, just even like if it was a cat or dog, if you make the wrong move, it may plunge to its death in fear.
While some might shrug off the effort to save a single goat, animal advocates say it's a matter of empathy, the kind of compassion that makes Hawaii special.
Save the goat. Save the goat. That's all I've got for that one. No goat left behind. That's what I say. But that's one thing I was actually just thinking about, because I need to start clipping the stream more. I need to go back to streaming on Twitch. I need to figure out a way to multi-stream. I need to write this down so I just actually do it. Because I've been meaning to do it. Like, there's a plugin that I supposedly could download for this stream software to allow me to multi-stream again. And that was one thing about Twitch, is they don't do copyright the same way as YouTube. They have different copyright systems. And I was able to download it in full 1080p with being uncut from Twitch when I got done every day. Even though I wasn't doing it, I should be doing it and clipping the streams. Somebody remind me to... So I should write that down. Someone remind me that I need to go back to multi-streaming. All right. We're going to stay in Hawaii with a third Hawaiian story discussing a very concerning trend relating to emergency call boxes and considering the recent events in Texas. Emergency alert systems and things of that are certainly on my mind and probably on many people's minds. Having all of these emergency callbacks is not working. Not good. Not good.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
All new at 6, East Maui residents say broken emergency call boxes along Hana Highway is a serious public safety concern because there is no cell service. But the state says it's too expensive to maintain. Our Chelsea Davis found out what they're doing instead.
If you're driving out to Hana in rural East Maui, be prepared for 620 curves, 59 bridges, and spotty cell service. There are these emergency roadside call boxes along the 52-mile route, famously known as the Road to Hana, but none are working.
We've really shouldered the burden,
forcing locals to become first responders when tourists get stranded when their cars break down.
We do have to render aid very often as East Maui residents, kind of standing in the place of emergency services, helping visitors like transport to areas where there is cell phone reception.
Most times, only East Maui residents know where those reception areas are.
You got to be at the right spot on that highway to pick up cell service, or stand on a rock with one hand up on a tree and one leg up and don't move, because you have that one bar that's going to make or break that call.
We started Hana Highway regulation in 2017.
East Maui resident Kamalani Pahukua came across Kupuna just a few weeks ago.
At about 10 p.m., stranded on the side of Wailuaiki Road with no call boxes working. It's a really scary scenario for some people.
Even visitors say it's a hazard.
A dangerous thing for people that aren't from the area, having a rental car, not sure how to get a hold of them if something does happen. I know that we didn't have any cell service on the way through, and there's a lot of curvy roads, a lot of one-way bridges, a lot of other traffic.
Transportation officials say there are about 10 call boxes within a 20-mile stretch, but confirm they haven't been working in years.
Wow, years. That seems bad. All of the call boxes have been broken for years. That's not great. That's not great. All right, let's go to the mainland in California, where one woman recorded a close encounter with some wildlife on a Southern California trail. KTLA 5 from Tuesday.
No, 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 no.
Tense moments for a hiker in Ojai who came face to face with that mountain lion. It happened last week on the Gridley Trail. Hiker says she glanced up and saw the mountain lion walking directly toward her on the trail. That's when she started recording.
No.
And then a few seconds later, it comes out of that bush and it's walking toward me again on the trail, looking at me, walking, looking at me, walking. And I was like, kind of panicking, like, oh my gosh, what is it going to do? It just felt like it was kind of curious and checking me out, but it wasn't going to lunge at me. So I was just so
I think it was thinking
when
about
ran
it.
Up the,
I think it
up
was
the
thinking
hill.
about it hard.
She knew not to run away because that can trigger a mountain lion to chase after you. She began yelling, hoping to make the animal go away. The mountain lion finally ran up the hill there and behind a bush and waited.
I love how after the seventh no, the mountain lion was like, maybe you're right. She got lucky. She got lucky. Somehow managed to scare off that mountain lion with a vigorous no. That's right. We do share this planet with other animals. Walk around in nature, you might wind up face to face with the mountain lion. All right, now let's go inland to Texas, where rescue efforts have been put on hold as Kerrville County floods once again. That's right. That's right. Within literally 1 week, Kerrville County, two different floods. And I'm sure you can imagine just how much that would complicate the efforts to find people. Here's Forbes. I think this is Forbes breaking news. This is from earlier today, so Sunday. Pretty fucking wild. I mean, but we, we've been talking about this all week, since last weekend, actually. And it's a horrifying event that occurred last weekend. And You know, like, but you see these floods happening back to back. The place is called, the place where the camp was located is literally called, what is it called? Flood Alley or something like that. And, you know, I think this is just more proof that there's a massive amount of negligence that has gone on here, whether it's the local government, the camp itself, or the Trump administration. But like we talked about yesterday, how the camp fought back against FEMA zoning, which would have required them to get flood insurance, as well as follow a number of regulations, which would have basically prevented them from putting this camp in the spot that it was. Instead, they fought it. They appealed it. They got it repealed and put the camp there, put all these kids in harm's way, right? And the fact that it just floods again within 1 week, I think is proof that people just did not take the threat of floods nearly seriously enough here. We got one more video on this. NBC News from 2 hours. Actually, I think this was like 5 or 6 hours ago.
It's the last thing Texas needed. Another storm slamming the central Texas region.
Sorry, hold on. Why isn't the screen switching? Oh, there we go.
It's the last thing Texas needed. Another storm slamming the central Texas region, already suffering from catastrophic flooding. Drenching some areas with more than 9 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. Firefighters staging dramatic swiftwater rescues in McGregor.
Wow.
The governor confirming ongoing rescues underway in multiple counties.
That's our road.
Including Lampasas. One resident there capturing these rising floodwaters, sharing one family member had evacuated to a local fire department. Back in the broken heart of last week's catastrophe, county officials report 161 people are still missing. Heavy rain forcing the urgent recovery mission to
I think it is wild. That they're having to do rescues again 2 weeks in a row, but that people didn't take it seriously enough once again. Hey, what the fuck is going on, Texas? Get your shit together.
It slowed us down, but it's not over.
NBC News with behind-the-scenes access to the nerve center of the recovery today. Thousands of volunteers were here yesterday. Today, it's empty, evacuated in fear of rising floodwaters.
In this area,
but firefighter Razor Dobbs drives on.
You're a volunteer.
Yes, sir.
You've been doing back-breaking work out here for 10 days for free. What motivates you to keep going?
The families. It's a family. I mean, I can't imagine the anguish that they must be feeling, especially the ones that are still looking.
Last Friday, this volunteer fire station was under at least 7 feet of water. Everything gone. Now it's stronger than ever. Restored.
Well, this is certainly going to slow down those recovery efforts at this point from the other flood that happened last week. Jesus. One thing I've been thinking about, and this is sort of grim, but I'm fairly certain most of the bodies are probably trapped under debris in the creeks or in the river and the surrounding area, like in mud, and are going to be very difficult to find. Still 160 or whatever number of people still missing, and I find it highly unlikely that anybody is found alive at this point. It's really horrible. Really fucking horrible. Okay, we are almost at 4 hours, so I think this is a good spot to take a quick break. But we'll be right back after these brief space messages. right. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. The bell icon too, so you get all the latest notifications from this year's Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support: YouTube, Cash App, PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month. That's only 10 cents a day to get more space benefits than the entire Milky Way galaxy has ever seen. Get yourself a sweet, sweet space avatar. You'd be hanging out at the pool with me, or at least in sort of a representational way. You can send me a picture, you tell me what you want, I add you to one of the break screens, like the pool. Or if the pool's not your vibe, go to the bar, hang out, have a drink, maybe read a book, hang out with some cool folks. But maybe neither of those are for you, and you'd rather be here at the lake. You'd be on a boat, shaking it to the music. Or maybe you're a person of the streets, and this would be where you could hang out. Yeah, 4 different options for patrons on where you can put your avatars. All you gotta do is become a patron. But not only do you get an avatar, shout-outs every stream, secret content, and a secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. Now, if you're not in the Discord server, it's not just for patrons, so get in there and make sure to react and accept the rules, otherwise you won't get access to the server. All a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits. All right, people, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. Okay. Well, break number 2 is over. And half number 3 is about to begin very shortly. Okay. Let's get to it, Space Fams. All right, we left off talking about the Texas floods. And I want to return to a story which we discussed a couple of days ago. This time I want to provide some context for what we're talking about here. This was honestly a disturbing situation which occurred in Oklahoma. Days after the Texas floods, some psychotic sort of militiamen decided to attack an Oklahoma weather radar facility run by NOAA. It's called the NEXRAD radar. And this is all sort of stemming from some pretty ridiculous, long running online conspiracies about radar systems being used to control the weather. Now, these things are these radar systems.
And yeah, so we're being careful.
Dylan Brown, Oklahoma.
These radar systems are just picking up, like, right? Like these NEXRAD radar systems are just monitoring things. They're not capable of doing any of the things that these insane conspiracy theorists think that they can do. Okay? And the problem is that a bunch of idiots online who are very conspiracy theory driven in their sort of worldview have picked up on all these very dumb people. Like, they're just dumb idiots leading idiots on this one. Let's go back 12 years, okay, to this video from a channel called Weather War 101. NEXRAD weather control. Vortex creation 101. Oh, that sounds serious. Oh, okay. Okay, tell me about horrifying weather control NEXRAD's doing. NEXRAD weather control. Vortex creation. Managing nano cloud systems. Ooh, nano clouds. 22313. So serious. They got like serious.
Tomorrow, I can promise you, will
serious
be a very
music
nice
going on.
day. Temperatures mostly in the 80s in the Midwest, along the eastern coast in the 70s. Nationwide radar at this hour. A lot of heavy activity down in the southeastern United States. And here is the activity around Chicago from our radar. Further to the west, these patches right here are moving more or less to the east. If we're very lucky, the southern suburbs might get them late tonight, but otherwise, I really can't say. And I'll try and say the best I can right after this.
It's been a long time since weather radar and weather systems looked like this. Then they do this like zoom in on what this guy was doing. This is 1973, by the way, 52 years ago. And look, heavy activity. Look, there's an arrow. That makes it serious. Okay, heavy activity. Okay, I got it. That's what heavy activity looks like in 1973. Thanks, buddy. Great video editing. Notice the numerous small systems, evenly distributed across the country. Note what quote-unquote heavy activity looked like in the 1970s. Now, on any given day, you can expect to find something like this. Oh no. What has happened? By the way, I just want everybody to think about this while we're going through this video, and this is fucking fully unhinged garbage, okay? This is a full-on Sunday fun. Like, this is what we're doing here, okay? I just want everybody to remember, just to keep in mind, throughout all this, we're talking about the time period between 1970 and 2013. I just want you to think about what was going on between 1970 and 2013. I wonder, what sort of weather stuff, what sort of climate stuff has been happening over the last 45 years? Oh, God, I'm struggling. Oh, right. Global warming and climate change has been going on. Anthropogenic climate change. All right, let me go back to reading these fucking subtitles. In fact, you can expect to see this kind of system usually twice a week. Okay, and your point is? Oh, manufactured snowstorm. Look, it's got an official title, so you know it's manufactured. You can tell. You can tell it's manufactured because it's big. Same thing here on 219, another manufactured snowstorm. There's no way that the Earth could have done this itself. That's why we've labeled it manufactured. In 2013, storm systems are initiated in very specific areas, built up as the cross the country. Huh? That's not how you do English. Built up as the cross the country in a very specific manner, and are directed by the extremely powerful nationwide NextRad network. Oh, scary. You bet. I can prove every bit of it. Oh, thank God. I was like, dude, this guy is just speculating wildly. And I was like, when I saw this part of the video, I was like, oh, thank God. I need him to actually verify some of this with evidence. I cannot wait. Okay, he's got proof. Everybody brace yourself for the proof. Here it comes. For starters, oh, it's not proof. He doesn't have proof. He just has questions. I love this. I love this. I love this. This is proof. He's got questions. Questions are proof, everybody. Write that down. Asking questions are, in fact, material proof. For starters, how do you suppose storm systems like this materialize from nowhere in such short periods of time? It's called climate change, stupid. Manufactured snowstorms. Oh my God, you can see how manufactured they are. Because I've written manufactured snowstorm on the video. That's how you know. That's how you know they're manufactured. Look, it showed up so quickly. How could it happen? How do you suppose? Oh, more question proof. He's got more questions of proof of questions. How do you suppose these storm systems from nowhere are spun up into massive cross-country monsters like this? There's no other way. There's no other way. They had to have been manufactured because my brain is made of mush. Ooh, another manufactured snowstorm in February of 2013. Oh God. It starts with precipitation generation. Capital P, capital G, precipitation generation. Nice. Nice. This is incontrovertible proof. I can already tell. The reason I have to start in the 70s is because you have to go back that far to see relatively unmolested weather. Unmolested?
Don't be creepy.
Settle down, pal. I love how this guy, in 40 years' time, could not come to the conclusion. Like, it's like these guys just can't. They're incapable of actual scientific thought. So they just ask questions. They're like, look, I see a thing that I can't explain. So the only way to explain it is government conspiracies. They are oppressing the country. As best as I can tell, the natural process of evaporation forming cloud systems was still the primary source of quote-unquote weather on this planet until the 1970s, but the foundations of manufactured weather and capital P, capital G precipitation generation were already evident. Really, they were already evident in the 70s. Shocking. Show me the proof. 1974. Here's the proof. A picture. Oh, I get it now. I can see it now. I get it. Precipitation generation's happening because of this fuzzy picture. Where's the evidence again? Oh, he's gonna zoom in. Oh, I see it now. I can see the evidence. It's in Colorado. Wait, no. Wyoming. Ooh, I see. Oh, he's pointed to it. That's where the precipitation generation is happening. Where the cloud is. Oh, okay. Okay. I get it. How does anybody watch something like this and they're like, oh, I need to attack a NEXRAD facility. I need to start a whole militia and take these things down. I need to commit a bunch of crimes.
Illegal.
To stop this horrible government intrusion on America. In 2013, these ground sources of capital P, capital G precipitation generation are easily identifiable on the NEXRAD and satellite, capital S satellite. They can be easily observed, turning on and off at regular intervals and in conjunction with each other. Oh, they're trying to control our minds, people. Mind control, look at it. Oh, the NEXRADs are releasing. They're releasing it. They're releasing all of the clouds. They're making clouds, don't you see? The radars are the things that are making clouds. They're not the things that are perceiving clouds. They're making the clouds. More precipitation generation. This is great. This is such a detailed video. So much evidence. So much evidence and explanation. I feel like I have a full grasp on how these NEXRADs are creating clouds now. Wait, sorry. I meant to say I don't at all understand how they're creating clouds. I mean, obviously they're not, but this guy's supposed to be proving to us. This was incontrovertible proof, he said, of weather manipulation. And all he's done is ask questions and show vague fucking weather maps, and then uses arrows and text to be like, look, here it is. But in no way does he explain how we get there at all. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Previously, you have demonstrated a variety of these sources of artificial precipitation and their wide-ranging availability. When? During this video? What did you demonstrate aside from your weird editing and thought-making processes? Ooh, precipitation generation. Look, that cloud was created. Wait. I'm sorry. Why are these side to side? This guy shows a picture of a smokestack over here, which is not a NEXRAD facility. This appears to be a nuclear reactor. And then over here, he shows a picture of a cloud forming over a mountain. And he's like, look, incontrovertible proof. Two completely unrelated videos. Enjoy. This is the creation of clouds. No, that is steam, stupid. Fucking idiot. This is insane. I don't even know how this is still up on YouTube. This shit is so ridiculous. Oh my god. But this is the kind of nonsense conspiracy theories that we are up against. People who are too dumb or too incurious to look into climate change, and incapable of connecting the dots between climate change and larger weather systems, and instead have to go on some fantasy rabbit hunt, gotta go down the rabbit hole of this conspiratorial nonsense that I have absolutely no proof of. I'm just gonna make a random ass video montage on YouTube, and people they're gonna love it. Look, he's just showing random footage of smoke. That's a wildfire, by the way. What he's showing there is a wildfire. These massive storms begin with the capital A, capital P, capital G, artificial precipitation generation to form the base of the storm. There are a couple of combinations that are frequently used, and this week's storm shows the creation of the capital N nationwide band of precipitation. These people are unhinged. Ooh, another manufactured snowstorm. You can see it. Look. Wow, it's manufactured. We can see it. It's definitely being manufactured by I don't know what. It's not clear. He's just got a bunch of pins on this map. I don't know what all these pins are. I think all the pins are the NEXRAD facilities. I don't know what program he's using for this, But I find all of this to be very dubious, and there's zero evidence in this entire video. He goes on for 16 whole fucking minutes for this shit. I am not joking. Like, it just goes on, chemtrail activity, nationwide NextRad network. Weather on this planet was never the same after these facilities were rolled out nationally as NextRad and internationally as Doppler radar. Oh, the Doppler radar is in on it too. Oh my God, the Doppler radar. God damn it. And this guy is too fucking dumb or too, like, invested in his little conspiracy theory to realize that we started seeing dramatic effects of climate change starting, in the latter half of last century. We cannot somehow, just incapable of connecting the dots. It's wild. Ooh, here he is. NextRad power supply transmitter. The Klystron. Although a NextRad site consumes about 50.8 kilowatts of power, the Klystron, pictured to the left, is a special unit responsible for converting standard commercial power to the 750,000 watts of coherent energy that is transmitted in each pulse. Oh my God. We're being pulsated by energy. I can feel my mind being controlled right now. People are fucking wild. All right, that's enough of this, the nonsense. We're not gonna do it. We can't do the whole thing. It's just too much. It's just too dumb. At no point, like, he compiles a bunch of stuff, but never actually connects the dots of his own conspiracy theory. It's just all a bunch of supposition and question asking, and like maps that are unclear how they were like generated, and this guy just making wild claims about what's going on and just constantly saying manufactured storm, precipitation generation, chemtrails. It's fucking out of control. It is fucking out of control. Dude needs help. The dude needs help. And if you need help understanding how extreme weather is accelerating, well, I got a documentary for us to go over just that. OOS pictures from 3 days ago. Climate extremes. Oh no, wait. Hold on. No, we need to start from the very beginning. Oh God, it's the NextRad. Look at it. Oh no. Controlled weather.
The range of weather extremes that we're experiencing today is already noticeably different, detectably, scientifically different than it was in the 20th century. And of course, the problem with that is that most of our cities, most of our infrastructure, the way we live our lives is largely predicated on the range of events that were experienced in the era when a lot of the world was, as it is today, was engineered and built and designed. But we're no longer living in that world. We're already living in a world where the likelihood of seeing extreme heat events or really heavy downpours is different than it used to be.
Typically the weather is boring, right? It is basically average, not affecting our life a lot, but the extremes is when we are far away from that, when suddenly it gets much warmer than average, or much colder than average, or much wetter, or much drier than average. So it is a state, or a day, or a week, or a month that is exceptional.
We humans are increasing not only the severity of these events so that they get more severe, so stronger storms, longer droughts, even larger extreme precipitation events, but also even the frequency is increasing.
Once you get to a warmer climate state, then the number of hot days and warmer, longer periods increase, and that has dramatically changed. So what used to be basically impossible 20 years ago has become almost mainstream these days, including events that go far beyond anything we've seen in the past.
So not NextRads is what you're saying. Weird.
An extreme event does not have to be historically unprecedented. And oftentimes we'll hear how could climate change possibly have influenced this event if an event of a similar magnitude already occurred before there was human-caused climate change? And the answer is that climate change usually isn't creating brand new types of extreme weather phenomena. What it's doing is essentially upping the ante on the kinds of things that already occurred. And making what was once perhaps an exceptionally rare event vastly more likely to actually take place today.
Too much!
What is being quite dramatically shown in the real world today is that extreme events are playing out, I would argue, even in a more severe way than we had expected.
We've really seen a sequence of extraordinary extremes, ranging from the driest start to the rainy season on record in Southern California, which culminated with a powerful wind event and catastrophic series of wildfires, immediately followed by the heaviest snowfalls along the Gulf Coast of the United States that we've seen in the better part of 2 centuries, and a really extreme windstorm in Western Europe that followed shortly thereafter, something the likes of which haven't been seen in the past 100 to 200 years.
What we're currently seeing is often events in combination as we have not seen them before. So thinking about a very hot and dry period, then you have the forest that is destroyed by a huge fire as we had in California or Greece or Portugal. And then if you have a heavy precipitation event following that, if it falls on a forest that is already burnt out, are far more devastating. So seeing these events in combination, we call them compound events.
Yeah, and we literally just saw an exact example of this situation happen last week. Right, we watched what happened in New Mexico, in Ruidoso, where a fire hit last year. And the burn scar was washed away by those recent flash floods that happened in New Mexico, which wound up creating massive mudslides that just swept through the town, killed multiple people.
The pair of devastating wildfires that occurred in the Los Angeles area early in 2025 were a classic example of what's sometimes called a compound extreme, in that multiple constituent events created an outcome that was more severe than the sum of its parts. In this particular case, an unusually wet period in the 2 years leading up to the fires in LA led to highly abundant, unusually abundant growth of grass and brush, the main kind of vegetation that burned in these fires, leading to more potential fuels for the fires to come. Then we had an exceptionally dry and hot period during the fall, and then a record dry start to the rainy season that really set the stage by drawing out all of that extra abundant fuel. And then when we had a strong offshore wind event that drove these fire ignitions in early January, we really had this 1, 2, 3 punch, this record dry grass and brush because of the dry spell and the warm conditions that followed, and then this really strong wind event that helped push this conflagrations and turn them into a regional catastrophe.
I think we're starting to see indications of what I would define as super extremes, meaning that a super extreme becomes occurrences like what we saw in British Columbia, and probably what we're now seeing in Los Angeles, where it's not only an extreme, it's not only one drought or one precipitation event or one storm, it is something that interacts, and that these do not cancel out each other, but they actually amplify each other. That is too early to say as a trend, but we're starting to see signs of this occurring. And this is occurring at unexpected time of the year as well, as a winter occurrence. The same was the case in Germany when we had the devastating floods. They were unprecedented. European region getting half-year annual rainfall as one downpour, where a 20 millimeter rainfall event is a big rainfall. And here you have over 200 millimeters just smashing in. That was clearly a super extreme. And it occurred in July. It was in the middle of the summer, when normally you have the lowest levels of precipitation. So it's not only that it may be the first signs of a trend towards super extremes, they seem to, let's say, violate the very basic logic of seasons as we've had it. We're so dependent on the predictability of the monsoon winds, of the large regional weather systems. And if they are starting to show new behavior and moving latitude-wise and temporally, then of course things become more chaotic.
Yeah, and that is what we are seeing come to fruition right now. And the shifting of these patterns which humanity has relied on for a long-ass time, ever since we started keeping track of these things. You know, and humans have been pretty keenly aware of the weather, you know, in our history. You know, it's been an incredibly important factor in what we do as a species, where we live, when we plant crops, you know, all sorts of different factors. And when they get upended, as they are seemingly doing right now, you know, chaos essentially ensues, right? I mean, we're seeing it in some areas, like Sudan, for instance, amidst everything that's going on there. I mean, drought has wound up making crop harvests like just be completely devastated, and as adding to the levels of starvation happening in that country. And it's not just Sudan. It's all sorts of places where this is happening, where weather is not what it should be for the crops that have been planted there for, you know, hundreds, if not longer, years. And like, honestly, thousands of years for some people. And it's just, all of a sudden, these things are being upended, and we are going faster and faster into just pure and utter climate chaos. It's not good. It's not good. All right, let's go back to this.
Are occurring simultaneously and interacting and reinforcing each other. So number one is we would turn up the temperature on Earth. So the planet gets warmer, you get more evaporation and more moisture, and therefore more heat and more power that can trigger extreme events. I mean, that's the basic step one that can give stronger storms, stronger hurricanes, more floods, more severe droughts. That is well established. But then when that interacts with changes in the ocean circulation, then the slowdown of the AMOC and impacts on the El Nino Enso dynamics, this can impact on the big regional monsoon systems, for example, which then adds to that general powering up. And when that in turn interacts, and a third part, with the changes we're seeing in the jet streams, in this case, the polar jet stream.
Sometimes we see particularly wavy configuration of the jet stream, that river of high velocity air that defines the storm track. And when that happens, it tends to result in concurrent extremes in different places. So essentially, that one feature of the atmosphere, that wavy jet stream, essentially is a causal factor in producing extremely cold temperatures in one place and then extremely warm temperatures in an adjacent region. Likewise, extreme dryness and extreme wetness in different parts of the world simultaneously. This is a fundamentally important feature of global climate because it usually defines not only the path that storms take, but the degree to which cold polar Arctic air can escape the Arctic or the Antarctic respectively and make it to the mid-latitudes, and accordingly also controls how much very hot desert air from the tropics and subtropics can make it to high latitude regions. And so essentially, when we see very extreme heat waves or cold air outbreaks in a given place, usually that's the result of an unusually wavy pattern in this high altitude wind current known as the jet stream. And there's some evidence that what's going on is that there is what some scientists have called a tug of war between the Arctic and the tropics. In the Arctic, the air is warming much faster at lower altitudes than on the rest of the planet. So when we hear that the Arctic has warmed between 2 and 4 times as fast as the rest of the world, that means that the lower atmosphere in the Arctic is indeed warming much faster than the rest of the planet. But it's actually reversed if you look at the tropics, where the upper levels of the atmosphere are fastest warming there. And so this is where the tug-of-war idea comes from, which is that the Arctic is warming very rapidly at lower levels, and the tropics are warming very rapidly at upper levels of the atmosphere. And because the jet stream is primarily caused by this temperature differential between the tropics and the Arctic, these changes might be hugely consequential for its behavior and position.
We're seeing
Yeah, and the more that those two, this dichotomy is exacerbated by human-caused climate change, you know, the more extreme that we are going to see these weather patterns appear, right? And the more sort of as they call it, like bending of the air currents are going to become even more you know, extreme in that sense as well. And which means that certain areas of the Earth are going to start seeing weather events that they've never seen before, right? Like that massive snowstorm that happened earlier this year in the South, right? That was caused by an extremely bent air current system. I mean, the fucking South got plastered by snow and very from one end of the South to the other in the United States was practically hit. You know, some more of these graphics they got here.
One important one is to always need to have a high pressure system. We call it an anticyclone, that is turning clockwise. In an anticyclone, in a high pressure system, some people refer to it also as a heat dome. You have subsiding air masses. So the air masses are going from higher elevation to lower elevation. By doing this, they get compressed. That's very simple physics, like you can observe in a pump that you use to pump your bicycle or so, and you produce heat by compression. So if you put the air parcel in the top of the atmosphere and let them go down, they are compressed because there's always higher mass above them, and by doing so they warm up. That's a very efficient heat engine. So this is one of the important factors. So you need to have this high pressure system. Because you have the subsiding air masses, you also prevent thunderstorm to build. The atmosphere becomes what we call very stable. That means that the temperature gradient, the temperature decline from the surface to higher elevation becomes relatively small. So you have a very weak decline of temperatures with elevation. That prevents thunderstorm to build. So you have little precipitation, you have subsiding air masses. The third effect that you have because of this, you also have very little clouds. And little clouds mean you have a lot of sunlight coming in. So you have these factors playing together. Because the high pressure system is rotating clockwise, it also tends to actually advect air parcel from further south. So in the Canadian heat wave, the high pressure system that was sitting over Vancouver.
If you don't know what advection is, here's a definition. Advection: the transport of a property of an air mass, like moisture or warmth, by the movement of air from one location to another. For example, warm advection occurs when wind blows from a relatively warmer region towards relatively cooler locations.
Around the Pacific Northwest was actually advecting very warm air from the Pacific, from climatologically warmer region towards this. Now there was even an additional effect, and that was actually maybe a bit counterintuitive. A lot of these air parcels that came from the Pacific were very moist, and they were actually lifted up in the atmosphere, and by doing so they released heat because the vapor in this air parcel was condensating and this heat was released. And this heat that was actually produced through a stream of very humid air, we call it a warm conveyor belt, is actually something similar like an atmospheric river. So the transport of the moisture produced a lot of heat that was released that actually then fueled the high pressure system. So it made the temperatures at 5 kilometers, 7 kilometers over Canada very, very warm. So it was actually warmer air to start with that started to descend and additionally made this stronger. So now thinking about...
Okay, we can't watch this whole thing. It's like an hour long. I just want to hit on a few points that they make in here. I think this is probably where we should, hold on. Where's this start? Some part they talk about. Where was this? I cannot remember. Sorry, I watched this earlier today, and I'm just trying to remember where something was. Is it here? I think it is. Yeah. Okay.
So we should be prepared for even more extreme events in the near future. So that's the starting point. That's the reality we're facing.
As the climate changes, the envelope of what is physically possible shifts. And in many cases, it's shifting upward to events that are more extreme than we were used to historically. And the challenge here is our human society, our civilization, our built environment is largely predicated on the particular envelope of weather that we experienced when all of that infrastructure was first designed and built. And so a lot of that infrastructure is, for most intents and purposes, fixed in place. We don't update our bridges, our buildings, our water pipes every year or so. But the climate is shifting essentially much faster than we're updating that infrastructure. And the challenge is compounded in the natural world, too. Because ecosystems, they can adapt and evolve over many, many generations. But the pace of change, the shift of that envelope of the plausible weather conditions that we're experiencing in a warming climate is greatly outpacing not only our ability to adapt in the built world as humans, but also the ability of the natural world to adapt through evolution. And so essentially, the real challenge with climate change is that the envelope of the extreme weather conditions that we can possibly see is expanding faster than our collective ability to manage that rate of change.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier with back in Hawaii with the rainwater drainage situation that they're talking about, right? That they're anticipating that fairly regular rain events could overwhelm their drainage system by 2050. Right, but like we also mentioned, like, well, you can't start in 2050, right? Like, you have to start now. You have to be thinking ahead and maintaining and upgrading these infrastructure. If we don't, like, and this is just assuming that this continues to get worse because humans do nothing to avert climate disaster, right? But I mean, we do have to think about what we're doing amidst all of that and how, like, of course we need to stop the things that we're doing that are adding to this horrifying trend globally. But on a sort of a micro scale, city by city, town by town, we need to be figuring out, we need to be spending a shit ton of money on infrastructure and hardening and adapting the infrastructure that we have, and making plans ahead of time, rather than just sort of, like I said earlier, sticking our heads in the sand and pretending like these things aren't going to happen until they happen, and then going, whoopsies. Should have started working on that a little sooner.
We'll have to deal with things that I have never seen before, or not at that level. There's a lot of ways to learn about those events. You can look at weather models run in warmer climate, you can look at climate models, and we have some of those tools available. Simply look at other places that have similar challenges already today, and then I think the greatest challenge is not in not knowing, the greatest challenge is not being interested or not realizing that there's a problem in the first place, or not being able to convince the population to invest in that.
If we do preparation, we need to start very early on. If we start 10 days, 5 days, when the weather forecast comes out, we can do some last fixes, but it's too late. So I think the way we need to think is we need to prepare years ahead in terms of adaptation, to think what is the worst event that is possible.
Technically, warning systems are easy, right? The question is, can you implement it? And then you see differences across countries. Some countries have almost no infrastructure. A good example is the R flooding in 2021 in Germany, where the weather forecast was basically accurate, and some of the private weather services have even outspokenly warned about what's coming. But again, the government was not informed. They had no way of informing people, and then about 200 people die, right? If you have the mechanisms in place, other places like the US or Norway, they have systems where every phone that's within the reach of a certain antenna gets a push message, whether you like it or not. You get this warning and you make like a huge noise, and people are warned. So it's really a question of decisions made in the public infrastructure. Do we want those warning systems or not?
Unfortunately, that system that he's talking about did not quite make par recently in Texas, as we saw, which is why we need fail-safes, like people on the ground and other sorts of physical alert systems and competent funded local and national regional offices to deal with these things. Okay, I think there was one other spot I was gonna hit.
There are extremes of such a magnitude, as we've seen in any number of tragic circumstances in recent years all around the world, that even very well-prepared regions struggle to cope with. I think the recent wildfires that destroyed the better part of 20,000 structures and killed dozens of people in and near Los Angeles is a good example of this, because Southern California, and in particular Los Angeles, is one of the most wildfire-prone and wildfire-prepared regions on Earth. There is a wildfire-fighting force that rivals that of some small nations' armies that can descend, essentially, on this region when there is an active fire period. And yet, even in that context, these recent conditions were so extreme that we still saw catastrophic loss and, tragically, large loss of life as well. If the magnitude is sufficiently extreme that even those preparations aren't always going to be enough, the natural world increasingly is able to throw at us events beyond what we can reasonably adapt to or mitigate the risks of fully. We often make difficult decisions in resource-limited environments. You could build a completely redundant fire flow situation for the city of Los Angeles, but it would take time and cost a lot of money and require a lot of political buy-in and probably higher public taxation to accomplish. The reality is that many regions can experience events beyond their ability to respond to them already in today's climate, and that's going to be increasingly true moving forward. So there will be difficult.
Yeah, we live in a terrible time right now. And if we don't act now, especially on a governmental level, we are very much fucked. We need the people with the power and the the ability with capital, with money, to be able to solve these situations, right? Because we cannot one by one solve this, right? And too long have we been sold this idea that it's all about this sort of rugged individualism still, right? It's like, oh, as an individual, you can solve climate change. You can carry around, a burlap sack instead of getting plastic bags at your grocery store. You can, instead of buying bottles of water, you can get a thermos and just use that. You can recycle. Oh, wait. Oh, whoopsies. Can't. Well, it turns out plastic is not recyclable. It's a lie. Most plastic's not fucking recyclable. And there's so many other things. Like when it comes down to the actual climate change, like the biggest things that are affecting climate change, we cannot, as human beings, as individual human beings, solve it, right? It has to be done top-down level, right? It has to be done, from the supply side, essentially, right? The electric grid is the number one thing that needs to be solved. There's other things too, right? Transportation, shipping, animal agriculture, right? All of these things are a it's a puzzle piece of all of these things that are being done. But most of these things, like I said, are being done on like an industrial scale. And we can't solve that on person by person basis. It has to be done, by essentially the government or by companies. But for too long, we have sat around waiting for companies to do what they need to do, to take action. BP and all these other fuckers, ExxonMobil, pretending that they care about climate change and we're going to solve it. Oh, remember those algae? The algae was going to solve it and never wound up coming to fruition. And in fact, all those fucking oil companies who were doing all those green ads back in the day are now tripling down on oil production, right? We cannot be left to companies. It needs to be done from a regulatory level. Grids need to be forced to switch to renewables in every possible scenario where it can be switched, right? We need to improve our transportation systems, or specifically public transportation. Because even if we all buy electric cars, it won't solve it, because every single electric car that is built still requires barrels of oil to create. Whether it's the paint or the tires or any of all these other sorts of things, all that shit has oil in it, right? And we have to do this shit, like animal agriculture. We need to stop eating beef, right? Beef is cow cultivation, like specifically. Animal agriculture, when it comes to cows, are adding a massive amount of methane to the atmosphere. And, as a person by person, maybe if everybody got on board with this, that would be stopped. But it needs to be stopped from the top down, right? We cannot continue in this way. And sure, there's a few things that can be done to reduce the emissions from cows, but it's not a catch-all. It does not solve the whole thing. And amidst all of that, we have to be also updating our infrastructure, like they said. Because even if we do all of that stuff, it's going to take time for the Earth to react, for it to stabilize, for the climate to return to a state of normalcy. We have to get real recycling works for things until their molecular bonds break. Well, yeah, exactly. And in the past, I don't know how long you've been subscribed to the stream, but in the past we've talked all about this and the lies that we have been purported about plastics recycling onto the unknowing consumers. We have been sold a bill of goods that's just bullshit, and we cannot recycle plastic in perpetuity. 1 or 2 times and then it's useless, right? But glass, aluminum, metals, those things can be recycled you can recycle those things much, much better, right? Especially glass. Glass is essentially infinitely recyclable, right? You can just over and over again melt down glass bottles back into new glass bottles. No problems there. But plastic, not even close. Now, maybe that was too dense with facts and figures and dudes with accents for you. So let's do this. Let's go to AP Archive.
How can climate change?
For this quick illustration on how climate change can both cause rain and drought. Yes, explain this to us, please.
How can climate change cause both more torrential rain and worse droughts? Water constantly moves back and forth between the Earth and its atmosphere. It goes up into the sky in the form of evaporation, which turns into clouds and then comes back down as rain. The water cycle is accelerating as the atmosphere heats up from climate change, which is caused by the burning of fuels like gas and coal. Often the result is more extremes, either too much water or not enough.
Right. And remember that the warmer that the atmosphere is, the more water that it can hold, the more moisture can be held in the air. The colder it gets, less moisture, right? It's simple. It's a simple relationship. Hotter, more water in the air, not on the land.
Absorb most of the planet's extra heat.
Whoopsies.
This causes water to expand and ice to melt at the poles, raising sea levels. Then more water evaporates. Meanwhile, a hotter atmosphere holds more water vapor. That's 7% more for every degree Celsius. That moisture eventually falls back to land, sometimes in the form of hard rain that causes catastrophic flooding, including areas that have become drier because of years of drought. Longer periods of hotter temperatures and less rain dry out soil and cause plants to lose water. If that lasts long enough, it can lead to drought. In some places, arid areas are expanding and becoming permanent. The U.S. West illustrates some of the whiplash effect of climate change. Snowpack is needed to farm fields and to fill reservoirs with drinking water, but after extended drought, much of the snowmelt is absorbed by thirsty soil instead of running into waterways. When it does rain or snow, it's often intense. For example, California was inundated with heavy rain and snow in 2023. That generated more vegetation that helped feed fires when drought returned. Scientists say these changes to the water cycle underscore a need to combat climate change.
There we go. Quick and to the point. Thank you, AP Archive. Okay. All right. I know that wasn't the most Sunday fun day stuff, talking about climate change and the doom that we are currently facing, as we do not enough to solve it, even though the science is clear and the data is there. And honestly, the resources are available for us to do it. Instead, we're using those resources to give billionaires tax breaks so that they can buy more yachts and private planes.
Follow the rich wave. Follow the rich wave, man.
Rather than investing in the infrastructure that we need. But we got to do it. We got to talk about it, you know. Gotta do it. All right. Let's go back to doing some Sunday fun day stuff. This next story that we've got from Minnesota was very strange, as one man is claiming that his building was hit by a large piece of ice which came down from the sky, blowing a hole in the middle of his roof in the middle of summer. Here's CBS Minnesota from Wednesday.
When you've done antiques as long as Lonnie Pache,
I'm an antique dealer for 53 years.
You learn the value of a good story.
The old saying, boy, if that piece could talk, you might be surprised what it could say.
But the newest addition to Lonnie's shop
Sound like something blew up, like major blow up.
Has a story you won't believe.
And I looked up there and I thought, holy Christ, it got hit by a piece of ice.
A bowling ball sized piece of ice rocketing out of the sky on a sunny Monday afternoon.
I called a couple of my neighbors to come over and I said, I need witnesses. I got to show you this. And then I called the sheriff's office. The first sheriff came, and then another one came, and then another one. They all had to come. They didn't, what's going on here? They couldn't believe what we were telling them.
Surely a meteorologist could explain.
Sorry, Lonnie. No dice. Just ice.
But this...
No dice, just ice. Very strange situation.
Is no nature.
Hail is formed in a very specific way, and because of the way it forms, it looks a specific way. That looks more like an ice cube that's been sitting in your freezer for 2 months.
Speaking of freezers,
We got about 4 really big ones.
home for this hurling hunk of evidence. The cost,
Haven't named it yet.
uncertain.
I'll give it a good name or a bad name when I find out what the insurance is going to pay for on this nightmare.
You know what this story reminded me of? When I saw this man with his newfound friend, the ice chunk that fell from the sky. Can anybody guess what this reminded me of? Well, you think about that while we go to this next clip.
Not in a million years, but just for laughs, let's see how much you're worth.
Well, it ain't a meteor.
Anybody? Seriously, this is all I could think of when I saw it. It was like, oh my god, it's a Joe Dirt situation.
Yeah, it is. It came out of the sky.
Well, I'm sure it did, but it ain't no meteor. It's a big old frozen hunk of butt release.
All right. Now let's go to this channel, and we've never gone to in the past, called Zenvironment Nature, where they're celebrating Wood Duck Jump Day. That's right, wood ducks. Oh, wait. Before we go to the wood ducks, I'm sorry. We have some duck news, but before we go to the ducks, let's go to a very strange weather phenomenon. From ice falling out of the sky to very strange electrical situation. Global news 4 days ago.
A rare and mysterious thunderstorm phenomenon occurred in Rich Valley, Alberta last week, and it was captured on camera by Global News watchers Ed and Melinda Party. This glowing blue ball of light is called ball lightning, and it appeared behind their home just moments after a very intense lightning strike occurred. It lasted for about 23 seconds before they heard a pop sound, and then the light quickly disappeared. Now, although ball lightning is very rare, there actually have been over 10,000 reports of these from around the world, dating all the way back to the 12th century. Reports from pilots, sailors, scientists, and every...
This shit is creepy. It looks otherworldly. I'm not gonna lie. Like, looking at it, I'm just like, what the fuck is that? I've never seen anything like that outside of a goddamn science fiction movie.
dating all the way back to the 12th century. Reports from pilots, sailors, scientists, and everyday people. But only a handful of them have actually been documented in a video this well. Ball lightning can range from size from grapefruit to basketball, sometimes even meters wide, and the light can vary from red to blue to orange or yellow. They are typically found sort of just above the ground, and they sort of float or hover right above where the lightning strike actually occurred. However, there have been reports of these balls actually moving, and sometimes even moving through windows and moving indoors. Ball lightning is not an optical phenomenon. It is a real thing, and it's caused by intense thunderstorms. But scientists are still trying to figure out the exact cause. Now, there are several theories, and one of the most widely accepted theories is that the lightning strike actually vaporizes silicone in the ground, which is found in some soils. And then the silicone reacts with oxygen in the air, creating a glowing plasma ball just above the ground. There's another theory that suggests that the lightning...
Kamehameha. Really, it looks more like a spirit bomb, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, it does give DBZ vibes hard. Big time DBZ vibes. Shade Dragon's onto something. I think Goku has landed finally.
ionizes particles in the air, like gases or water vapor, and then it creates this clump of ionized plasma, which glows and sort of hovers just above the ground. Now, although ball lightning has been partially replicated in laboratories, none of these recreations have actually matched all the properties that have been described by observers, like the ball moving or able to pass through windows. So Ed and Melinda are very lucky indeed to have been able to capture.
This is wild. This is freaking insane. This is some fucking... This is some fucking science fiction shit. Like, I'd literally never heard of this until I saw this video. I was like, what? I'm sorry. Excuse me? And so I saved it all week for Sunday Funday because this is so crazy. I'm just blown away. What in the actual fuck is that? Pretty crazy. And scientists don't even know exactly what's happening, but they do seem to be, at least on one aspect of their theories, seems to be a through line, that being that they believe it to be a plasma ball, which makes sense, but it is so strange. I'm glad chat agrees on the DBZ-based situation. All right, let's go from crazy weather phenomenon to talking wildlife. Starting with Duck Day. Sorry, Wood Duck. Wood Duck Day. That's right, some ducks don't live in water. The ducklings have hatched, and it's the morning of Jump Day. Aw, so cute. Look at these little ducks. Mama will check to make sure it's safe. You go, Mama. Not time yet. Mama signals the babies to be quiet while she checks again. Gotta check for duck danger. Be patient. It's a beautiful duck family. Go away from my babies.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at this mama. Watching for danger. She got a big old flock of birds. It's gotta be like 20 ducks down there. Mama signals to get ready. Oh boy, the ducklings are excited. Final instructions. Yes. All right, look, kids. I need you to follow Mama. Be safe. Go with the spirit of the duck. It's go time. Go, go, go. Get in position, ducklings. Who knew the ducks could climb? Climbing duck. I mean, well, they're not great at climbing, but they're climbing. That's it. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Aww. Aww. This is so cute. Donald, I'm glad you're here for this. Go, go, go. Attack the mammals.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, I just figured like that was some Sunday Funday action for sure. Watching a bunch of cute little ducklings preparing for war against the mammals. Wood ducks. Not your regular ducks. Apparently these ducks live in trees. All right. Now let's go to New York, where a very strange sight was seen. A Rochester neighborhood. News 8 WROC 3 days ago. Possible wildcat sighting.
And Eric, we have ring camera video of what a Rochester family, I want you to see this, what a Rochester family believes is a mountain lion. Let's take a look. A viewer sent this to us tonight. It's from a video camera on Breck Street off East Main Street in Rochester. Now they say They see the creature often. A quick search shows that mountain lions are not native to New York, but there have been a few sightings, according to the State Department of Environmental Conservation. DEC says mountain lions are often mistaken for other animals. Still,
It's gotta be a lion. Look at it. Look at the tail on the thing.
DEC says mountain lions are often mistaken.
Look at that. That's absolutely gotta be a lion. Nothing else has a tail like that. And walks like that.
For other
That is not a dog. That is not a fucking dog.
Environmental Conservation. DEC says mountain lions are often mistaken for other animals. Still, they encourage folks to report sightings along with physical evidence to them.
Was that it there on the left? Just for a few frames, kind of walking on over there?
Wild. Mountain lions. Walking through the quiet neighborhoods of Rochester, New York. All right. Now, more wildlife stories. Here's CTV News 4 days ago. What's that porcupine doing?
Quill, you join me for breakfast? Hope for Wildlife shared this adorable video of a North American porcupine chowing down. Turns out they're picky eaters with a taste for high nutrient food that doesn't require a lot of effort or risk. They like to sleep where they eat. That's some food for thought for you.
Jesus. This lady's got the puns over at CTV News. One porcupine chowing down on, I don't even know what that is. Kind of looks like a pear. Hard to decipher. All right. Now let's talk about one food which humans eat that would not exist without animals. The dirty truth about truffles. PBS Terra.
What if I told you that some of the most expensive food in the world is basically mushroom poop? Truffles, the kind shaved over pasta in fancy restaurants, grow underground and can't spread their spores through the air like regular mushrooms. So they've come up with another way. They release a strong smell that travels through the soil. Forest animals catch that scent, dig them up, eat them, and then nature takes its course. The spores make it through the animal's system and end up back on the forest floor. Rain washes them deeper into the soil where they can grow into new truffles. As they grow, they form connections with the roots of nearby trees. These underground threads link directly to the tree roots, creating a network where water and nutrients flow to the tree and sugar flows back to the truffle. It's a two-way exchange that helps trees grow stronger and survive in tough conditions. So while they're known as a luxury ingredient, in the forest, truffles are doing real work, feeding animals, helping trees, and keeping entire ecosystems thriving.
Not gonna lie. Some delicious poop mushrooms. But yeah, the only way that the spores of the truffle are transported around the forest is by animals eating them and then pooping them back out. All right. Now, there was an animal eating contest in New York City yesterday. The GOAT. That's right. Goats competed amongst themselves for the top crown in grazing
Well, if you thought the competitive eating season was over after the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, think again. This time, it's gone to the goats. The city's first ever goat grazing competition was held today at Riverside Park. And as Christy Cleation tells us, it's not just fun to watch, it also...
I'm sorry. The great goat graze off. Gotham 2025. Jesus Christ. Who do we got on the list? All right, I want everybody, you pick a goat. We got the goats right in front of us. Romeo, Malamar, Butterball, Cash, or Rufus. Who will be crowned top goat? First ever competitive eating contest between goats.
Held today at Riverside Park, and as Christy Cleation tells us, it's not just fun to watch, it also helps the environment.
3, 2, 1. It's goat time. Have you heard? You don't see this every day.
If you're not doing something like this, you don't live in New York.
Some might say you've got to be kidding me, but it's real.
God.
The city's first ever great goat
So many
graze
puns.
off at
You're getting hammered by fucking news puns right now. Okay, Albert C. I see one Rufus in chat. Okay, that's the only prediction I'm seeing. Feel free, people. Butterball. Okay, but we got one Rufus, one Butterball. All right, let's get back into this. Sorry, I was just overwhelmed by the news puns. It's too much.
That's too much, man!
Goat to be kidding me? Come on.
Goat to be kidding me, but it's real. The city's first ever great goat graze off at Riverside Park, sanctioned by Major League Eating itself, and emceed by its chair and MC of the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest, George Shea.
Let the contest begin!
But first, Merritt,
The commissioner of the goat eating contest. What a prestigious title. My God. The commissioner. And he's got that fancy hat to boot.
Contest, George
Looks like he's about to go riverboat gambling or something.
Shea.
Let the contest begin!
But first, Merritt Birnbaum, president and CEO of Riverside Park Conservancy, explains how goats are chemical-free ways of killing invasive plants in the park in its yearly program called Gotham.
They're eating all of the leaves that provide nutrients for the plants, and it really helps keep these invasive species under control. They're also in areas that are really hard for humans to climb on.
And back to the graze-off, 5 rescue goats.
Malamar, Romeo, Butterball, Cash, Rufus.
One goal: to eat the most packets of invasive weed mugwort in 5 minutes. Things got intense with the crowd favoring lone female Butterball and others just not hungry for the prize.
Cash is refusing to eat.
But at 3 full packets, Malamar won the title of not just goat, but the goat.
I had all faith in Cash, who unfortunately ended up eating 0 mugwort. What happened out there, Cash? Talk to us.
Cash, do you have something to say, sir?
0 mugwort. What happened out there, Cash? Talk to us. The nerves get to you?
I wasn't the only disappointed one.
Cash comeback was kind of the nickname. Unfortunately, he didn't come through.
Romeo, you're going to have a down competition. You get yourself together.
It was still a fun day of live music and much for the humans to graze on, too.
Any message?
Well, nobody in chat won their goat bets. Rufus, Butterball, losing out to Malamar, I assume a fluffy and sweet goat. Sorry, can't keep up with these news puns. There we go, a little goated entertainment for you all. Okay, that'll be the last goat pun for the stream. I'm sorry. That was probably one too many.
That's too much, man!
But sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Now, since we are in hurricane season and in New York, I figured we would go back in time, a decade ago. United Nations posted this to their channel. A video discussing the 2012 hurricane, which struck New York, causing a great deal of flooding and chaos. That's right, Hurricane Sandy. Seeing as we are in hurricane season, something like this could happen again in the near future. The UN's own YouTube channel from yesterday. Here we go. Take it away, UN.
Sunday evening,
we were becoming more acutely aware that we were going to face a very large and critical incident with the arrival of Hurricane Sandy.
Is it just me, or is it like, does it feel like 2012 was just like 1,000 years ago? Like, this footage looks like it's from 1970 or something. Like, I know camera technology has really improved in recent years, but my God, everyone just looks...
Sunday evening, we were becoming more acutely aware that we were going to face a very large and critical incident with the arrival of Hurricane Sandy.
Devastating winds and rain forced the UN's offices to close for 3 days.
The level and size of the storm is unprecedented. It goes back over 100 years for us to find something equivalent. And the compound of the UN being located at the East River has been at the forefront of the effects of the storm.
New York's East River rose to a record 14 feet above average low tide.
Tuesday
level.
morning, it became evident that we had suffered pretty major damage in the United Nations. In a nutshell, I'll tell you that the storm surge, which was higher than anybody predicted, came over the FDR Drive, came into the service drive at the 3B level of the United Nations, rose above our loading dock levels of the 3B, and then started plummeting down into the lower levels of the United Nations. Print shop took very heavy damage. A lot of equipment and a lot of documents that were being printed are definitely damaged there, but the real archival things, the library, things like that, at this point we know of no damage to those.
Before striking the United States, Sandy ravaged the Caribbean as a Category 3 hurricane.
We all know the difficulties in attributing any single storm to climate change. But we also know this: extreme weather due to climate change is a new normal. This may be an uncomfortable truth, but it is one we ignore at our peril.
Absolutely. Might be a difficult truth, but climate change is real. And ignoring it comes with horrifying consequences for humanity. Uh-oh, running out of tea over here. Oh, God. All right. Where are we on my list? Speaking of hurricanes, I say we go down to Florida and talk about how, what do you want to call it? Planning in one community is making this town nearly flood-proof. How they're doing that? Well, let's find out.
The 15 most damaging hurricanes in U.S. history, only 2 were Category 5.
Hurricane categories are based on wind speeds and only wind speeds.
But what often creates the most damage is water.
Given all of the new codes, most homes can really survive Category 5 winds. However, they can also float away fully intact.
Yet, this one town, Babcock Ranch, has been hit by 4 hurricanes and basically came out unscathed.
There was no flooding at all.
So, we asked the engineer who helped build this town to break down its hidden designs.
Please do.
Here's Babcock from above, with Fort Myers, Cape Coral nearby. For a lot of the surrounding areas,
everything is developed very grid-like, which is traditional because it utilizes the land the best.
But this type of development doesn't always consider how nearby wetlands expand and absorb excess floodwater.
You do have a waterway that flows right through here. These areas that used to act as a sponge are kind of all taken up by development, and so these areas are very prone to flooding.
Babcock Ranch took a different approach. These photos show part of the ranch before and after it was developed. All the dark patches are wetlands, and you can see how the ranch was built around them, leaving some areas where they'll flood and connect untouched.
It was very important to us to utilize the existing water systems.
But it didn't just leave these systems intact. Babcock Ranch also mimicked them. To do this, they turned the ponds and lakes into a network of bowls.
So the way the entire system is designed is each of these lakes acts like a very bottom of a bowl.
Now, this is an example of what we've been talking about during this environmental half today. This is humans engineering, planning ahead, and using our intelligence to at least do what we can to mitigate the effects of extreme weather. Right? Like, this is what we need to be doing on a mass scale, but you know, it's absolutely enormous in scope and scale that needs to be done, but we need to start now. Should have already started in much larger scales than in small communities like this, but it's at least a model with which to in some cases work with.
And the rest of the system is built up around the edges of the bowl, and it sits a little bit higher. So you have the houses at the highest point, and the houses, the water falls off of it and it goes down into the bowl.
Each bowl is connected through a series of pipes underground. That way, if one lake fills up, it won't spill over. It'll just drain to a different bowl with more capacity. Then,
Brilliant.
If there's a
It's
blockage,
honestly...
all these extra pipes help ensure the water keeps flowing. And Babcock's system lets them control the water levels, allowing them to drain the bowls before hurricanes to accommodate the extra water, which is eventually discharged down to the river.
There is a ditch.
All right, well, there we go. We need to go through all this, but I just thought that the engineering aspect of this was fascinating. You know, it makes perfect sense. You know, working with nature rather than just sort of trying to, you know, build on top of these things and just disregarding the natural systems that already exist in an area where you're going to build, actually taking into account those systems, actually working in a symbiotic way with nature, and, you know, doing what you can to mitigate the effects of all of this. And it really, like they said, it's been hit by 3 hurricanes since it was built and has not seen any substantial flooding at all. Basically using equilibrium physics to move this water around. It's honestly, it's beautiful in its simplicity, honestly. All right, now let's go. Let's do this story. I meant to put this in a different spot, but whatever. Let's talk about one bear who has an incredible story of resilience. A bear by the name of Tripod. Here's CTV News Canada, Wednesday.
Climate change is affecting the lives of polar bears up in northern Manitoba. With the sea ice retreating more quickly in the Arctic, many bears struggle to feed themselves and their cubs. In 2021, a 3-year-old polar bear was seen walking around along the rugged coast of the Hudson Bay with only 3 legs. That's where the polar bear got the name Tripod. No one expected Tripod to survive for very long under those conditions, but just recently, Tripod was spotted walking around with her cub. The mama bear's determination and strength prove that with some grit, even a 3-legged bear can find a way to survive. Joining us now is Adam Pauls, the CEO of the tourism operator company Churchill Wilds. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Rochelle.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now take us back to 2021 when Tripod was first spotted.
Yeah, it's, I mean, obviously a unique experience. You don't see that kind of thing very often at all, especially in that harsh northern environment. It was one of those things, you know, our guests and our staff saw, and they're seeing this bear and thinking, oh, you know, it's such an amazing thing to see, but, you know, the outlook is somewhat bleak, you know, hope for the best, but you really don't know what's going to happen, right?
And what do you think caused this injury for Tripod?
Most likely in the spring and the fall, as the sea ice forms and breaks up, you have large sheets and pans moving around, and if you get rough weather, it can really rock around, and most likely got her legs stuck between a couple big pieces of ice that either pinched it or harmed it enough that it ended up falling off later.
Wow, it's hard for healthy four-legged polar bears to survive right now, never mind a three-legged bear. What was the survival expectation for Tripod?
Oh, like we said, really bleak. I mean, polar bears in general have to go, 4 or 5 months typically without really eating. We call it a walking hibernation throughout the summer. But then mothers, beyond that, it's just incredible what they go through. I mean, they'll come off the ice, in July, and they, typically have to wait till December to really get out there and hunt seals again. Mm-hmm. And, but the year when they have cubs, they trek way inland, up to 100 kilometers or more sometimes to make a den. Then they'll have a cub, then they need to nurse the cub. They'll walk all the way back out to the sea ice, typically around late February, March. So now they've gone, 9 months without eating, plus the demands of nursing. It just seems nearly impossible that any bear could do it. Never mind one that's missing a pretty key feature in life.
No kidding. So now.
A truly incredible story of resilience. One mama bear not allowing herself to be held back by her disability. Thriving somehow with only 3 legs. Truly incredible. Incredible story. All right, now let's go to a not incredible story. Very much not incredible. In fact, a terrible story. Let's discuss waste colonialism and how the United States is poisoning Mexico.
Illegal.
TRT World from 2 days ago.
I believe that it's very important for the people from the United States to ask where do their waste go, because they are also being lied to.
Did you know that the US is accused of waste colonialism and of using Mexico as a trash can? Experts and activists here in Mexico City tell us that the US exports massive amounts of plastic waste and even toxic chemicals, causing harm to both the environment and public health.
The waste colonialism in Mexico with US is a long story. It's a bad story. It's a story of poison territories, poison water, poison people, and the government do nothing.
It's easier for them, it's more convenient, but it, of course, is more risky for everyone.
That's the way the United States sees us as a country. It's a place where you can send everything and no one asks.
The waste management system here is very fragile and deeply dysfunctional. A significant portion of domestic garbage ends up in landfills or is burned. But since China closed its borders to plastic waste in 2018, the US has made the problem worse here in Mexico.
Many of the municipalities don't have the technical, economical, or personal resources. Some of them just throw it in nature, in rivers.
We are not able to process our own waste, so how can we deal with their waste?
Mexico imports most of the oil batteries from US. The norm for people, for workers, in air, in soil, are very different. We can have this industry, this toxic industry here, and the people don't have it in the United States.
This year, an investigation published by The Guardian and Quinto Elemento revealed that some factories processing US waste are emitting shocking levels of arsenic and lead right next to schools and residential areas.
They didn't know what they were breeding. They have cases of cancer in their families, although we don't have the proof that was that the consequence, but there were so many cases that is a very big possibility. We are paying with the health of the citizens that live near the plants.
Mexico is not the only case. Across the global south, several countries have accused Western nations of garbage imperialism. They say the poorest are paying the price for the lavish lifestyles of the richest. But experts agree, waste should be managed locally.
We need to join the global south countries to put our voices international to stop this toxic
Absolutely. This is honestly a disgusting trend that's been going on for far too long. You know, some of it has to do with the lies that have been propagated about recycling. And so it's been easier for, us to just, if we just send it across the globe, we'll never see it again. We won't see the effects that it has on the environment and the communities where this waste is going. And they're absolutely right. I mean, and it's not just, the global south banding together. It's Western countries need to start just dealing with their waste, right? We need to deal with it in-house. We got to stop exporting it to, like, China said, fuck you years ago now and stopped accepting waste, right? And that's happened on a number of other places. But then another country pops up and says, well, we'll take all your plastic. And it's just terrible. It's just terrible. We just need to do something about our fucking waste problems, right? Some of that has to do with the way that goods are manufactured, too, right? We got to stop allowing manufacturers to intentionally make goods that are going to be thrown out, right? Like, it's not that hard. In fact, in some cases, in many cases, they are intentionally making goods more disposable and more like intentional. What's it called? It's like there's a term for this. It's like a manufactured obsolescence, basically, right? Where manufacturers are making products that they're hoping that it will break, that you will have to throw out, right? And many of those products have plastic and batteries and other sorts of toxic chemicals and materials in them. And we got to stop that practice immediately. I mean, it's going to be hard with Trump administration right now, but there needs to be action taken on this immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's go back to doing wildlife stories. Go all the way to Taiwan. I did this in reverse order. Whatever. Taiwan, where Yuan Zai, first panda to be born in Taiwan, celebrates its 12th birthday at the Taipei Zoo. That's some delicious looking bamboo. Wait, is that sugarcane? It might actually be sugarcane. That's bamboo. Trickery. Here we go. Some delicious bear snackies. This panda in Taiwan. Now, let's go to one animal who took the internet by storm last year. Literally, I mean, for weeks, all we could talk about was Mudang. That's right, and Mudang, the hippo, celebrated her birthday just a few days ago. But I held on to these stories for today because Mudang is certainly a Sunday FUNDAY treat. Let's go here. CBS News. Celebrating Mudang's first birthday.
She captured hearts all around the world, and now she is officially one. Thousands of excited fans flocked to a Thailand zoo to celebrate Mudang's first birthday. The adorable baby pygmy hippo and her mother marked the occasion by devouring a massive tropical fruit platter while the zoo threw a 4-day party. Mudang, of course, became an internet sensation last year when she was born. And
Mudang's been getting big in the last year. Look at her.
a 4-day party. Mudang, of course, became an internet sensation last year when she was born. And fans helped pick out her name, which means bouncing pig. In a special post, the zoo calls Mudang an icon, an idol,
She is an icon.
and our ultimate bestie.
She absolutely is an icon. 100%. Here's the live stream from South China Morning Post. Mudang is taking a little nappy on her birthday, which, I mean, why not? It's your birthday. Why not take a nice little nap in a pond? I can get on board with that. A little nice pond nap. I need more tea. I'll be right back.
Oh, it's okay. I think she's too far away. Online, I see so many
So cute. Mudang. She continues to be a beautiful and cute little internet sensation. I guess not little anymore. Getting bigger. Getting bigger. She's still got a whole lot of room to grow. I think it takes at least a few years for them to reach their full size. But it was fun just celebrating her birthday. We certainly kept track of Mudang earlier on. Hold on, we'll watch a little bit more Mudang footage. This was Mudang enjoying her birthday treats later on in the live stream. I think that's Mudang's mommy. Look at all that. Oh my gosh. That is quite a hippo buffet if I've ever seen one. Actually, no, that is Mudang. Oh my god, Mudang really has gotten big. This is literally the world's biggest salad to date, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, no, that is her mom. That is her mom. Okay, I was wrong. That's Muday. There she is. Mudang not sure if she wants to get in on this giant salad. All right, enough watching these two beautiful hippos chow down on the world's largest salad. Let's keep this thing moving. Staying in Asia, let's go back. Let's go to China. Talk about China's high-speed trains, which they certainly are beating the United States in by just leaps and bounds. But those trains are helping China expand its global influence. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English, 17 hours ago.
On any given day, hundreds of bullet trains zoom across China, moving passengers between cities at speeds of up to 350 kilometers per hour. It's the largest high-speed rail network in the world, and Beijing is using it to expand its global reach.
I have to have my China.
China's high-speed trains have the fastest speed. Our technology is the most comprehensive, and our operating scenarios are the richest. Therefore, we can provide Chinese wisdom for international high-speed rail.
China's eagerness to share its expertise was on display at the World Congress on High-Speed Rail in Beijing, which was attended by people from 60 countries, including officials from Pakistan who want to build on existing Chinese cooperation in freight and light rail projects.
We are hoping that when we make our project, when we finalize the feasibility, we bring it to the table, the Chinese government will come in, maybe as an investor, maybe as a partner in technology, and we'll have one of the best high-speed rails in Pakistan.
Advocates of the technology say it lowers carbon emissions and stimulates economic activity. The Beijing to Tianjin route was the first high-speed rail line to open in China in 2008. It used to take 2 hours to travel between the cities. Now, passengers can complete the journey in about 30 minutes. The country's network now covers almost all cities with a population of over 500,000 and shuttles 16 million people per day. The trains are also central to China's Belt and Road Infrastructure Initiative. Completed projects include lines in Laos and Indonesia. New routes connecting China to Thailand and to Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan are underway. But some have faced problems.
A lot of the time they're under capacity. They are not really benefiting the people who live in that country so much as sort of the people in power or the people in Chinese businesses who are using them. And sometimes they are indebting the country.
China's first European project, a line connecting Hungary to Serbia, has faced scrutiny from the EU, which is wary of Beijing's growing influence. But for those attending this summit, the benefits outweigh the concerns.
Here we go. China not only expanding its own internal rail networks in its country, its high-speed rail technology is coveted by a number of countries, increasing its influence across the globe. One last story in China before we move on to space news. There was an earthquake a couple of weeks ago in China. One hungry young man refused to stop eating.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Haven't finished my dinner. This fucking kid. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's like, put it back. He's like, yeah, okay. And he goes back to immediately shoveling it into his face. Oh, I love that kid. Okay. We're not gonna let this dim sum go to waste, are we, Dad? Just runs back to the table, starts spinning the fucking... Just starts spinning the Lazy Susan, just shoveling shit into his face. What a champion. What a champion, that kid. Amazing. All right. Where are we at on time? Okay, this is probably a good spot for us to take another quick break. Don't worry, they'll be right back with more space news in our immediate future. So stick around. Otherwise, you might miss it. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far on this Sunday Funday. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so that you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to support the stream. Things like YouTube, Cash App, PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like getting an avatar on the stream. That's right, you could be dancing, lounging by the pool. Or maybe you want your pet, your dog, your cat, your pet lizard, your favorite fictional character. I don't know, you decide and send me a picture. I'll make it happen. Maybe you don't even have a picture, but you want me to just get something done. Just ideas. You can float it by me. But maybe the pool's not your thing. You can go to the bar, have a drink. The lake. That's right, you'd be swimming in the sweet, sweet galactic lake. Or maybe boating is your preferred thing. Street. That's right, we could be hanging out the galactic streets. So many options for avatar placement. But of course, it's not just avatars. You could also get shout-outs, secret content, much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space Fams. That is the end of the third break. Means it's time for the fourth, possibly final half of the night. Depends on how long this all takes me. So get back in your seats, unless you want to miss the beginning of this next beautiful galactic section of the stream. Look at this kid go. It's honestly just incredible. He's a growing boy, okay? He needs food. Alright. Back to the space office. We left off talking climate change and extreme weather events. And one young Chinese man who refused to stop eating amidst an earthquake. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Where's my drink? I had to have a snack on my break there. And, yeah, there we go. Got some of my space salad stuck in my teeth. Okay, here we go. Solved that situation. Speaking of space, it's time for the space news portion of this stream. Let's start in Utah. KSL News Utah from 2 days ago, where apparently scientists are searching deep space for traces of violent events.
And now you you'll see just how I won that championship.
In the desert of central Utah, scientists are taking a close look at the universe. They're capturing deep space subatomic particles as they come through the Earth's atmosphere. And as news specialist Mike Anderson explains, what they learn could eventually help us answer some big questions.
While the Webb Space Telescope is showing us deep space in ways that we've never seen before, there's another search far beyond our solar system that's happening in Delta, Utah.
So they come here from where, we don't know. We would like to find that out. We'd like to find out what they're made of chemically.
John Matthews, a professor of physics at the University of Utah, is also looking deep, but in a different way, looking for something we can't see. Huge telescope arrays like this one, 60 of them, housed in 3 different buildings, help capture rays coming from deep space as they enter our atmosphere.
You need something that gathers a lot of light and focuses it up into a little spot, and then you need a camera that's extremely fast, that can see something that lasts for a millionth of a second.
The rays are made up of tiny particles expelled from extremely destructive events, more violent than a supernova.
It could be something like a black hole that's eating something, like maybe even another black hole, and it's swirling around as it's going in.
But by the time the rays make it across the universe to us,
this is all very faint, happens in a millionth of a second. That's why they're out here in the middle of nowhere, no sunlight, no moon, so that these mirrors can reflect as much of that light as possible back into these cameras.
Terabytes of data stored in a server room to be later analyzed. They never know when these events are going to happen. Part of the reason why the U's Cosmic Ray Research Program is so vast. Spread.
Well, there we go. Scientists in Utah searching deep space for cosmic events. Utah is not a place that I think of there being any serious science being done, but that's probably unfair. It's probably unfair. I'm just being reductive about the Mormon community. Just rude.
How rude.
How rude of me. Okay. Now let's go all the way across the Atlantic to Greece, where an incredible sight was beheld. At least this photographer, this videographer got some great footage behind the Temple of Poseidon in Greece as the full moon rose behind it. This felt like some serious Sunday Funday type vibes. It's not of great importance, but I'm telling you, this winds up looking really fucking cool. Hold on. Oh, it starts pretty quickly. Oh, you can see it peeking out from behind it. It's almost like it's coming out of the temple. It's pretty incredible to watch. Look at it, it's humongous. Happy Moon Day to all, says Styx Dragon Sharon. Well played, and it actually is Moon Day for pretty much everyone, aside from Hawaii, where they got 10 minutes left until the end of Sunday Funday. I'm going to move this along a little bit. I'm not going to sit here for 15 minutes watching this. I'm sorry. Can't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's so incredible to watch it. And the way that, like, you can see the moon through the columns on this ancient Greek temple. There's something about this. It's just so... these are one of those things. This is one of the reasons why I love space. Just the wondrousness, like, of the procession of the stars and the planets and all sorts of galactic bodies. It just brings some sort of, I don't know, like something to my spirit, I feel like. Imagine the hand puppets you could make up there. Jesus Christ. I've got moon fever. What is moon fever? Was it like lycanthropy? Is that what you're talking about? You saying I'm a werewolf? Well, there we go. Perfect spot for this cameraman to sit and get this footage. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible sight. All right. Let's go to Earth News. What do you say? Starting in España, Spain, where daredevils ran with the charging bulls at the famous Running with the Bulls festival in Spain. On the first pass, like 75% of everyone is just like runs out of the way and just hides behind the bulls. Like, fuck it. I know I said I was doing this, but never mind. I'd rather not die today. Who's this guy? Well, there we go. Spaniards partaking in a age-old tradition of running with the bulls. I still don't understand this tradition. It doesn't make a ton of sense. I don't even know how it started. It's a strange ritual that still defies all logic. You hope the bull wins this time. Well, at least it's slightly less barbaric than bullfighting. I'll give it that much. Now, let's go north to Ireland, where a message in a bottle appeared on an Irish beast. My brain is broken. Son of a bitch. What was I saying? Oh, right. Message in a bottle appeared on an Irish beach. Here's global news from 3 days ago. Global news 3 days ago, please. Thank you. There we go. That's how we do it.
Almost every day, Kate Gay and her husband take their dog.
Wait, the bulls end up in an arena for bullfighting at the end of the Running with the Bulls? See, actually, I never understood that. Mostly because I've never found either of those things to be all that, like... It's just terrible. Nonsensical. But that makes it worse. That does make it worse, if that's true. It's unfortunate. I would have been more on board with the bull running if it weren't for the... If that is, in fact, where they wind up. They need to chill out with the bullfighting. I don't understand.
Almost every day, Kate Gay and her husband take their dog for a walk on the shoreline near their home. It's on the southwest tip of Ireland. Gay also takes along a camera and Monday snapped a shot of a strange bottle that had washed up.
There was paper in it, and we sort of said, it's a message in a bottle, in a way joking, really, I suppose.
Now, Gay and her husband didn't open the bottle. Instead, she took it to a meeting Monday night of a local conservation group. They had to break the bottle to get to the message.
So September 14th, 2012, Anita and Brad's day trip to Bell Island.
The note was short and simple. Somewhere, some people named Anita and Brad wrote 13 years ago, quote, "Today we enjoyed dinner, this bottle of wine, and each other on the edge of the island." The note also included a phone number, but there was no answer. The conservation group decided to post what they'd found on their Facebook page.
Never thought that within the hour someone would have texted in, "We found them," and never expected Anita to message our Facebook page at 12 midnight on the dot.
I think the number that was listed was Brad's parents' landline.
Well, Anita Squires of Newfoundland had written the note. That day, she and a boyfriend had taken a ferry to Bell Island, very far from Ireland where the bottle would end up. But a message that took more than a decade to cross the ocean took minutes to find its way back. She remembers touring Bell Island.
It turned out to be a beautiful day, so we stopped in just at the grocery store and got some things for a picnic.
Now, the first question from the folks in Ireland was, are you still together? They are. Anita and Brad married and now have 3 children.
Aww.
The found note in the bottle wasn't really a message as much as a memory of a moment, one that didn't cost much, but eventually.
There's a heartwarming Sunday Funday story for you all. I've been holding on to that one all week, too. Truly incredible. I mean, you don't expect that to happen. Over a dozen years later, 13 years after putting this message in a bottle, having that bottle wind up on an Irish beach, then having that message on the internet. Hours later, and the original authors of that note somehow crossing by it and be like, hey, that's our note. Like, that's just, I mean, that is one of the incredible things about the connection of human society now. You know, that is just so cool. So fucking cool. And it's even better that they wound up getting married, having a beautiful family. What an uplifting story. All right, now let's go a bit south of Ireland, down to Wimbledon, where the Wimbledon finals happened yesterday. Here's CBS Evening News from yesterday.
A dominating victory at Wimbledon. It took just 57 minutes for Iga Swiatek of Poland to win her first title
immediately,
on grass.
if not sooner.
She eliminated American Amanda Anisimova 6-0, 6-0. In fact, Swiatek didn't lose a single game the entire tournament, becoming the first woman to do that in 114 years.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, Iga Swiatek dominating.
Can
American
Chelsea stop
Amanda
the seemingly
Anisimova. Please shut up. I'm talking. What did I say? Why have you ruined this for me? Well, yeah, dominating American tennis player Amanda Anisimova in record time, not losing a single game. Well played. Well played, ma'am. All right, speaking of sporting events, let's talk about that Chelsea-Paris Saint-Germain match, which occurred back in the United States. But, of course, you know, both of these teams come from Europe. So I figured I'd leave this in here and talk the Club World Cup final. Here's France 24 English on the story.
Can Chelsea stop the seemingly invincible PSG?
After trouncing Real Madrid 4-0 in the semi-finals and only conceding a single goal for the entire tournament, it feels almost inevitable that they're crowned this year's best team. Even Chelsea's coach is conceding the quality of the French club.
They are the best team in Europe, the best team in the world. We have maximum respect for them. I said in my last press conference that I really enjoy watching them, but at the same time, we are here to try to do our best and to win the final.
Despite their underdog status, the London club has a deep and flexible squad that has used 27 different players throughout the Club World Cup.
I just remember that we're supposed to be boycotting this, aren't we? Just to spite Donald Trump. It's too late now.
More than any other team. PSG have been in intimidating form, but even so, the Parisians understand they can't take anything for granted.
It's been a historic season for us, and on the other hand, Chelsea are a really good team. We know how good they are and what their players can do, so we're going to prepare as best we can.
They may be heavily favoured, but for all their dominance, it will come down to one match. And
it came down to one match, and in a shocking upset. PSG lost to Chelsea 3-0. Huge upset here in this game. Did we see Trump? We did. We covered that in the first, well, the American half. Because I knew it was in the United States, but I figured we would just cover it twice. Figured we'd just do it twice. Donald Trump was booed at the game, which we saw earlier today. Now let's talk France. Go here to France 24 English once again. Talk about France's Karnak stones, which are vying for UNESCO World Heritage. Listing, whatever you call it.
They predate the Roman Empire by at least 3,000 years. Made up of thousands of hand-carved stones, the Karnak alignments stretch 4 kilometres along the coast of Brittany. The site has been dubbed France's Stonehenge by some, and now it could be joining the Stonehenge on the UNESCO World Heritage List, a move the local mayor would welcome.
It's going to bring protection, enhancement, and the possibility of improving the visitor experience.
Being granted UNESCO World Heritage status can unlock funding for the protection of sites, but some fear that if the alignments make the list, it may result in over-tourism.
I think it's always a double-edged sword. The fact that it's protected is great. It's important. And I think it's also important for the region. But what always bothers me when a place becomes a UNESCO World Heritage Site is that it brings even more tourists.
Shocking that French people wouldn't want more tourists.
Give me a joke.
I could have left that in the space news because technically the Karnak stones are believed to align with different, I think, solar and lunar events. I'm not sure which ones, but if I recall correctly, it's something like that. All right, now staying in France, let's talk about Paris's red light district. It's being turned into a hipster haven.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Famous for its neon signs, sex shops, and the iconic red windmill of the Moulin Rouge, the Pigalle area is a must-see for those visiting France's capital.
It is iconic. It is very French. You wouldn't see it anywhere else.
There are sex shops everywhere, and it's like, okay, we didn't know about this, but that's okay.
To get a sense of the heart of the neighborhood and what it was, meet 2 former police officers who once patrolled the area. C'était là à gauche, le bar là. From 1985 to 1998, they were regulars at some of the world's most famous bars. but not for the cocktails.
We had to make sure that there weren't any minors in the clubs, and otherwise that there weren't any sexual acts inside the club.
Illegal.
It happened though, and we were there at the right time. We'd noticed that there'd been a breach of the law, and we took the customer and the boss away.
Nightclubber, rôdeur ou noceur, qu'importe ici la nuit, tous les chats sont gris.
This neighborhood became famous almost overnight. A place where from the 1930s the world's richest mixed with artists, dancers and sex workers.
La police municipale intervient.
And with that came a reputation.
Pigalle lives by night, mister. It's a hot neighborhood.
One that still lingers today, but is changing. Today, many owners of its famed sex shops say they've had to close down, unable to compete with the rise of online boutiques. This one replaced by a coffee shop chain. Tour guides are determined to keep the spirit of the area alive. Among this crowd are not only tourists, but Parisians searching for something they say is no more.
This neighborhood has had a blade cut through it. It had a history, and it's a shame to be losing bits and pieces of it little by little.
But some of the area's most historic spots have found new life, reinventing themselves to attract fresh crowds. This bar first opened in 1934.
He's drank his own drink.
Today, it's a classic cocktail bar, but as the owner tells us, some things were simply too iconic to change.
The
name in English is a bit vulgar. After the renovations, there was a lot of talk about how we were going to keep the spirit of Pigalle and why we were going to change the history of Pigalle.
Dozens of bars and restaurants have since sprung up in the surrounding streets. Some call it progress, others nostalgia lost.
There we go. Paris changing.
There are bags.
Gentrifying its most iconic areas into hipster havens, Starbucks, and other ridiculous things. But, of course, the wheel of history continues to turn. All right, one more French story. A lot of French stories here today. Fromage du Francis. Francis's cheese. Cheese of Francis. What is that? I've never heard of a Francis cheese before. And who is this Francis you speak of? Okay. Last story in France. This one is about a bag. That's right. One bag, which sold for $10 million. What? That's right. Original Birkin bag. On the auction block.
There are bags, and then there's the Birkin. Unbeaten, unforgettable, and unaffordable for the rest of us mere mortals. The very first model of its line has just gone under the hammer for a record sum.
7 million euros. I'm putting the hammer down right now, and we see it clearly 7 million.
The first of a long series, this Birkin bag belonged to Jane Birkin herself. It was designed for her in 1984, after a chance meeting between the singer and actress and the then head of Hermès.
She meets Jean-Louis Dumas on a plane. She complains this bag is too small, and Mr. Dumas said to her, "I'm Hermès, I'll make your bag."
Her initials, JB, were embossed on the leather. And that's not the only customization. Stickers Birkin put in place have left their mark as well.
She put these stickers on to tell the world, this is what I believe in, this is who I am, this is Jane Birkin's personality.
Effortlessly chic, the Birkin bag accompanied its eponymous owner everywhere she went. It was a far cry from the icon of ultra-luxury we know today. Produced in limited numbers for a select clientele, only customers with a long history at Hermès are offered the opportunity to buy, with prices starting at $8,500.
$8,500. Jesus Christ. Who can afford $8,500 for a single bag? That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Let alone $10 million. $10 million for a bag that's never going to be used. It's just going to sit somewhere. All right. Now, let's go to Germany, specifically Berlin, for a little bit of musical entertainment. AP archive from yesterday. Today we are celebrating the 44th annual Barrel Organ Festival in Berlin. For 44 years, barrel organs. Friends from my... God damn you. You're killing me. You are killing me, god damn it. This is very rude.
How rude.
44 years, barrel organ. Okay. Well, there we go.
What's interesting...
The Berlin Organ Grinder Festival. People all over the world coming together to grind those organs. All right, while we're in the EU, we ought to talk about the goddamn tariff war, which is back on. Re-Liberation Day started last week, and it's going to be, I'm assuming, getting off to a banner start this morning. Honestly, I think we're going to hear of even more tariffs announced throughout the week. And of course, over the weekend, Donald Trump announced tariffs broadly over the EU and who was the other one? Well, Brazil. No, that was last week. What was it? EU and God damn it, I can't remember. There was one other. I can't think of it. Whatever. Let's talk about the EU tariffs.
What's interesting is over the past weeks, we've really seen a movement toward appeasement, toward surrender on this over the past weeks. At the European Council Summit of National Leaders last month in June, we saw the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz urging a kind of quick and dirty deal with the Trump administration, as the UK had done, just in order to kind of put this to rest and avoid those larger targets. And we even saw French President Emmanuel Macron seeming to say that the EU should accept the 10% baseline tariffs as the UK had done. And also in accepting that, you agree not to challenge that at the WTO, even though the tariffs are clearly arbitrary and illegal under WTO rules. The UK accepted not to challenge that. The movement was that the EU was probably moving toward accepting 10% in order not to have the 20% that was threatened on Liberation Day or the 50% that Trump threatened a month ago. Now we have a new threat of 30% tariffs. And so the question is how the EU is going to react, because the deadline for that is, of course, August 1st. The very first reaction we saw yesterday from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen seemed to be in the same surrender mode. It was really unchanged language from before, saying the EU has retaliatory measures possible, ready, but they're going to continue trying to negotiate. But since then, over the past 24 hours, we've seen an interesting development from the German center-right, and they're really key here because Chancellor Friedrich Merz is from the German center-right. We had a CDU politician, that's the party of Ursula von der Leyen and Friedrich Merz, Daniel Caspary, saying, at some point, enough is enough. The Commission must start responding. He said that to Handelsblatt, the German newspaper. Also, we had the German chair of the European Parliament's Trade Committee say that the Trump letter was, quote, impertinent, and that the first list of countermeasures must be activated on Monday. And that's the big question right now, because remember that the original deadline that Trump...
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a big development, right? Especially as it's Germany that is sort of taking the lead on this. As in many ways, Germany is one of the main sort of financial powerhouses of the EU, and Ursula von der Leyen being the what do you call her? The EU commissioner. With them growing fatigued if you will, by Donald Trump's ridiculous unilateral and illegal trade war, and seemingly losing their patience with it, suggesting that it's time for the EU to strike back, makes it more likely, honestly, specifically that it being Germany taking this stance. I find it highly likely that that increases the likelihood of the EU introducing retaliatory tariffs, even though Donald Trump has threatened against it. I think this is what I was saying earlier, is that I think it only makes sense that at this point, these countries are not just going to sit around and let Donald Trump to continue to play these games, right? And in fact, I think they're going to try and get ahead of the deadline by as much as they possibly can, and basically strike back against Donald Trump's tariff war here and try and force his hand, right? Rather than just sitting there and thinking maybe it's just some sort of ridiculous joke, or that, you know, watching it without acting would somehow improve it. But I mean, you know, like they were already in the beginning phases of all of this after Liberation Day. I mean, EU was mulling over tariffs and were preparing to implement tariffs. Whether or not this will actually change Donald Trump's plan and strategy, I don't know. That's the one thing that's, I think, most difficult to guess, because he's such an unpredictable person. Whether or not he reacts to this badly, I mean, I think it's more likely, if anything, I think it's more likely that he reacts badly than well. That's just my opinion. You know, like, and I'm worried that we're going to see a situation like we saw with, you know, with China, with this sort of back and forth retaliatory tariffs. Donald Trump, oh, you're going to tariff us 30%, then your new tariff is 70% or whatever else. And it's just going to escalate into a complete clusterfuck. Unless, you know, somehow Donald Trump like gains sanity, somehow like becomes a sane actor in the next couple weeks. I guess we could sit around hoping for that. Feels a little naive. But maybe he does chicken out. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. All right. Leaving the EU, let's go to the Middle East. Oh boy. This next story is pretty horrifying. And I haven't seen Donald Trump condemn anybody on Truth Social yet for this next story. But as of yesterday, in recent attacks on the West Bank, which we have been covering, in fact, we talked about them yesterday, Israeli settlers lighting wildfires across Taiba and other areas of the West Bank. And there's been just escalating violence happening in the West Bank for, I mean, much of this last 2 years, but especially in the last 6 months. An American citizen. That's right. A Palestinian American citizen was killed in the West Bank by Israeli settlers. Where are the condemnations from all of, you know, the Trump administration? I don't know. You tell me. Wait, what is this? Oh, we don't need this. We don't need. I'm skipping this. This is not important. Let's go with this. Yeah, NBC. From yesterday.
This Palestinian village in the West Bank is mourning two of their own. One was a young American. 20-year-old Saifullah Musalet, born in Florida and visiting relatives, was beaten to death Friday by Israeli settlers, his family said. In a post online, Musalet's family said settlers blocked the ambulance and...
I want to burn this detail into everyone's fucking brain. This guy, right here, while he might be Palestinian, ethnically, he was born in Florida. He is a full American citizen, okay? Born and bred American. Where the fuck is the Trump administration right now?
Musalet, born in Florida and visiting relatives, was beaten to death Friday by Israeli settlers, his family said.
Illegal.
In a post online, Moussalet's family said settlers blocked the ambulance and paramedics from providing life-saving aid for several hours. Officials said a second Palestinian man was shot dead. The State Department confirmed the death of an American and offered its condolences to the man's family. Israeli police said they were looking into the
That is pathetic. That is fucking pathetic. The State Department condolences, thoughts
death
and
of an
prayers,
American and
thoughts and prayers for an American citizen killed by an ally. Thoughts and prayers. Where's the condemnations? That's what I need. That's what I want. And until I get condemnations, I think that we cannot allow Donald Trump to live this down. We need to start truthing big time. Time to get out there on Truth Social, people. Start flooding the goddamn internet with demands for the condemnation of this killing of an American citizen in the West Bank by Israelis.
Israeli police said they were looking into the incident.
Thankfully, Israel's looking into its own crimes. Good. Good.
The deaths come amidst a surge of settler violence against Palestinians throughout the West Bank, trying to force Palestinians out. Until 2 weeks ago, this tiny hamlet of Al-Muwarajat was home to a few hundred Bedouin herders. We visited in May just as settlers were ramping up their attacks. Israeli Amir Pansky works for an Israeli organization that monitors settler harassment.
Their goal is to push them out of this area.
By what? By simply harassment?
By violence, harassing, attacking.
So this was the village mosque. This is where everybody came to pray until February. It's when nearby settlers came and burned it down. But the settlers weren't finished. The regular harassment continued for months until village residents said the settlers pitched a tent inside the village on July 2nd, brought their animals to graze, and stole from the community. When they were drinking in the house and taking off their clothes, Alia said, "We decided we had to leave."
Jesus
but with
Christ.
settler violence increasing, there are few safe places left for them to go. Matt Bradley.
Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Now, since it's Sunday Funday, I figured we'd do this. Let's talk about a movie. Superman. That's right, the new Superman has hit the big screen. And one Hasan Piker, Hasanabi, apparently went and watched that movie. Real quick, was
it's not go woke, go
warning.
Woke. It's go.
Here's a quick warning for all of you. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alerts. If you were hoping to watch Superman, well, gotta tell you to probably maybe not watch this if you don't want it spoiled for you. But apparently, and according to Hasan, Superman just exposed Israel. And yeah, let's get into that.
It's exactly the way it's supposed to be. It's like just corny enough and just silly enough. You know what I mean? I personally loved it. Can you kidnap Ray's and make him a permanent stream fixture? Yeah, kidnap him and just like make him live out of my home. He would love that. He would love that.
Illegal.
Yeah. Blast off meme if needed. Oh, we missed it already. Well, I use this one instead. Trump getting roasted on Truth. Oh, don't worry. Better than Marvel movies? Yeah, it is better than Marvel movies. Wait, what the hell? Oh, shit. The link is busted. God damn it. Failed ass link. Broken ass link. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed the link. I fixed the link. Okay. We'll talk about Superman and Super Woke. That's what we're going to start off with. We're going to talk about Superman versus Super Woke. It's been doing crazy box office numbers. And that's where we're going to... It is so good. It is so good. MCU fall off is here. DC revitalization project is here. It had the fixins. It had the fixins. Woke is back. My quick and easy review in the immediate aftermath of getting out of the movie theater was this, okay? Snyder fans are mad. Get mad. You can't do nothing like that, okay? You can't do nothing like James Gunn. I said, watch Superman. Woke is so bad, it's not even funny. Also, can't believe they did that to Israel. And that's precisely what's going on here. Hold on. I'll be...
Hasan's quoting himself? His own Twitter? Don't be weird, Hasan.
Don't be creepy.
Okay, hold on. We're not gonna sit here and watch this the whole thing. Like, part of it, he just gets up and walks away. I'm not gonna watch this empty seat. Okay, here we go.
The country, and that he's the story of America.
It's hella quiet.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, woke is back. Superman is super woke. Woke is back in a big way. And everybody needs to step aside. Okay? Everybody that has an issue with how woke Superman is needs to step aside, read the goddamn room. It's over. Let me tell you. Okay? Let me tell you. Woke is so back, it's not even funny. Woke is so bad, it's not even funny. It's not go woke, go broke. It's go woke unless you want to be broke. Okay? Superman already is an alien, right? Like literally and figuratively. Like he is supposed to be, I mean, he's written by, I believe like 2 Jewish immigrants at the time. Like that was the character that they created. He's supposed to be an analog for like a godlike deity. But also on the simplest terms, Superman is supposed to be an outsider who's trying to do his very best and oftentimes misunderstood. And the entire movie is quite literally about that, okay? Down to a degree that is like, I would say maybe a little not so subtle, okay? Down to a degree where it's not so subtle at all. He is supposed to be the peak form of like perfect human, a superhuman, a Superman, if you will. And he is actively and desperately, the Superman movie is flopping hard box office wise. Wait, what? No, it's not. I don't know why you're just saying that. Anyway, it's the opposite. Muting to avoid spoilers? No, dude, there is no spoilers. This is a spoiler-free review, okay? I'll tell you when there is a spoiler part about it. But basically, yeah, here's a spoiler. Superman wins. Some of the things I really liked about it, some of the things I really enjoyed about the movie was how corny it is, okay? How corny they made Superman, because it's supposed to be corny. It's a comic book. So they have like all of the corniness of comic books directly baked into it. And I do think that James Gunn hyper focused on all of the side characters and did a pretty good job of uplifting and highlighting some of the side characters on the show, whether it be Crypto, whether it be, you know, the dog, the super dog, basically. Mr. Terrific was incredible. Probably like one of the best side characters in the entire franchise. Okay, yes, the gun did not jam. Okay, James Gunn doesn't jam. James doesn't jam Gunn. And basically, Hot Girl follows you on IG. Yeah, I know. I found that out, and I immediately followed her back. And I would love to have her on the stream. That'd be amazing. But we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But yes, Hot Girl was amazing as well. Green Lantern was amazing as well. And I'm not even talking about the major plot point, which is Netanyahu and Israel. If you think that this movie takes away or like pulls punches, if you think this movie pulls punches from criticizing Israel, it does not. It is an analog for Israel and maybe Russia as well, if you want to call it. You can say a little bit of both. But straightforwardly,
what is Hasan drinking over here?
It is like,
is he drinking a freaking tumbler? Is that a freaking tumbler?
But straightforwardly, it is like, it is the most obvious like Israel thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Okay, and r/Israel, the Redditors on Israel are very upset about this. But basically, what I'm trying to say is every moment, every scene, every frame in the movie is framed exactly like the comic book. Okay, like the incredibly corny, impossibly corny, kitschy characters that you see, exactly like a comic book. If you go into the movie looking for like gritty realism and like the old school DC style, like post Nolan dark DC, you're not going to get that. Okay. Do not look for that at all, because that is not happening. It is not happening. There is no like gritty realism in this, even though there is one aspect of it that I also personally like. that is a holdover from like The Boys, which is the impact that it has on real life people, like the
modern humans don't have any hope without some notion of DEI. Yeah, we do need the DEI. Omega Star, good to see you. He's drinking syrup? Syrup? That would be weird. Why would Hasan be sitting there drinking syrup? I mean, does he really need the calories that bad? My God.
That's too much, man!
That is too much, man.
Sorts of massive battles. They definitely do show that a lot more than they do in the Marvel universe, where it's almost like a nod to how when these guys are fighting, like human beings are suffering as a consequence of that. But it also shows but it also shows that in a very real way, where I mean, in a very comic book style way, because you'll see screens, you'll see sequences where like regular people are just like eating, I don't know, like yogurt while like the city is collapsing in and of itself. And that is because that's exactly how it's portrayed in the comic books. And it's also supposed to be like something that is happening all the time, so much so that they're basically used to it. Okay? This is something that like the average citizen is used to, right? And you see the impact on humans in Marvel TV shows more than the movies, yeah. But it was fun. Yeah, James Gunn was like, we're gonna have fun with this. We're gonna have fun with this. Analogs to the real world, serious politics-wise. Number one, the fictional country of Boravia going and invading the other fictional country of what's the name of it? It's like illegal. It's like kind of it's like a Asian country. It's like an Indian kind of name, but it's not. It's like very clearly Israel, Palestine. Jarampur. Yeah. Jarampur and Boravia. Boravia is this like high-powered, high-tech superpower in the region that is invading this other country that is not armed at all. It is a literal, exact one-to-one analog to Israel, Palestine. Okay, that's what it is. Boravia is Israel, and Jarampur is Palestine. Absolutely, 100%. Anyone who says that that is not the case is absolutely coping. Even if James Gunn came out and swore on his mother's life that this was not an analog to Israel, Palestine, I'm telling you right now, they're just, it's lying, okay? Telling the movie first day after its release, what spoiler? It's not a spoiler at all. This is just like what is going on. The whole, first, it's a comic book. I'm
not sure Hasan knows what the word spoiler means.
Comic book movie. There is no, it's like the expectation that someone is going to the main character is going to win. It's in the premise. I'm describing the premise to you. Okay?
Which is, and then, by definition,
the American.
This is by definition a spoiler, Hasan. It's fine. Like, I'm not upset, but because I'm probably, I mean, I'll probably watch the movie either way. Honestly, I'm kind of stoked to see it. I mean, but let's be really real. Talking about the plot of a movie is 100% a spoiler.
Weapons manufacturer,
like by definition,
relationship with Israel is directly explained. Which is why I think it's a better analog to Israel than it is to Russia, okay? That's why, because like this is straightforwardly America and American weapons manufacturers and the relationship that they have with Israel and what Israel is doing to Palestine and Palestinians, okay? People try to cite the fact that the script was written pre-10/7 to say it's not about IP as though IP began on 10/7. Yes, I know that the script was written before, and maybe it was actually initially implemented to talk about like the Russia-Ukraine situation and how Superman would like save the Ukrainians. But obviously there is plenty of fill-ins post-October 7 that and plenty of scripting that took place post-October 7, but it doesn't even matter, okay? Anyone with two eyes and an active brain cell, like that can rub two brain cells together, we'll see that either James Gunn or someone in the writer's room straight up wrote it in a way where it is a one-to-one analog, okay? It is a one-to-one analog. Script writing is hardly a magical event that changes from occurring. Some people don't understand how filmmaking works. Exactly. 1,000,000%. Dude, And you know it's real. You know that a lot of people have seen it because they're coping. Okay? A lot of the not the pushing Z chatters, like the pro-Russia ones, but the other pushing Z Zionists, Z for Zionism, Andes online have been losing their minds over it. Okay? Even if James Gunn came out and told everyone this is not Israel-Palestine at all, I don't know where you guys got that, I would not believe him. He could be like, no one ever touched this script. I'm the only person who wrote this. This is not about Israel-Palestine. I would be like, nope, don't even lie to me right now. It's cool, man. We get it. Sure, bud. Yeah. Because Jarampur is just straight up brown. Okay? Israel is a white country with a direct weapons manufacturing ties to the United States of America, and the country that they're dominating is not a well-armed country that is fenced in, and it's brown people wearing like garb that you see in the region. They even have like AK-47s. Yeah, Boravia is mentioned as a U.S. ally on numerous occasions. Okay, you are out of your mind. It is crazy. It was the most Israel movie I have ever seen. Okay,
It's the most Israel movie I've ever seen, says Hasan. Oh, Megastar. Re-upping that galactic membership. Getting the sweet, sweet dark green stars. I've been seeing these pop up lately. I think that's the most advanced chat badge that you can get right now. I think the 6-month badge, right? Yeah, it's a 6-month badge. Thank you for your continued support, Megastar. Watching Hasan right now is making me remember that I really need to get the multi-stream back up. Gotta get back to being able to stream to multiple platforms. Get back on that Twitch grind.
Me watching Superman save Israel for 2 hours and 9 minutes. No, literally. Down to the bot farms. Like, there are so many parts about this. Yeah, when in the black side, I was like, this is crazy. Superman scene that got me when they showed an army of monkeys using computers to spread digital Hasbro to fuel the Boravian invasion of the native land is literally this. It is crazy. It is crazy, dude. The Netanyahu analog even says Boravia. It's not even a Netanyahu analog. I think it's a Ben-Gurion analog, for the record. He is not Netanyahu. A lot of people are saying it's Netanyahu, but I think it's Ben-Gurion. This is what David Ben-Gurion looks like. This is what the leader of Boravia looks like.
You missed Twitch, Megastar. I get it. I'm going to bring it back, okay? I'm going to try. I just need to install a plugin and set that up and then do some tweaks. I think I might take off Moonday, honestly. I think I might take off Moonday to try and solve multi-streaming on this new platform that I'm using.
See if I can find him real quick. Hold on. Come on, give me a still. Do you have a link? I don't think it's Benjamin Netanyahu. It's a compilation of a lot of different things. But it's definitely Israel. There's a little bit of Russian influence in it, but there's a lot of Russian influence in Israel too. Okay? It's not Netanyahu. It's David Ben-Gurion, dude. This is from the movie, okay? Please tell me that this is just chance. Okay? I mean, this scene right here, I almost had tears, dude. Call me a baby all you want. But when they do this, I'm like, this is the most, I almost cried. I had tears in my eyes watching this.
Actually, I'm also getting a little bit emotional watching this scene, this kid hoping for Superman. Yeah, the parallels are pretty hard to miss. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Almost cried. I had tears in my eyes watching this. It's hard not to see how this is inspired from the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and I really don't know how to feel about it. This person says, on the one hand, it's disgusting and insensitive to use an ongoing genocide for entertainment when you not once explicitly stated your intent is to depict or bring light to it. On the other hand, anything that helps enlighten the average burger muncher is good, I guess. Yeah, I'm on the second side of this. Okay? I'm on the second side of this, where 1,000,000% that a major blockbuster hit in the United States of America that came out, and it's like a big budget Hollywood summer blockbuster production, going to be massively successful. It's already massively successful, and it's literally 2 hours and like 10 minutes of Israel the entire time. 2 hours and 10 minutes of Israel's doing a genocide. Superman needs to save Israel doing a genocide. Or rather, Superman's inspiration causes other superheroes that otherwise would turn a fucking blind eye to Israel doing a genocide in Gaza, causes them to literally take action that they previously said they would not. And all the while, the American government is angry at Superman for the affairs of Israel and Palestine. Come on! Get the out of here. Superman is literally an immigrant that is always trying to do his best, and every single person is like developing tremendous enmity and animosity towards him for being an immigrant that wants to save the planet from...
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. Mostly because I don't want to spoiler the whole movie. I'm already definitely interested in watching it. Might have to find some sort of circuitous way to get a hold of that film. So there's no way I'm spending $15 or whatever it costs to go to a goddamn movie these days. I don't got that kind of money. Barely pay the space bills.
That's too much, man.
All right. Let's leave the Middle East and go to Asia. Talk about a sweet crop, which could make Thailand the next capital of chocolate production.
You may think you know all there is to know about chocolate. We all know that this basic brown block of sweetness actually comes from a cacao fruit. But where are they grown? Who cultivates them? And that chocolate flavor that you are so familiar with, is that even chocolate? To get the answers to these questions, we've come to Thailand, a country that could be on the verge of giving the chocolate industry a fresh start. Chocolate cafes like this.
Talking propaganda in chat, people don't like cop movies. I get that. I remember being younger and liking cop movies, like Beverly Hills Cop series. Like I had all of that on like VHS when I was a kid. I loved that. I loved that shit. And then the new Beverly Hills Cop came out. I watched it. I was like, I can't watch this. I cannot watch this. And it kind of made me sad. I was like, oh, ruined a childhood franchise for me. Oh, good point. This is a good use of that sound shot right now, Soleil.
Cacao. Cacao.
Cacao.
Cacao. Are the next big thing in Thailand's capital, Bangkok. Today, food influencer Yod has brought me to Choc, an award-winning chocolate cafe that specializes in locally made Thai chocolate. We have a chocolate set here, Kun Yod. Where do I start?
I think we will start in the cacao fruit juice. It's really quite new for Thai people. We don't know cacao is like a fruit before. And after that, you try with the cacao drink, cacao husk tea, and after that is the chocolate.
Right. All right, let's have the juice. Refreshing. Doesn't even remind you that it's anything to do with chocolate because it's the fruit part.
I think it's a very new knowledge about the Thailand can the cultivation of cacao. We know only the chocolate, not cacao.
So growing up in Thailand, what was chocolate to you? Did it mean a drink? Did it mean a candy? Like, you know, what was it to you when you were little?
We drink the chocolate with the milk, hot milk, like the Big Bang, you know, it's a Milo or Ovaltine like that. It's only the powder. They don't like dark chocolate bar because the dark chocolate bar is, have a sour taste. Thai people don't like sour taste, similar to coffee drink.
But do you see local people trying chocolate more and more? I mean, we're at a hot cocoa shop here. People must starting to like it like they do their coffee.
I think that the Thai cacao is a new trend because now we know it. Cacao it can cultivation around Thailand and have a single origin and have a good taste.
The people behind these cafes have also made it a dedicated profession. They call themselves chocoristas.
Actually, I wasn't planning to do that. I was a farmer. I started planting
Okay, that
cacao.
looks delicious.
At first, I was just trying to sell the beans to chocolate makers, but found
God damn, do I want some of that? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus.
Found out that no one was buying because the market is very small. Everyone import from outside of Thailand. At that point, I thought it was a very good chance because no one was doing it, so it was a blue ocean to me. And that's how I want to start chocolate business.
Although chocolate cafes are still nowhere near as popular as coffee shops in Bangkok, Yot says Thailand has a bigger advantage in producing cacao over coffee beans. Only certain regions of Thailand are at a perfect altitude for growing coffee beans. But for growing cacao, the climate almost anywhere in the country is considered ideal. So what goes on at a cacao farm? To get a first-hand look, we headed to Chhattisgarh province in Thailand's southeast. Here I'm meeting chocolatier Daniel Boucher. Originally from Germany, Daniel came to Thailand as a chef. Soon he found what he believes could be the next big trend, chocolate that is 100% made in Thailand.
Daniel, this is a cacao tree. Wow.
It is a cacao tree. Is it the first cacao tree you've seen?
Yes, it is.
So you can see a few things here. Like one, it's actually a tree, right? If you don't manage them and prune them back, they grow actually quite big and you get real stems. You could probably sit on here. The other thing I want you to notice is that cacao doesn't really have a season, but it grows all year round.
So that's any cacao tree anywhere in the world?
Any cacao tree anywhere in the world. And it always goes through the whole stages of life at the same time.
So what does it look like inside?
Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole thing. He's a cacao colonizer. Jerry is right. A German going to Thailand. Okay, let's go here.
Push a lot of water through these plantations.
The world's biggest chocolate brands are mostly American or European, but over 60% of the world's cacao is actually grown in West Africa. And the commercial chocolate that we enjoy comes at a huge cost.
A cacao-lanizer.
Ivory Coast, which grows 40...
Cacao-lanizer. Well played, Bikat. Well played.
5% of the world's cacao has lost 45% of its total tropical forest in the past 2 decades. Experts estimate 70% of the country's illegal deforestation is related to cacao farming. Issues like forced labor or child labor are also infamously common. Most West African cacao farmers make less than $1 per day, while some female farmers make only a third of that. Since Thailand's chocolate industry is still so new, Daniel believes it is a perfect time to reset the entire industry.
คือโกโก้ทำให้เรามีรายได้ทุกเดือนทำให้เรามีเอามาใช้จ่ายในครอบครัวเราได้คือไม่ว่าจะเป็นค่าน้ำค่าไฟ
Shit. Screwed by the subtitles. Okay, take 2. Growing cacao, you can generate a monthly income. It allows me to have money to spend on daily expenses such as electricity, travel, and other things. Without having to wait for durian and mangosteen to generate income once a year. We are very happy and proud that our cacao beans have come out and made Thai people know more about chocolate. All right, well, Thailand looking to reset the global cacao industry. Looking to crop, which grows all year round, making it easier for farmers to make income for themselves. Not having to wait for seasonal crops to grow. Could be good. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. It just felt like a Sunday FUNDAY story, if you ask me. Talk about a little chocolate. A little chocolate production. Who doesn't like chocolate? I mean, come on. Come on! All right. Let's go here. The B1M from 4 days ago. Why Bhutan is building the anti-Dubai. What is the anti-Dubai? What does that mean? Very confused. Please explain.
Imagine a place where happiness isn't just a feeling, it's written into the Constitution. Where school and hospital visits don't come with a price tag, and where there are no traffic lights. Welcome to Bhutan, the land of the Thunder Dragon. Tucked high in the Himalayas, it's a country unlike any other. Deeply spiritual, stunningly beautiful, and famously cautious about modern development. But even paradise has its problems.
Young people are leaving this place in major proportions.
So how did Bhutan, a country that prioritizes its people's happiness, find itself with so many of them leaving?
Despite everything it has going for it, people are leaving.
It is an existential crisis.
Young Bhutanese are heading abroad in search of better jobs, more opportunity, and many don't come back. So now, in a bold and unexpected move, Bhutan's beloved king is trying something different. He's building a city, but forget skyscrapers, yachts, and supercars tearing up the strip. This is a modern metropolis like no other. One that fuses ancient wisdom with cutting-edge design.
This is wild.
Built not for cars or commerce, but for mindfulness. This is the story of a city that could save a nation.
I'm starting to see why they're calling it the anti-Dubai. Rejecting many of sort of capitalist influences, it would seem, that run amok in places like Dubai.
Now, this is a construction channel, and trust me, we are going to come onto it. But first of all, I'm guessing you probably don't know very much about Bhutan, and there's a good reason for that.
I just realized the volume was kind of low on that. I'm sorry, everybody. I hope people were able to hear that. That's my bad. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Bhutan has always done things differently. For most of its history, it was effectively closed off from the outside world. Even when tourism began in 1974, only a handful of visitors were allowed in. Television and the internet didn't arrive until 1999. Traditional dress is still commonly worn, and even in the capital, most buildings use simple construction methods. But why? Well, I'm not an expert on this country, so we got in touch with a Bhutanese monk to tell us more.
Hi everyone, I'm from GNN in Tariffs, and today I would like to take you on a brief journey into one of the world's most unique and peaceful countries, my homeland, Bhutan. Bhutan is a small Himalayan kingdom located between India and China. It is known not just for its breathtaking nature, but for its depth spiritual heritage. Life in Bhutan is slow-paced, deeply spiritual, and centered around community and harmony with nature. In the West, material progress often drives daily life. In Bhutan, we value balance between tradition and change, inner well-being and outer development. That is Bhutanese way of life.
That way of life has given rise to one of the most unique ways to run a country in the world. In fact, if you know anything about this place, then you'll probably know that where other countries fret about their GDP, Bhutan measures a much more important index. It's gross national happiness. The GNH was invented by Bhutan's fourth king in the 1970s and aims to measure the country's development holistically.
Was it that quiet? It was nearly silent. My God. Frowny faces in chat. Everybody's angry at me for having the volume too low. I'm sorry. By the way, we've talked about this concept in the past. The Gross National Happiness Index. Something that I feel like we need to integrate into our thinking of economics. Much better than GDP.
By Bhutan's fourth king in the 1970s and aims to measure the country's development holistically. It's taken so seriously that it's even written into the constitution.
Unlike GDP, GNH values happiness and well-being of the people above economic growth. It focuses on the preservation of environment, culture, good governance, and spiritual values. For us Bhutanese, it is not just a policy, It is a way of life. We grow up believing that the purpose of life is not just to succeed, but to be kind, mindful, and content.
Economic development is measured, but strictly in a sustainable and equitable manner, and it's even given equal weighting to other factors like environmental protection and the preservation of culture. And in true Buddhist style, the GNH doesn't just apply to humans. You won't find any abattoirs in Bhutan, and don't even think about going fishing.
Illegal.
So, if Bhutan is so great, why are people leaving? Well, we asked someone who should know. Dr. Lotai Tushring, the governor of Mindfulness City.
Problems that Bhutan is facing is nothing unique or nothing different from any other country's problems. We have demographic issues, we have population issues, we have economic problems, we have migration problems. Ultimately, Bhutanese are talented, educated, sincere, hardworking. But given the fast-changing world, Bhutanese are also expecting high-paying jobs. Bhutanese are more than willing to sacrifice even their lives for the country. But when it comes to day-to-day living, we are human beings.
Bhutan may be rich in culture and spirit, but its economy is still largely agrarian, and life can be tough. Over recent years, that's led many of Bhutan's youth to find opportunities elsewhere. So, in an effort to provide a space for the Bhutanese to flourish, in December 2023, the king unveiled this: Galafu Mindfulness City. Spanning an area around the size of Hong Kong, GMC will be a self-administered state within a state. The goal is to create a radical startup-style city from which the wider country can learn and adopt new ideas.
This honestly looks amazing.
But let's just stop there a minute,
like some
because
sort
we
of
see a lot of these things. New cities.
It's like some sort of like solar punk utopia. It's pretty sweet. Not gonna
Smart
lie.
cities, new special economic zones, call them whatever you want, they all boil down to the same thing. They're places where billions get splashed on overly extravagant skyscrapers. Dubious claims about sustainability are made. And the whole place ends up looking a lot more like a showroom than a functional city. Mostly they either work, like Dubai, or they fail miserably, like this one in Malaysia. But either way, what makes this city so special? Well, take a look around. There's not a skyscraper in sight, and you're much more likely to see an elephant crossing a stream than a Lamborghini tearing up the strip. That's because this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is modern economic development, Bhutan style. GMC will consist of a series of towns spread among the numerous rivers and streams of the region, all connected by a series of truly incredible bridges. These monumental structures are not just ways to cross the river, but key focal points of the city. One bridge houses a temple, giving passers-by an insight into the lives of resident monks. Another has a medical centre, with doctors practicing both Western and traditional Bhutanese medicine. The idea for these bridges comes from a Bhutanese structure, the Dzong. It's a kind of fortified monastery built in a strategic location such as a mountain pass or overlooking a river. But the city's two biggest bridges far exceed anything found in traditional architecture. This one contains an international airport.
Airport is being built over a naturally flowing river. The river will continue to flow, and the fishes in that river will not even realize that the airport is built over that river, over their homes. So this
based airport. Based airport that does not affect the rivers. Wow, that's what's up.
is a true example of how GMC is being built absolutely in harmony with its nature.
The terminal is designed in a diamond grid with locally sourced glulam beams making up the primary structural material. The beams are colourful and call back to caissons, decorated columns traditionally found in all kinds of Bhutanese architecture.
All right, there we go. I just figured we'd take a peek into this development that Bhutan is undertaking to attempt to usher in the 21st century finally in the country. And you know, it sounds like a good plan. I hear some people have some skepticism about it, and that's fair. Yeah, I'd like to think that it's going to work out, especially because they are certainly trying to do this in a very different way than I feel like much of the world is heading in right now. And in fact, it incorporates some of the things that we were talking about earlier, right? Rather than building on top of marshes or, you know, trying to change the environment, rather living in symbiosis with the environment. And not only is that good for the environment, it's also potentially good for humans, and in terms of how it this may or may not be more resilient to, you know, climate change events. Hopefully, at least. Does sound like they've been taking that kind of stuff into account in this construction project of theirs. All right, let's go here to China.
China!
Or at least a Chinese airline, where chaos ensued when passengers on a Chinese airplane realized that a famous Chinese actor was aboard their plane. Sorry, hold on. Let me go back. These fans squeezed themselves into a business class cabin to meet a Chinese actor. They left their seats shortly after the plane landed and it was taxiing to the gate. I know you're chasing your idol, but don't inconvenience others, please. Don't push. The plane has not reached a stop. Please be seated. Be careful. Stop squeezing, miss. I'm not pushing. I'm being pushed by people behind me. Flight attendants tried to stop the fans, but to no avail. Other passenger, we will call police if you keep behaving like this.
Illegal.
A witness said Chinese actor Tian Chuning was on board. Local airport police said the VIP room was occupied by many fans, and that the force had sent officers to keep order. To keep order. Many criticized the fans for causing chaos. Why did everyone focus on who the actor was instead of how badly those fans behaved? Passengers who don't follow flight attendants' instructions and leave their seats before the plane has fully landed should be blacklisted.
Illegal.
Wow, taking this a little too seriously, China's social media. Also fans, everybody settle down. I just figured we'd throw that in there. Sunday fun day. Wow. Chinese film fans really getting worked up over this actor on that plane. There's too many goddamn fans of this goddamn plane. All right. Now, let's talk about a piece of iconic public housing and its legacy in Hong Kong, known as the Wafu Estate. The Wafu Estate. I can say words. I know how to say words. You settle down.
This vintage bus is no longer used in Hong Kong, but it once connected the city center to a particular public housing estate.
God damn it. Sure, the volume was low because I was doing subtitles. Thankfully, only 10 seconds elapsed.
This vintage bus is no longer used in Hong Kong, but it once connected the city center to a particular public housing estate.
How do you feel now? Happy.
The estate has long been rumored to be capable of making its residents very rich. Others say it has the best feng shui in town. There are even tales of UFO sightings in the 1980s. But starting from 2027, demolition crews will start to tear it down.
It's an
example of pragmatism, using shapes of a circle and a square, fulfilling every public need.
Is Hong Kong's storied Wafu Estate. Established in 1968, Wafu Estate has become one of Hong Kong's most iconic public housing projects. Over the years, it has been used as a location for many Hong Kong films. Today, I arrived at the complex on a vintage bus resurrected for a special purpose.
This is a Leyland fleet line, a product from 1979. Each time we will have a few passengers assemble at Wong Chuk Hong Station and drive to Wafu. We wish to have as many walking tours as possible while the Wafu Estate is still standing. Wafu Estate was an innovative design. It came with the concept of a city center, making residents' lives here self-sufficient.
And Waterfall Bay offers panoramic views of Lamma Island and a spectacular man-made site.
For years, people have been putting their unwanted deity figures here. When they moved away or something, you can find everything from Jesus to Winnie the Pooh here.
The Pakfulan waterfall between Wafu and Bel Air on the Peak was discovered at the turn of the 19th century by the British. In 1941, it almost became a war zone during the Battle of Hong Kong in World War II.
You can see what's left of a gun turret left by the British Army. The colonial government thought the Japanese would disembark here, but they ended up landing at North Point.
The geometric designs of Wafu are also iconic.
You could say it's the second generation of a public estate similar to Oiman Estate and Wu King. This kind of hovering construction was popular in the 1970s and 80s. It's pretty but not durable.
Share with me their best moments living here.
The building was finished in 1976. We moved in 1977. Wafu was very famous. They used to happen every 7 months of the lunar... Oh my god. This guy is speaking so fast. Settle down. They used to happen... actually, I'm still back. Wafu is very famous for its Dazai rituals. They used to happen every 7th month of the lunar calendar on the ground level. And the food was free. Sometimes we would fly kites on the rooftop or in the park. Of course, I don't want to relocate after all these years. All of the neighbors here are friends. After we are forced apart, we may not be able to reconnect.
To 9,000 households spread across 18 blocks, Wafu estates will gradually be vacated by 2035, marking the end of a significant chapter in Hong Kong's history, but a chapter that will hopefully be long remembered.
There we go. Little historical story here in Hong Kong, discussing at least internally, famous, although technically it's been in a bunch of films like they mentioned, so it's almost internationally famous, but super cool public housing with great planning, allowing residents to be self-sufficient. Free food, too. Yeah, Jerry. Free food at lunar festivals. That's a perk. That's definitely a perk. And good, supposedly, incredible feng shui. If that's your thing. Now, China has been doing something in response to the Trump administration. Well, they're not claiming. I don't think they're claiming necessarily that it's in response to the Trump administration. But in the midst of the Trump administration, canceling visas of students from all across the world, and, basically, what's the word? Isolating itself from foreigners in general, doing all sorts of stuff to deter people from coming to the United States. China is doing the exact opposite. Here's the AP archive from yesterday. According to them, China is extending a visa-free entry to more than 70 countries across the planet in order to draw more tourism.
I have to have my China.
They have no nail. We use the ankle to build this building. So this building was made by the wood. So the wood is easy to burn down. 没有单体的路会在那个交通。
This really helps people to travel because visa is such a hassle to apply always for the visa and to, I don't know, go through the process. And once you don't have all this process, then you can just travel easier because there is also direct flights from Georgia to China, and this really helps. And I always look for the flights that goes to China so I can explore more and more because I know that 1 week or 2 weeks is not enough for China. So.
My mom and I wanted to make like an Asian tour, and we wanted to start with China because of the rich culture. But given the visa and our limited time here in Vienna, so we somehow always skipped it only with layovers. So that was more or less our main problem. But now that it has changed, most probably we can finally start our, let's say, Southeast Asia tour then.
What's interesting is that there's two different tiers. I'm looking it up right now of countries of like level of visa status. Right? Apparently they're giving 10-day visa-free transit entry to some countries and 30-day visa-free entry to others. Just quickly looking at a map right now. I don't have an actual list in front of me, but it looks like Canada, United States and Mexico, as well as Russia, the UK, and what is that? Finland? Get 10-day visa entries, including some other countries. Looks like Indonesia. I can't tell. But then Brazil, Peru, Argentina, Chile, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Spain, Portugal, Ireland? I think that's what that is. France, Italy, and much of the EU, as well as I think that's Kazakhstan, all get 30-day visa-free entry. You can spend an entire month in China.
China!
Quite an opportunity.
Before it was much harder to do it because either you have to go there yourself or you have to get somebody that you knew to go to the office, and they don't have very often open, so you have to. It was much harder. Now it's much easier, and I guess more people will come to visit, and because it's always when things are easier, they will be much better to come and visit, right? So.
Yeah, no, it's China opening its doors to the world, saying, "Hey, come visit. Come visit. We are an open door policy. It would seem pretty cool. Certainly much more welcoming than the United States is right now." All right, let's go from China to North Korea. Talk about one young woman by the name of Kim Ju-ai, the daughter of Kim Jong-un, who is being speculated as the perhaps next likely leader of North Korea. Here's NBC News from last week.
At first, it looks like a typical scene of North Korean propaganda. The country's leader, Kim Jong-un, greeted by wild applause. Some weeping as he kneels by the coffins of North Korean troops killed fighting alongside Russia against Ukraine. But look a little closer. You'll notice the teenage girl at his side. Her name is Kim Ju-ae. She's the daughter of the dictator, and according to South Korean intelligence, she's likely being groomed to one day become the first female ruler of North Korea. Ever since the country's founding in 1948, it's been ruled by the men of the Kim family, power passing from father to son for 3 generations.
North Korea going woke to make a woman leader of the entire country.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Kim Jong-un and his wife are believed to have 3 children, but only Ju-ae has ever been seen publicly.
We know very little about her. What we've learned has largely come through the effort to propagandize her in pictures and footage. She's obviously never given any interviews, so it's a bit of a mystery.
That's because the North is as secretive as it is repressive. Even Ju-ae's exact age is unknown, but she's thought to be around 13 years old. The world only learned her name when former NBA star Dennis Rodman visited North Korea in 2013 and said he held her as a small baby. Her first official appearance was in 2022, baby-faced beside her father at the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile, with the range to hit the U.S. But over the last year, she's appeared constantly at Kim's side, joining him at everything from the official launch of a prized new battleship to the surreal grand opening of this North Korean water park. Father and daughter watching their subjects surfing and shooting down a...
Did you see? Okay, there it is again. Do you see how much launch they are getting off of these fucking water slides? Holy shit. Holy fuck.
Korean water park. Father and daughter watching their subjects surfing and shooting down elaborate water slides.
Kim Ju-ae is so young.
He's got no sons? Isn't there speculation? I feel like there is speculation that he does have other children, doesn't he? Well, maybe you could be right. You could be right. I honestly don't know.
Why is she being presented to the public now?
It's a good question. I think on the one hand, the North Korean leader wants to demonstrate continuity, that there is a future after him. On the other hand, he also doesn't want to present anything that is threatening to him. And so having a young girl as his potential successor removes any threats. It's not like there are going to be cliques forming around a 13-year-old girl.
Ju-ae's hair and makeup seem designed to make her look older than she really is. The style similar to that of her mother, First Lady Ri Sol-ju, a former singer. While North Korea has never had a female leader, and its top military and political officials are overwhelmingly men, there is at least one powerful woman inside the regime, the leader's younger sister, Kim.
I wonder how she feels about this.
Kim Yo-jong, at her brother's side here during a meeting with the president of South Korea. Her fiery condemnations of the U.S. are often read out on state television. And while the Kims' decades-long grip on their country continues, other Korean families have been divided for generations by the militarized border that splits north from south, as we found during a visit 3 years ago.
Many South Koreans still have family in the north, people they haven't seen in decades in some cases, and so they come here and they leave ribbons with their hopes.
Well, there we go. Just a quick story from NBC about Kim Ju-ae, the potential future leader of North Korea. Should be interesting to see what happens there. Well, she's a child. Why is she in heels? It's a fair question, Jerry. I think they're trying to make her seem older. You know, I think if any, I think it's an attempt to like make her seem more like authoritative, right, and more like more wizened or whatever else, like, because they are trying to if all this is true and they're trying to promote her as the future leader, you know. I think it's just supposed to portray a certain image. But it's got to be a weird-ass fucking childhood to be the daughter of Kim Jong-un watching ballistic missile tests up close. Okay. Oh boy, we are getting through this list. I just realized how far down we are. We only got 3 more videos left and 2 stories. Great job, everyone, for making it this far. All right, let's go to New Zealand. Talk about a situation, an issue in the country which people attempt to put themselves in the shoes of those affected, and that is sleeping rough, otherwise known as being unhoused, homeless people in New Zealand. Housed people with homes, decided to participate in something called the Big Sleep Out. Let's go here to newzealandherald.co.nz 3 days ago. Talk about this interesting tradition.
More than 112,000 people in New Zealand are now severely housing deprived, with a 53% rise in people sleeping rough in Auckland alone. Last night, business and community leaders joined them, spending the night on the street to put the spotlight on homelessness in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Auckland City Councillor Josephine Bartley was one of them, and she's with me now with, I think you've got Milo there. Hey, Josephine.
Kia ora, Ryan. Hi, everyone.
How are you?
Yep. I'm tired. But no, I'm good. I'm good. It was good to be part of this.
Did you not sleep at all?
Not really. It's quite hard on these benches with the cardboard boxes, but Milo slept like a baby.
What did you notice? Because, I mean, everybody walks past homeless people. There aren't many who pretend to be them for a day. What did you notice?
What did I notice? I noticed that it's a really sad reality to be having to sleep outside. Like that's your life. I mean, yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. Definitely more needs to be done to support the homeless in our communities.
Did you talk to other homeless people last night, and what do they say about why they're there?
I talked to other people that were fundraising for LifeWise and Sleeping Rough, and they were doing it to, like, next to me were a whole lot of church ministers, and they were doing it to walk the talk for their congregation, to also care about others and to put in action what they do in church. But yeah, a lot of people were doing it because they want to give back and they want to help LifeWise so that LifeWise can continue doing what they do.
Did anyone...
I do talk to homeless people though, because I do a lot of advocacy for people who need housing, people living in their cars. And for them, it's not an option. They're just embarrassed that they're, sleeping in their cars with their families, and they want help, but they don't really want to reach out because it's embarrassing. But boy, a lot of people are doing it tough.
Milo's...
Yeah. And, I don't know necessarily whether or not this solves anything, but I think it's important that people at least are able to put themselves in the places of homeless people. And sometimes some people are just not capable of the empathy to understand what it would be like to be homeless and to just sleep on a bench, to live without any... without an address, without running water, without electricity, without access to so many things come with living on the streets or living in a car or whatever else. And I just felt like we'd do this today. Sorry to bring everybody down towards the end of this stream. Now, let's go to a story in Australia, all right, where one woman, she did some accidental rough sleeping, perhaps, or at least more than she bargained for, who was finally found. That is a German backpacker who was lost for 2 weeks in Western Australia. Finally found in the last day or so. Here is SBS World News on this story.
It's the moment so many had hoped for. After nearly 2 weeks missing in WA's unforgiving outback, Carolina Vilga boards a plane in Beacon, northeast of Perth, with a missing shoe, but still walking on her own 2 feet. Back in Germany, her family was told the news.
And they were in disbelief that a community can come together and just throw every resource at locating their daughter.
In a statement, WA Premier Roger Cook said, "This news is nothing short of remarkable. To our emergency services and everyone who searched, thank you. We can all breathe a little easier knowing Carolina is safe and well." Ms. Vilga disappeared nearly a fortnight ago. She was spotted leaving Perth on June 28th at a service station in 2J. The following day, she was captured on CCTV more than 225 kilometres northeast at a general store in Beacon. On July the 7th, police alerted media to her disappearance. July the 10th, her van was located in rugged bushland in the afternoon by police. And yesterday, Ms. Vilga was located 24 kilometres from her vehicle.
She basically looked at the direction of the sun and tried to head west, thinking that that would be her best bet.
It was sheer luck that led her to a road where she managed to flag down a passing driver.
I knew it was her straight away. I was coming back from Beacon because I've been down to pick up my trailer and, she was on the side of the road, waving her hands.
Ms. Vilga spent one night with her van before deciding staying put meant staying lost. So she walked for 11 days, sleeping in a cave, surviving by drinking from rainwater and puddles on the ground.
Walking for 11 straight days. That is wild.
He is still in disbelief that she was able to survive. In her mind, she had convinced herself that she was not going to be located.
While police scoured the bush on land and in the air, her friends held on to hope.
I was actually in contact with her family every day almost, and they're very happy.
Ms. Vilga isn't just being treated for her physical injuries, she's also receiving support mentally and emotionally. Despite everything she's been through, WA police say she still loves Australia and has plans to see the rest of the country, including travelling over to the East Coast. Ms. Vilga left her hometown of Castelvoxa in Germany with big dreams to see every corner of this vast country. Against the odds, the woman who wanted to see all of Australia was found because
it would seem that she certainly saw a lot of the country. Maybe a little too up close. Really an incredible story. I honestly have no idea how she managed to survive for as long as she did. Oh my God, 2 weeks. No water, no supplies, just walking through the hot Australian sun. I'm sure her family and friends are thrilled that she's alive, that she's been found. Felt like that was a good story to end on here today. Well, looks like we got through another stream. It was incredibly long and also arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Medi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Kevin from Portland, lovely Pariah. Why are we doing? What did we have it? What's happening? Mish, Becky, Decipher, Robin, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Okay, I see at least one in the chat, which is good enough for me today on this Sunday Funday to get that late night after hours galactic chill stream started. What shall we listen to tonight? I'm feeling this. This is what I am feeling tonight. Let's be friends. What do you think? Sunday Fun Day. I'm going to give you all a double dose of the late night after hours galactic chill stream. Also, good night to Sammy. And I'm glad that the anarchists had a good start to their birthday. Thanks to Sunday Fun Day. That makes me feel good, not going to lie. It warms my heart knowing that we've somehow improved your day.
yellow sky. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Go to paradise, paradise.
Você me vê sorrindo à toa. Se 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 você me vê sorrindo à toa.
Yeah.
apart.